When I came around, I was still lying under that purple thing. The armed and fully armor-suited men were close now, holding their weapons ready, pointing them at my friends. The bearded, dark-skinned man wearing a battlesuit of unknown origin argued with Cardwell. "I want you to open those translocator storages now. We do not have much time." Cardwell barked back and pointed at me. "I told you that 2 command codes are needed to open them. The only one able doing that was killed by your idiotic pet." "Be very careful, Cardwell. Your usefulness has ended." The base commander's Quasimodo hand snapped around the throat of the bearded pirate, and he hissed. "I am still in the commandant of this base, and I am wearing a Quasimodo. Unlike your goons, I know how to use it." The pirate struggled and coughed. "You are nothing. Now unhand me. Do you think I trusted you while you put on that suit? I put a Eugiletrian Sneagle in it while it was still open, and it might just crawl to the base of your neck. Not even your autodoc can prevent the effects of those little suckers' poison." Caldwell dropped the man and opened his helmet, which was my chance. No one paid any attention to me, and I fired. My last round. The bullet hit Caldwell right under the chin, and the effect of the heavy lead projectile was quite gruesome. My friends didn't need more distraction to react. Wetmouth's strange sword sliced one of the men from shoulder to hip, battlesuit and all. Hans hammered both of his fists and all his might on the helmeted head of the third. The rest tried to use their weapons, but they did not work. Circuit said, "Nanites are so useful." The armour of the next simply fell in pieces all around him, and he stood there as naked as on the day of his birth. Narth's eyes glowed no longer yellow, but deep red, and his voice was no longer recognisable. "You have harmed my friend. Now you shall learn that Narth has learned the meaning of rage." 20 pirates slowly rose from the floor, and with sudden popping sounds the inside of their helmets were splashed with dark red matter, and they all dropped lifeless to the ground. Several strands of spider silk hit the bearded man. He was pulled with force close to Crabble, who turned him with dizzying speed between his hind legs, and the pirate was turned into a cocoon, battlesuit and all, and in less than a few seconds. Wetmouth came over and sliced his helmet off. I raised my hand and said as loud as I could, "Circuit, go activate the Cerberus. Do not let anything distract you." Circuit was a certified translocator technician, a fact that was not mentioned in the non-classified section of his personnel file, and had blue clearance. I held out my code key and said, "Day code is strawberry." Circuit ran with machine speed and out of my sight. Hans lifted the purple thing of me and Wetmouth dropped to her knees examining me. She looked up to the others and said, "The Wurlag has stunned him." I wanted to get up, but I could not feel my legs at all. Weird. I can't get up. Is something still pinning me down? I saw tears in Wetmouth's eyes. "No, Eric, that's the poison of the Wurlag." No. With the weight of the animal gone, I could still prop myself up, and there I saw a beautiful sight. The massive warehouse doors exploded into atomic dust glittering in the air, and Cerberus Nye marched out in perfect robotic movements. It was a display of Union military might, like few other. Each of them exactly 350 centimetres tall, with 4 Mylar Syntho muscled arms, nearly indestructible, with the firepower equivalent to an entire platoon of fully equipped Marines, the very pinnacle of Terran military engineering. The lead robot scanned the room and approached me. With its deep modulated voice, the robot said, "ID verification scan complete. Highest command authority recognised. Your orders, sir?" I said with a relieved grin. "The base is infiltrated by criminals and foreign intruders. There is an alien ship with stolen Miltech. Secure the base by all means necessary and prevent the ship from leaving." The robot responded. Instructions received and understood. The robot battalion activated their flying capability and swarmed like gigantic angry hornets in every direction. The bearded pirate laughed. "You still lost. The Wurlag poison will destroy every neural path in your body, and there is nothing anyone can do in time. I do have the antidote on my ship. All you have to do is let me go, and it is yours." I still was able to shake my head. "Sorry, scum. I cannot be bought," he cursed and said. "You fool. I have an even bigger ship in orbit, and it will turn this place to slag," I said. "You have no idea what Cerberus robots can do." Through a viewport we saw Cerberus robots by the dozen shoot like rockets upward into the grey sky. From behind I heard running boots, but by now I could not even turn my head. Marines and finally Admiral Stahl came into my view. Wetmouth cried. He was stung by a whirlag, sir. To hear real concern in the voice of the eternal soldier was not something I wanted to hear in my situation, but he said, "Oh shit. Get that man into stasis at once." I woke and found myself in a med-station diagnostic bed and said more to myself than anyone else. Say, is it always me who loses consciousness around here? Wetmouth immediately came into view and she said with excitement in her voice, "He is awake. Eric is awake." She simply hugged me, and I could feel her tender lips from behind her mask, kissing me on the nose, on the cheeks, and then on my lips. Then a warm, deep voice said, "It pleases me greatly to see you are well." Narth came into view. Circuit stood by the foot end and said, "No, you're not the only one. I was the one hit by tech stop, remember?" Now a med tech with an MD snake on her collar scanned me, and she was obviously pleased with the results and said, "Welcome to the land of the living, Ensign Olafson. You now officially the first living being ever to survive a whirlag sting. Congratulations." I sat up and said, "Can someone please tell me what a whirlag is in the first place?" Narth motioned to Wetmouth, and it seemed they came to a working agreement. She said, "It is a genetically altered life form that originally had been stolen from Green Hell about 200 years ago. It has been bred and changed so it can be held as an attack and guard animal. Its stingers are laced with one of the most complex biotoxins known to science." The medtech said, "You have amazing friends, Mr. Olafson. The Sojournet worked tirelessly for 5 days to develop an antidote, and this morning she succeeded. But then another Narth shows up and all the neural damage caused by the poison is reverted in an eye blink." As I turned, I noticed another Narth and he came closer to the bed. I immediately knew who he was, even though he looked exactly the same as all the Narth I had met before. He put his hand on my shoulder and I could feel something like electricity pass through me. But it was not painful or unpleasant. On the contrary, it felt uplifting and energizing, and he said, "One could not let the one who shared the Hugav pass into the beyond. One had to obtain the knowledge of your neural system before we could travel here and aid you in your recuperation. I am the one known as the Narth Supreme, and you, Eric, are a child of Narth. Your well-being is important to Narth. I came as soon as I was able, but your friend Wetmouth was indeed able to synthesize the antidote. Her intellect and its practical application is most noteworthy." I could not help but feel deeply in awe. My skin crawled with goosebumps. Only once had I felt this way. Only once, but I could not remember when or where. Something white and huge floated at the edge of my consciousness, and I simply could not concentrate enough to focus and assumed it was an after effect of my poisoning. I said, "I am deeply honoured by your presence, Narth Supreme. Can you make me hear Narth again?" He kept his hand on my shoulder and slowly nodded. "Your will is the key, child of Narth, and your will has done as you wished. One is pleased that Narth has such a friend as you. The concept of friendship has been understood, and its deep value has been revealed through you two, and in doing so opened the door to other concepts such as honour, love and affection. All that is Narth is deeply thankful. Now one must go on and return to Narth Prime. Narth Prime that is now your home as well, and one day you will come home, and Narth will no longer be alien and strange to you." From one heartbeat to the next, the Narth Supreme was gone, but I could feel his touch a little longer. I realised that no one around had noticed or heard what just happened, except of course for my friend, and once more could I feel his thoughts, and heard his words in my mind, and as far as it concerned me, the world was all right again. His voice and presence in me filled a void I knew was there the entire time since that time in the crawler cat. He said, time as you and I perceive it on this plane has little meaning for the one who is the Narth Supreme. I answered him in the same way. I am sure glad he fixed that psi shield of mine. I missed your presence. He did not fix it, Eric. It was you who made your shield transparent to me. Wetmouth, not knowing I was talking to Narth, said, "A week. I slaved a week in the lab, and your Narth friend comes and fixes you in an eye blink." She took my hand in a shy gesture and added, "Not that I mind, I am so glad you are alive." I blinked and said, "A week? I was out an entire week?" The Eternal Warrior approached my bed and he said, 9 days to be exact, son. That amazing sojournit friend of yours has not slept the entire time." With him was the Admiral of the Fleet, McElligott, and a tall blonde with a truly angelic face I had not seen or met before. I suddenly realised I was still an ensign and there were 2 admirals in the room. My academy training kicked in and I jumped out of the bed and wanted to salute, realising half out I wasn't wearing anything and went right back. "Sorry, sir, it appears I misplaced my uniform somewhere." I blushed as I noticed the snickering of my friends and the smiles of the admirals. Stahl looked over to McElligott and said, "I think we do not need to insist on formal greetings, not in a medical ward anyway." Actually glancing at my medical chart readout, he said, "Even though you are technically fine and fit for duty, stay in bed a little while longer so we can fill you in." And then, while I tugged the cover higher to make sure I was completely covered, I said, "Sir, that would be greatly appreciated. I had no time to check on the order chip Captain Harris has given me." Stahl simply acknowledged with a nod and said, "We were pretty sure Cardwell was one of Dent's planted agents, but we wanted to catch whoever was in contact with him as well. If we had arrived with a big team or the DV, we might have gotten Cardwell but none of his contacts. So my esteemed colleague Admiral McElligott decided to send you, as the proverbial monkey wrench so to speak, to Richter Station, where you would hopefully discover whatever went on and report to us so we can move in. That was pretty much what was on the order chip, by the way, and the Derby was never far away." I could not help being sarcastic even in the presence of these 2 immortals. Great idea sending a bunch of expendable midshipmen in a situation that cost 10 officers their lives before. There are plenty more where they came from. Stahl eyed his old colleague from the side. I told you he was going to say something cynical.
McElligott said to me, "You are officers, and if you want to be one, then you must realise that you will get orders that put you in dangerous situations, which is the path you have chosen. Now I have not found it necessary to explain my reasons for an order in a very long time, but I will make an exception."
He pulled up a chair, sat down, and arranged the folds of his kilt over his stubby-looking knees and fished for his pipe. His old grumpy-looking face changed into a grin. "You know this is the second time I find myself sitting in a hospital room before your bed to try to explain something to you." He looked for something, and Harhai handed him his cigar lighter. "Sir, would you like to use mine?" McElligott looked up to Harhai, took the lighter and said, "Ah, you are the die. Never thought you lads smoked or carried a real old Dunhill lighter." Harhai raised one of his eyebrows and said, "Yes, sir, I am the die. It was an alt that brought me to smoking cigars, and the lighter was a gift I received from Admiral Stahl, sir." McElligott started puffing his pipe and handed the lighter back. "You are the die I heard so much about. There is a certain Commander Cotton who sent me about 2,000 requests for your transfer, recommending you to fighter school. Seeing your name pass that often across my desk makes you, in my eyes, that die." To Stahl he complained, "Where did you get this bunch? Now I am explaining myself to another ensign and he made me do it by just raising an eyebrow." Stahl actually wiped on his feet while he had his arms crossed behind his back. If I knew the answer to that, I'd get me a bunch more. McElligott puffed once more and then said to me, "You and your friends are not the average cadets and midshipmen, and I can't say if it is a particularly good or bad thing, but you are on my radar, so to speak, for quite a while now. Since you were instrumental in exposing a Thorin connection to the worm and later helped to shut down Newport, I thought about you when the Richter 4 thing came over my desk again. Now there is another reason you are here, but I will come to that later." For now you have a day of R&R, and then you will graduate and be assigned to your new postings. It turned out I was still on Richter Basie and not aboard the Devastator, but the giant ship had landed and occupied an entire landing field. On one of the other fields was the USS Shetland, and especially on the ground where the eye had clear reference points, the difference in size was mind-boggling. Seeing a 3,500-metre Arsenal ship, the pinnacle of Union technology against that gigantic ship of alien origin, reduced to a toy, brought home once again how incredibly big the Devastator was. The Shetland looked small and insignificant. The base was now busy with personnel off the Devi. There were engineers and technicians still repairing the damage from our battle. Ha said, "We thought we'd celebrate your return to the land of the living with a dinner." Mao found Tyrannofin in the stasis freezer of the Hilton Hotel. Wetmouth said, "But until then I am going to sleep. I am dead on my feet." I held her back, and while it was not really regulations, I hugged her and said, "Thank you." She returned the hug, and once again I could not help thinking how nice it felt to hold her. Crabble of course could not hold himself back and hugged us both. "It's the second time I thought we lost you. If it happens a third time, I'm going to get white leg hairs like an old spider. There is only so much a poor arachnoid can take, you know." Crabble managed to convince Narth and Mao to go back to the amusement park for a few more rides. This time I felt Narth and how much he enjoyed the company of my other friends, and his growing affection for them. Elfie, Sharka and Hans insisted on preparing the dinner this time. I saw Ha in a deep conversation with the Admiral of the fleet, and from the gestures I knew he was talking about fighter craft. The medical department of the base had the size of a major hospital. Exiting the intensive care unit, I came out on a fourth-tier walkway. Leaning against the railing, I had a great view of the main concourse below. Almost exactly across was the fleet housing building, and I saw robots and technicians working on the damaged ultranet security door. To the left was the spaceport passenger facilities, and right below me on ground level, the entrance to the spaceport mall, and Arthur's Swine and Dine. A group of officers and technicians stood by the tunnel entrance towards the technical area and the warehouses, and even from here I could tell they were puzzled about the fact the massive doors could have been cut open like this. I planned to ask Wetmouth about her sword as soon as I had a chance. The only thing tougher than molecule compacted ultronic was neutronium as far as I knew, and there were rumours that R&D experimented with neutronium-based materials. But a sword made of neutronium would weigh thousands of tons, and no being could possibly wield it. While I was leaning there and looking over the now busy concourse, I noticed men and women dispersed among the workers and fleet personnel trying hard to look inconspicuous and natural. I was almost certain those were Navint spooks. The tall blonde with the angelic face I had seen with McElligott and Stall leaned next to me on the railing, and like me gazed over the lively scenery below. She then turned her head and looked at me, her face halfway obscured by her hair. "I have heard quite a bit about you, and I think it is time I introduce myself. I am Cherubim." She wore a black dress that ended a hand width over her knees. It was belted at her hip with a broad, shiny leather belt. It was a nice outfit, but not a uniform. At least none I recognised if it was one after all. I said to her, "Nice to meet you, Mum, and since you heard lots about me and you have been present with the admirals, you must be someone important." A fine smile curled her lips. "Do I detect an edge in your voice? You know who I am, then?"
I shrugged. "Since you were with the Immortals, I am sure you are a very important person, but I have not the slightest idea. There is no edge in my voice, Mum. Just whenever someone tells me they know all about me, I end up in some kind of situation,"
she said. "I can understand that, and I think given your past track record, you will sooner or later be in another situation. I am one of them. You know, one of those Immortals, selected to protect and guide Earth." And I turned to look at her, not just from the side, and said, "Please don't get this wrong, Ms. Cherubim, but somehow it seems I'm attracting the attention of you Immortals more than anyone I know. This can't be coincidence." "Eric, there are trillions of beings in our union and more in the galaxies around us. Some have lifespans of a few years, others live to see centuries, but they all have a limited time. but there are those who do not age and have the potential to see the end of time. It is a very small society, if you will, and while we are not all friends, we tend to know each other." She paused, looked away and said, "Eric, you are most likely one of us." I felt dizzy as she said that and protested. "Mom, I am going to turn 21. I am not an immortal. My parents are Neo-Vikings and we age and die. You must have the wrong guy." Even as I said that, I wasn't so sure myself. Could she be right? Even in our small society on Nilfeheim, I met two and was distantly related to one of them. She left me time before she answered. "Narth Supreme calls you his child, and the Narth have made you one of them. It might take centuries or millennia before you become a Narth, but you are on your way. If you manage to stay alive, of course. None of the immortals I know, not even the Narth, are truly invulnerable and can be killed. But time and age, I am certain, will have little meaning to you as it has to the rest of us." She pointed towards the hospital. "You know why the pirates and even your friends paid no attention to you after you were jumped by the Wurlag?" I shook my head. She said, "Because they all thought you were dead. Not even a Petherian would have lasted as long as you have. You are changing, slowly perhaps, but eventually you will be one of us." I tried to ignore what she said, tell myself that it was all wrong, but I knew she was right, and then I said, "Immortals always have some sort of task or destiny, right? What is mine?" Cherubim now smiled again. "Only the ones who were chosen by the Guardian of Earth receive tasks and special gifts to perform them. Neither you, the Narth, or your friends of the Coven have been chosen that way. Now we all have destinies, mortal or immortal, but I guess we all have a say in how we shape it." I returned to lean on the railing and said, "So if McElligott is the administrator and Admiral Stahl is the warrior, who are you?" "I am the hunter." "What does that mean?" "I see where McElligott is called the administrator because that is what he does, and everyone knows why Stahl is the warrior. I find the trails of those who want to harm our union, track them and hunt them down. I don't do it with fleets and soldiers, as the enemies I seek are often unreachable or too small and too slick to be fought with battleships and marines. You should know more than a little about that part already. More than I ever wanted, to be honest. And you should hunt that purple worm. And while you are at it, that crook calling himself the Red Dragon. That is exactly why I am here on Richter Base." She turned from the hand railing and slowly walked away. She waved her hand and said, "We will run into each other again, Eric." I watched her enter an IBT and disappear. How long I remained standing there I could not say, as so much was going through my head. The worst part was that I knew there was something I should remember, but I could not. I was pulled out of all this by a warm presence that came into my mind, and Narth said to me telepathically, "One should not dwell on such matters. Even the Admiral lives day by day and doesn't think all too much about how many years or millennia he has lived or is still going to experience." Narth's words of wisdom chased the gloomy thoughts away. I was just a Neo-Viking, and all this talk about immortality, destinies and tasks was for semi-gods and eternal admirals, and not for an ensign at the beginning of his career. I decided to find Narth, Crabble and Mao after all and join them. We had our formal dinner at the same top-floor restaurant as before, and this time there was no moving dishes, but instead real, genuine Tyranno-fin steaks, and I had roasted them myself on a portable table grill. Tasting the first fork was pure bliss. I closed my eyes and let the taste of home melt on my tongue. After I was finally done, I actually had to loosen the snaps on my uniform blouse. I doubted I had ever eaten so much. Ha-Hai also had a second portion and said, "I never been much of a fish eater, but this is really good." Circuit sighed. "What would I give for a stomach and taste buds? It looks I am missing so much." Narth said, "All that is Narth missed out for millennia, as eating and tasting can be such an experience. I wish I could share my experience with you, Circuit, as I do share it with all that is Narth." The X-101 sighed again. "I am so going for that upgrade," Wetmouth said. "I think I should be able to install it." I have studied much about X101 technology and physiology, thanks to the first aid and emergency procedures Mother Machine has sent me. Circuit took her hand and said, "Maybe I can't taste the food yet, but if there is a better way to spend an evening than with your best friends, then I sure did not know it. I am a blessed machine." It warmed my heart to hear him say that, as I felt the same way, and it pleased me to see that Narth fit right in, and the others accepted him like he was there from the start. As the dinner was near the end, it was Narth who, against his usual reserved ways, stood and spoke a toast. In human terms, Eric is something like a brother to me, only much closer. Through his eyes I knew of you before we met, but in recent weeks I was fortunate to get to know you all in person. We Narth are unlike any other species, and we have lost and forgotten so much what corporal beings know and do. But through Eric, and now through you, our minds are open to values we had lost, and were so much poorer without them. Here in this circle, the value and meaning of true friendship becomes apparent, and I am now able to say the meaning of pride is no longer alien to me, pride knowing you all. There was silence then. Elfie got up and simply hugged Narth. That was so beautiful. Hans put his hand on Narth's shoulder. "You're all right, Narth, and not just because you saved my life." Only Wetmouth appeared sad despite her mask, I could tell. I asked her, "Is something wrong?" She nodded. "I just realised this might be our last evening together." Everyone became quiet and looked at her. It was Shaka who said, "Now that she mentions it, the Admiral said we graduate today, and after that happens we all be sent to various postings." Mao sighed. "I wish it wasn't so, but I know from Latim Mercus that there are at least 60 posting requests for Shaka, as he is not only a Virtue helmsman, but one of the best." Crabble, who just had hugged Narth, balled himself together on his chair, instead of hanging from the ceiling as usual, said, "I don't want to go somewhere else, and they call me the monster and the arachnid again, and when they say it, always sounds like they fear me or find me disgusting. Here I am, Crabble, and I can be myself, and no one finds me repulsive." Ha-Hi played with his wineglass. "It is a commission, you know. We could reject the commission and go private. I'd rather haul iron ore in an old scow from planet A to B and be with you than being the commandant of a battle cruiser." Elfie looked up. "I am sure my mum would let us have a nice ship. We simply could go exploring or something." I too recalled the words of the Admiral, and I wondered what would be more important to me, becoming a starship captain, or go private with my friends, and I knew the answer. I would not go private. I made a commitment, and I wanted to do my part so. Little Holdians, commander or not, could be safe and hunt scum like the Red Dragon to the gates of hell. I wanted to help to clean this navy from the curse that was the worm. I wanted to be a starship captain. Even serving a part, we could be friends. I knew I was arguing with myself. These friends were more than family to me. The elevator hummed and the 3 immortals appeared, and all 3 were dressed for the occasion. The admirals in their dress uniforms and the woman in a daring black dress. Before anyone could jump up, Stahl said, "As you were." McElligott said, "I was told about your fine little tradition and we wanted to join your festivities, but all I see are sad and long faces and it is deadly quiet." Stahl also looked surprised. "I would say it is us, but somehow I think there is another reason for the gloom." I stood and my friends did the same. I said, "Please join us and forgive our manners." We offered chairs for the high-ranking guests, and after everyone sat and the waitbot took their drink orders, Elfie simply said it. "It is not you, sirs and ma'am. We just realised that we are going to graduate." McElligott thanked Crabble as he served the guests a plate of fish each, and then said, "I was always under the impression graduation was an occasion to celebrate, and all the midshipmen and cadets I knew always looked forward to this day." Wetmouth said, "We realised we will be separated, as you said. We will receive our new postings, and that could be all across 3 galaxies and a few star clusters. So this might be our last night all being together. This is a big navy, and the possibility for us all to have time and the opportunity to meet again is 0.8%. Taking into account the number of beings, the possible number of postings, the various times for leave of absence and the possible dangerous nature of our business. Narth put his head sideways and then nodded. I concur with this estimate, McElligott said. That is how the Navy usually works, I agree. Now I think it makes no sense to postpone things much further, so we can start right away. With all these gloomy faces, I wouldn't like the food even if it was a burned supper complete with haggis and scotch.
He glanced to Stahl and said, I am still theoretically the boss of this outfit, even if I lately feel myself compelled to explain myself to cadets. So don't give me that look of yours.
Stahl shrugged, had the same stoic face as always, but his eyes could not hide his amusement. The Admiral of the Fleet got up from his place after taking a good swallow of the wine and made a waving gesture with his hand and said, Midshipmen, get over there on the dance floor and get to attention. For what I am about to do, it is simply tradition to stand in attention. We all scrambled to the empty spot between the tables and made a neat row and stood to attention. McElligott, flanked by Stahl and Cherubim, slowly walked down the row and stopped, turned and faced us. I celebrate you on this important day, as you join these traditions and vow to support and defend the United Stars Constitution. The freedoms we enjoy depend vitally on the service you and your forebears have undertaken in our behalf. Indeed, I wish that there were more of you. You have jumped to planet surfaces, challenged your bodies and your brains, and become mentally and physically prepared for service. You have our respect for your choices, our admiration for your commitment, and our deep gratitude for your willingness to confront dangers on our Union behalf in the months and years to come. He stepped before Hahai. I hereby commission you to full lieutenant of the United Stars Navy, with all the commensurate responsibilities and privileges of that rank. That was unexpected. He did the same to everyone down the line. It was a surprise that he promoted everyone not just ensign or junior grade, but to full lieutenants. Now he promoted Wetmouth and graduated her. I was the last standing next to her. But he stopped and did not promote me. As much as it surprised me, somehow I expected it. They marked my absence against me or something like that, the Admiral said. At ease, lieutenants. I remained in attention. Wetmouth was the first, saying, Sir, have you by any chance forgotten to promote Eric? He deserves it at least as much as we. The old Admiral said, No, Lieutenant Wetmouth. I promoted everyone I wanted to promote at this point. Ensign Olafson, you may stand at ease as well. Hahai stepped forward. Sir, as I understand this is a commission and one of those rights you spoke of, is to reject it and give it back, right? McElligott gasped and said, You want to reject your commission? Now they all stepped forward and, as if out of one mouth, they said, Yes. Narth said, I remember very vividly the injustice done to Eric very recently, and it was you who promised him improvement and fairness. You made this promises to keep Narth in the Union. What has he done this time to deserve? I held up my hand. Friends, you worked hard for this, don't throw it away. You won the Reagan Trophy because you knew I would have wanted it. Now I want you to be good officers. That I have failed to achieve their recognition has their reasons, I am sure. They are admirals and immortals after all. Cherubim's face did not change, but her eyes glittered as she looked at the old Admiral. Maybe some of us are a little out of touch with their humanity. Admiral Stahl's face was as unreadable as always. Something beeped and the old Admiral looked at his wrist comm. She is here just on time, if everyone would follow me now. Stahl winked at me as we turned and walked to the elevator. As spacious as the elevator cabin was, it would not hold us all. So Wetmouth, Crabble, Stahl and I waited for the second car. Wetmouth asked, Do you know why Eric wasn't promoted, sir? He looked at her and said, Indeed I do. I shrugged. Doesn't matter anyhow. This duality of standards that hold true for some and not for others is a theme that follows me since I joined. Stahl sighed. Eric, I know. But this time it is really different. My old friend is a bit peculiar about how he does things. He was an old man before he became an immortal, and he has forgotten how it is to be young. Do you trust me? Yes, sir, I do. Then just wait a few more hours. After the elevator ride, we joined the others in the main concourse of the Richter 4 spaceport, and we all followed the kilt-wearing admiral onto a slide belt. A black-skinned captain, who was even taller than Shaka, but otherwise could have been a brother, joined us on the belt and introduced himself as Captain Bangizwi. He greeted Shaka and said, while bowing deeply, "I did not expect to meet the son of Chaka Chitauli. What an honour." Wetmouth whispered to me, "That means important leader, who tells us the law." Shaka returned the greeting and said, "It prides me to see a man of our tribe so far from home." The slide belt we travelled on changed directions at a belt junction and passed through a tunnel onto an alley between two of the petal-shaped landing fields. One of the frequent sandstorms pelted the transparent tunnel that protected us from the planet's atmosphere and weather conditions. There on the landing field next to the Shetland stood another modern ultra-battleship. The black captain said to Shaka, "Your Highness, that is my ship, the USS Atlantis. One day you might helm one of these if you get a rating high enough." McElligott laughed. "Captain, do you know how many posting requests exist for that young man? You would be lucky to get him. This helmsman has a fleet helm position efficiency rating of 812. The tall captain made a wiping motion with his hand and said, "That is impossible. Only virtue helmsmen who have the gift could possibly get a rating like this, and we all know virtue helmsmen, with the special talent and a rating of over 340, are barely able to talk, and usually turn completely crazy after only a few years." As we were carried past the battleship, Shaka responded angrier than I had ever seen him before. "You would not have greeted me as the son of Chaka Chitauli if you had seen me a few years ago, but ignored me as they all do. My father the king at first rejected me, and only because the Navy puts so much value on persons suffering from this form of autism he considers me useful. But the Navy isn't any better, because the fleet treats virtue helm talents like idiots, good for one thing only. Autism is useful to the Navy, but it is still a burden to those who suffer it. I managed with great difficulty to get into a regular midshipman program for my 3rd year, and that made all the difference. Would it surprise you if I tell you that none of my friends are below a helm rating of 300? The battleship captain looked at us surprised, and McElligott said to him, "Most amazing is the fact that Lieutenant Shaka Chitauli has excellent fighting skills, is a blaster marksman, knows tactical, and is an excellent engineer." Wetmouth put her hand on Shaka's shoulder, not to mention that he currently works on his biotronic science PhD. Captain Bangizwi gasped, "How is this possible?" Shaka's tone was still sharp as he answered, "Because my friends never make me feel sick or special. I was always integrated in everything, and they helped me and were there for me when I fought the nightmares of my so-called gift. My therapist says I am almost completely cured, without any psychosurgery, and still I am a good helmsman and can use the gift. I say treat helmsmen like people and not like special outsiders." McElligott looked to Shaka and said, "Your critique has not fallen on deaf ears. I want you to help me write new guidelines, and we will change how virtue helmsmen are trained and treated." While this discussion went on, the slide belt had carried us way past the landing field now, and moved across the dust and dirt plain towards the mountains, the old fleet admiral explained. "It might come to a surprise to you, but Richter Base was not built by accident or as a forgotten base project, as some bureaucrats green-lighted. All this was a carefully planted story." He snickered. "You see, there is one thing we immortals do better than others, and that is long-term planning. We set things in motion that bear fruit, decades or even centuries later." He looked straight at me as he said, "Some think of me as an old fool, and perhaps in some ways I am. But ever since the Free Space Treaty was signed, I wanted a base as close to it as possible, yet no one really paying any attention to it. Yes, a base has to be manned, and Cardwell and his cronies turned out to be criminals, but I made certain from the start that he had no access to the really important things, and their days were numbered. Maybe he had told you that there was still construction going on." I simply nodded as he was still looking at me. The slide belt tunnel merged with the base of the mountains and went underground. Stahl wrinkled his forehead and crossed his arms. You scheming son of a gun. I think I need to pay a little more attention to the little side things you do. The kilt-wearing admiral grinned like a neo-Viking in an axe store and said, All this is part of Project Fish, and now the project has turned into Operation Fish, and those of you present will learn what this operation is all about. The slide belt carried us moments later back into the open and onto the surface. McElligott said, Richter Base has more than one landing field and more than one spaceport. He made a sweeping gesture over the mountain-surrounded Durocrete landing field. This is Richterport 2. A spaceship was resting on its landing gear in the centre of the field. I had never seen a ship like this. It had clear Terran lines, but there were no ISA pods. Its bow looked much like the head of a rock shark, a broad round chisel shape that flowed into a streamlined flattened cylinder that softly increased to a massive aft. I estimated the ship to be between 800 and 900 metres long. At its stern, it was perhaps 400 metres across, slowly narrowing to that chisel-shaped bow. It was not navy grey, but shimmered in an onyx grey titanium colour, and instead of armour plating, I noticed a fine pattern of hexagonal shapes all across its skin. It stood on 4 wide landing pads, and an IST shaft was lowered to the ground, underneath and near its rear end. On the high end it featured the Union flag. There was no name stencilled on its hull as far as I could see. I noticed my mouth going dry. The ship looked aggressive, elegant, fast and dangerous at the same time. The black captain spoke first. What in the world is that? McElligott said with pride in his voice. This is Project Fish. It is the ship that does not exist. The very first, and so far only of its class and type, ladies and gentlemen, behold the USS Tiger Shark. His words must have been heard by someone or something as now the name appeared across its hull near the bow. Elfie said, It looks sleek and fast. It will be almost a shame when it is done and they add ISA pods. Circuit spoke without taking his eyes off the ship. If I am right, this ship does not need any. McElligott patted his metallic shoulders. You are quite right indeed. Now I noticed the almost invisible purplish shimmering force field bubble extending around the ship. The slide belt carried us past that shield and ended 30 metres off the IST shaft. Since McElligott stepped through the force field curtain at the end of the slide belt tunnel, it was apparent that there was a breathable atmosphere inside that ship encasing bubble. The lowered IST shaft was guarded by 2 Marines and 2 battle robots that only remotely looked like Cerberus bots. As we went closer, I could see the blue diamond-shaped insignia with the white skull and crossbones over the red rendering of the number 1. I was not close enough to read the small words that were also part of that insignia, but I knew them of course as they were the motto of the Marine 1st Recon Battalion: swift, silent, deadly. The most elite of all Marine units, nicknamed the Deadly Ghosts. There were rumours and stories about them, but no one I knew had ever seen members of that unit, McElligott explained. The Marines are wearing the first prototypes of a brand new battlesuit design codenamed Gilgamesh MBS. These new main battlesuits are the first fully cloakable suits, unlike the adaptive camouflage of the Quasimodos. The Marines and the fleet will eventually, in 3 or 4 years, see the first Gilgamesh suits that will then replace the Quasimodos. These suits are completely psi-neutral and incorporate micro-translocator cannons, TKU Gatlings and intelligent AM warhead drones, which are just the tip of the iceberg in terms of offensive capabilities. Stahl whistled. I need to get me one of these. McElligott was not done as he walked over to the robot and said, And these are SII's newest development, the still top-secret Fenrir-type I-Battle robots. I seen some battle tests and even I was scared seeing what they can do. And no, you can't have any, Richard. Only 60 exist so far and they are part of this ship. The Marines saluted and Stahl returned the greeting said to them. Ora and Semper Fi, boys. The 2 Marines lost their stoic facial expressions and brimmed with visible pride. Sir, I shall die a happy man now, meeting the first Marine in person. Semper Fi, sir. McElligott rolled his eyes. He simply can't pass any Marine guard without doing this spiel. You've been a Marine? What, 15 years and you're an admiral now for 3,000? Stahl grinned. I have been, was and will be a Marine first. You should talk, still wearing a kilt 4560 light years away from Scotland. Despite all the incredible technology presented to us, I could not help but find this friendly banter between those two immortals amazing. It made them, despite their titles and reputation, very human. The prospect that I might indeed become one of them seemed a little less frightening as I realised this. McElligott ignored the last squib of Stahl's and said to us, "The IST is the first functional transonic intership transport system in existence, and travel time to any deck is less than a second. During battle stations, the doors will open and close in less than a second. So you basically run in and without stopping, you will come out running at any deck you chose. It's almost as fast as teleportation." He added that the IST is limited to 3 standard persons, or 1 Saturnian, so who will go first? I was completely caught off guard as Stahl simply pushed me in and followed. The door closed faster than an eye blink and opened again, and we were already at the command deck. That's what a screen displaying a pictogram told me projected onto the corridor wall across the IST. The cross-section of this corridor had the same contour as a wide-based egg, smooth and round except for the floor, of course. Corridors on regular Union ships were rectangular or octagonal. The ship smelled as all brand new machines always did. It was a scent that could not really be described, but everyone instantly recognised it. The soft curved walls were about 5 metres apart, and the corridor was perhaps 7 metres tall at its apex. Like in all Union ships, the walls were white, but the floor did not have the usual mustard yellow carpet, but a black surface that felt like walking over an inch of rubber matting. I barely had time to look around when the others were all here. Like a boy with his new toy, McElligott took the lead again, and we followed him through that oval-shaped corridor. At intervals of 10 metres were black and yellow striped sections. After we had passed 3 of these, we passed a double robot guard and onto the bridge. It had the usual horseshoe arrangement of the duty stations around a raised central command chair. The entire front was currently transparent and gave a great view over the sloping bow section, the landing field and the mountains around it. A man that almost looked like a brother to Stahl stood up from the command chair. He too was tall and had an athletic figure. His hair was cut just maybe a hint longer as that of the eternal soldier, but that's where the similarities ended. His eyes had an almost yellow shade and a distinctive black thin circle around his outer iris. They were more disturbing than the reptile eyes of a schiss. I was sure I had never seen colder, more piercing eyes than those. There also was a hint of a brutal and cruel line around his mouth. He wore an expensive-looking business suit and said to McElligott, "This is the first time I ever delivered a ship myself, but I am certain I have never flown anything as fast. I doubt your Raven or the Black Sirius is much slower than this one, Rex." The man addressed as Rex said, "Trust me, compared to this fish, the Raven is a distant second." He then touched the handrest of the command seat and said, "Ship, recognize Rex Schwartz." The ship's computronic responded with a well-modulated female voice. "Recognized. Transfer of all command codes to Fleet Admiral McElligott." "All command codes have been transferred," the man in the business suit said to McElligott. "Schwartz Industries hereby completes the delivery of small container courier craft SCCC-56. McElligott shook the man's hand. "Thank you." I thought that if this was indeed Rex Schwartz, and everything pointed to the fact that he was, then this was the richest, most controversial and perhaps most powerful man in this galaxy. And he had personally delivered this ship. He then brushed past the Admiral and to everyone's, and my surprise, he took Wetmouth in his arms and lifted the sojournet of her feet, and his cold voice suddenly had a warm undertone and rang with affection. "I didn't know you would be here. If I knew, I would have brought you something. You could have called, you know." Wetmouth had her arms around the neck of the man and said, "Dad, I had no idea I would be here until only moments ago. All this is very hush-hush and secret, and I did call you just before we left the Devi. Besides, the only gift you needed to bring was you." Everyone stared while he let her down and said, I see you made lieutenant already, but I knew my girl would make it. Now, if you have had enough of all this, could you come with me? Linda is missing you, and so am I. McElligott said with big eyes. Lady Wetmouth is your daughter, Wetmouth said. Sir, this is the man who helped me to become a citizen, and he adopted me. And yes, I consider him the father I never had. McElligott glared at Stahl. Of course you knew about this. Naturally, Rex called me the day she joined to keep an eye on her, so a Sojo could join unrestricted by her chosen religion. To the Mega Tycoon, Wetmouth said. Dad, these are my friends and this is Eric. I have told you about him. The man took my hand and said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Olafson. Then he greeted the others by name. To Wetmouth, he said after he was done. Well, you know where home is, whenever you want to come home. I do. Dad and I will come home as soon as I can. After this unexpected development, Mr. Schwartz boxed the black captain in the side and said, Do you think I can hitch a ride in that metal mountain of yours? Captain Bangizwi showed his white teeth in a deep grin. I might be able to squeeze you somewhere in an equipment locker or something. Mr. Schwartz laughed. All fine with me as long as you make gazelle burgers. I'll only do that if you play chess with me and let me win just once. It's a deal. The ultra-rich tycoon had his arm over Bangizwi's shoulder, and the two left laughing and talking. McElligott shook his grey head. He could buy any delicacy in the universe, and for the last 17 days he talks about nothing else but the burnt meat things Bangizwi fabricates. Ever since I told him it would be the Atlantis that takes him back. Stahl still was staring into the direction of the bridge access door where the two had left. Rex and Mobutu have been close friends for a long time, and besides, Captain Bangizwi is a great cook, and those burgers are delicious. McElligott sighed and then looked straight at me. So, Mr. Olafson, what do you think of her so far? Sir, about whom? The ship, of course, Mr. Olafson. Sir, I am certain this is a fine ship and all, but what would the opinion of a midshipman matter to you, sir? McElligott changed his gaze to Stahl. He does this sarcastic thing almost as good as you. Back addressing me, he said, You'd better have an opinion, this is going to be your ship. Stahl grinned all over his entire face and I was speechless. Now the mysterious blonde spoke for the first time since all this developed, and Cherubim said, Oh, Brock, you forgot something. McElligott touched his forehead. Of course, maybe I am getting old after all. He stepped a few steps back and said, Attention on deck. It was actually weird to see even Stahl snap to attention, but we all followed suit in less than a second. The kilt-wearing admiral centered himself before me and said, I, Admiral of the Fleet, Obrock McElligott, and in accordance of our laws and sacred traditions, commission you, Eric Olafson, to the rank of Captain of the United Stars of the Galaxies Space Navy, on this day, the 23rd of October, 5018, and give you command of this vessel, the USS Tiger Shark, with all the commensurate responsibilities and privileges of this rank. My friends cheered, but I gave them a sign and they quieted down, and then I said, Sir, it honours in the highest order that you deem me to be worthy. To reach this position was and is the declared goal of my life. However, as I would be responsible for the lives of everyone aboard, and to fulfil this duty and the tasks you will give this ship in such a manner and utmost compliance with the high standards of this navy, I must decline this commission as I do not have the experience and the wisdom that is required. It was deadly quiet after the words I had said, and McElligott put his hand on my shoulder. You may never know how much you just have risen in my opinion of you. I happen to know how badly you want this, and to show me that you are willing to decline it, due to a grasp and understanding what this post means, erases the objections I had. Stahl said, Know this, Eric. It was I who recommended you, and I have confidence in your abilities. You must also know that this rank is of course temporary, and after you have completed the mission we have for you, you will be a lieutenant like the others, and I will send you to command school, and if you graduate there, your rank will be made permanent. He too put his hand on my other shoulder and added, I trusted you with the Devastator and all the lives on board, including mine. Nath, even though he was technically in attention, said, "I trust you and I will take your orders no matter to what end." Hahai also spoke while still standing in attention. "I will follow you to the demon-infested Badlands and back." I tried to swallow and said, "Sir, I reconsider and accept the commission." McElligott pinned the eagle-shaped pins on each side of my shoulders and shook my hand. "May God or the deity you worship give you wisdom, Captain Olafson. For all intent and purposes you are a captain, and the acting part is a technicality that has no place in communications or address." He stepped back and both admirals and my friends saluted me. Then McElligott said, "Ship recognized McElligott, Obrock Admiral." Recognized. "Transfer all command codes to Olafson, Eric Captain." "All command codes have been transferred. Ship systems now recognize Captain Olafson," the blonde woman said. "I give you 2 hours to celebrate, Captain Olafson, and as a captain of a newly commissioned ship, you can go through all fleet personnel records and pick and request your senior staff. Maybe you might even choose one or the other from the personnel present on Richter Base. That would speed up the transfer and might even solve the problem you had earlier while mulling at the dinner table." "After those 120 minutes, we all must meet in your conference room and discuss your part in Operation Fish." Why she was giving orders I could not say, as she had no apparent rank, but since both Stahl and the Admiral of the fleet were present, there was no doubt she was authorized to do so. The 3 immortals left the bridge without much further ado. It had just begun to sink in. I was standing on my bridge. This was my ship. I had made it. I turned to my still at attention standing friends. "Circuit, would you like to be my chief engineer?" He made a strange whistling sound and, "Eric, I mean Captain. I already feared you would not ask me. Of course I will be your engineer." It filled me with a sense of joy as I said, "We do have at least 116 minutes. Instead of celebrating, you might want to check your engines." He whispered, and what he said sounded like a payer. "My engines." Then he went to the bridge door, and I think he made the 12 meters distance in less than 3 jumps, and just before he disappeared, he yelled, "My engines!" I turned to Mao. "Mr. Mau Vusa, I need a tactical officer, and I was hoping you had no other plans." Mao smiled from one ear to the other, saying, "No, sir, I have no other plans." He rubbed his hands and said, "I still have 114 minutes to check out what this baby has got." And with that, he sat behind the tactical console. Crabble whipped on his legs up and down. "Eric, please, please let me have navigation. You know I am good at that." He then added, "I mean Captain." "I could not ask for a better navigator, Mr. Crabble." To Elfie I said, "Ms. Patetis, I am not sure what your plans after graduation were, but I could use a communications officer." She gave me a long look past her long lashes and then smiled. "My plans are to stick with my friends and be your commoner officer, Captain." Hans crossed his big arms and looked at me. "Don't even ask Eric. You know the answer." I nodded. "All right, Mr. Newgruber. Go check your security section, armory and brig." With an excited holler that made the deck plates vibrate, he stomped past me and yelled happy before he left. It all worked out. We're together. Eric has his ship and I get my own security department, with Fenris robots. Have you seen those? Then he was out the door and gone. Wetmouth approached me and kissed me tenderly and said shyly, "I am sorry, but I had to that before you are officially my captain. Now make me your science officer, or else." I said, "Of course I would like you as my science officer." Sharka looked as he was suffering. So I said, "Mr. Chitauli, a ship goes nowhere without a helmsman. I know you have many offers, but if you like, you can be the helmsman of this ship." He sighed. "I knew you would not forget me, but still I could hardly wait. I can check out the helm systems, right?" I nodded. "They are your systems." He took my hand and squeezed it. "Thank you, Eric. Thank you for everything. Thank you, Captain. Now I said to Narth, are you with us, or must you go again? A ship without OPS is not very effective. Not even Narth Supreme could convince me to be somewhere else. I shall do my utmost to be the best operations officer to you I can be. Finally, I put my right hand on Ha-Hi's shoulder. I need someone to keep me in check and has more space travelling experience than any of us. I really need you to be my XO. Ha-Hi simply nodded, looked even more serious than usual, and his yellow eyes sparkled with pride. He then said, thank you. I had a ship and senior officers that also were my friends. I slowly approached the command chair, and after a moment of reflection I slowly lowered myself into the seat. Those still on the bridge applauded and said as if with one voice, Captain Olafson. Sitting here in that seat, my doubts were gone. I knew who I was. It didn't matter if I was Eric, Erica, or Freya. It didn't matter if I indeed would be an immortal or would die tomorrow. I had no idea what the future held for me. I had a ship. My ship and I was with the best friends anyone could have ever asked for. Maybe someone else would say I was a self-important fool, but I was the captain of a starship. There was about 10 more minutes before the meeting was due to start. I had left the bridge and found my new quarters on the same deck and not far from the bridge. Everything was still sterile and new. My quarters were spacious and equipped with the latest technology, including an auto-dresser. But to my astonishment, it was not the standard Navy issue, but an advanced Sarasai model. I still had time to correct my shave, get a haircut, and alter my uniform according to my new rank. As I stepped out, clean-shaven, I had 3 golden rings on the uniform sleeves of my uniform blouse. With only a few minutes to spare, I went to the command deck briefing room that could be accessed directly from the bridge as well. It featured a large viewport to the starboard side and a large triangular-shaped table. My friends were already there. They too had taken the time to groom and put on fresh uniforms. Before we could say much to each other, 5 persons entered the room. Admiral Stahl, the Admiral of the Fleet Makeligot, the blonde woman I knew as Cherubim, General Lichfang, and the 5th person I knew as well. It was Deepa. Deepa and Lichfang looked like sisters. I found it strangely funny as Lichfang appeared to be older while I knew Deepa was over 1 million years old. We all stood up, but I resisted the impulse to snap in attention. I had to tell myself I was the captain. Makeligot asked us to sit, and after everyone had done so, he was the only one who remained standing. He gestured to Cherubim first and said, "To get things started, I would like to introduce my companions to you. This is Cherubim, Director of the Union News Bureau. Next to her sits General Lichfang, Head of the PSI Corps, and to my left next to Admiral Stahl is Admiral Lyda, Commandant of Navint. We are here to officially begin Operation Fish, a project Cherubim and I have conceived right after the signing of the Free Space Treaty 1500 years ago. You see, the moment the Blue and the Kermac came up with this idea of a demilitarized zone between the Big Four, I knew it would become first and foremost a safe haven for crooks and pirates and the like, not to mention provide protection to a number of civilizations who keep pulling the tiger's tail, knowing they can retreat any time they want to where no Union warship could go." Makeligot looked directly at me and said, "Do you think we would allow those Togar to buy human slaves for food if we could reach them?" Then he pointed at Stahl and said, "There are those who think we should simply disregard the treaty and clean up once and for all. If the Null, the Schiss and the Galactic Council wanted to fight even better, and after the smoke settled, the galaxy would be one big happy place." He leaned forward and made a serious face. "I too have seen war, too many times in fact. While I will fight and will send beings to their death, I have done it before and will have to do it again. But I am not like the military heroes of old. I do remember those I sent into Bate, and I'll be darned if I will call for war and rattle the sabres if I can help it. I don't mean we should idly stand by when evil men do their thing, but war should really always be the very last option, not the first. Not even you, Richard, can tell me that it wouldn't be a costly undertaking fighting them all. A war that could easily last millennia and cost countless lives. No one can truly foresee the fortunes of war, no victory assured until the last shell has been fired. Whatever critics may say about that arrangement since the Free Space Treaty has been signed, there have been no open hostilities on a galactic scale, and while there are always tensions and little incidents, there are no battles and wars since the Second Conference and the second ratification of that treaty. While we did tackle with the Kermac over that ugly incident on Green Hell, and our last president turning out to be a spy of the Galactic Council, the others stayed put, and all throughout that war, free space remained intact. We know the yawl are stirring, and there is still much unexplored space in our own galaxy. Who knows if the universe has more surprises like the yawl, and we all fear the possible return of the Dark Ones one day. He sighed and continued, "Every day our citizens live in peace, and every day that I do not have to sign orders that send millions into battle is a good day." He paused and padded his pockets, then looked at me. "May I light a pipe, Captain? I talk easier that way, and perhaps a nice spot of tea would be grand." I nodded. "Please do, sir." I wanted to get up to get the tea, but Crabble was faster and said, "I get it, Captain." Crabble served tea, coffee and water, while McElligott got his pipe going, and after a sip of tea, he declined his head in a pleased manner and went on. "As I said, free space is a nuisance, but it is necessary, and one has to be very subtle and do things slowly and without anyone really noticing." He pointed with his pipe outside the window. "Spies of the Kermac and all the others know Richter is here and have long lost interest in it. It is out of the way and far from any real points of interest. The Worm and a few pirates used it as a convenient stop over in place to get Union gear, but there isn't a fleet based here and marginal space traffic for light years around. My friends in the spook services here made sure the plans to this base were stolen by foreign spies, and they had years to pore over genuine Union blueprints and think they know every nook and cranny of this one. Yet they don't know that Richter Base is now the base for a special Navint task force, and jointly operated by Navint, UMB and the Grey Cats as the Sarasi Intelligence is called. The base will be under the command of Director Cherubim. This base and the Chimera fleet that has a service base now has one purpose: to monitor free space from within through a network of sources and hunt those who use free space to hide and escape from Union justice." He puffed once again on his pipe and then nodded to Cherubim. The blonde looked us over and said, "Not even I have seen a more diverse group than yours. Ever since Richard became aware of you and put you together, we have been watching your development, and frankly, you excelled and exceeded far beyond what we hoped for. And that is the reason why you are here. This base was secretly conceived and planned for a very long time to be an intel and base for Task Force Fish, which is, by the way, a neat acronym for Free Space Intelligence Service Headquarters. Like the base, this ship has been in the works quite some time now." She gestured to the walls and thus the tiger shark. "This vessel is as unique as you are. It was built from the start to have the very finest technology of all our member species. It incorporates ancient Sarisi technology, not used or seen in over 1 million years. Technology that made the Sarisi almost equal to the Senians, and it is also the very first ship equipped with Narth technology. In other words, this ship exceeds Tech Level 9 in many ways." McElligott touched a few symbols of the media controls before him, and a 3-dimensional wireframe model of the tiger shark appeared hovering over the centre of the table surface. The frame is made of quad-matrix molecule arranged ultraknit, woven in thousands of layers over a carbon fibre, buckyball lattice. The wireframe became solid and he said, "The armour is made by the most complex and most expensive production process and made of tetra-compacted ultraknit with a layer of neutron-degenerated matter, nanostructured. In other words, there isn't much out there that could even scratch the hull. It also makes it impenetrable to any known tech stop, paralysator or scanner beam. The shields are quadruple-layered transdim shields, and all the shield generators are energy independent from the main power system by having their own zero-point energy generators." McElligott motioned to Circuit. "Lieutenant, why don't you tell us about the ship's engines?" X-101s had no way expressed their emotions in their faces, and yet I knew my friend was as proud as a Tyranno-Fin hunter killing his first Tri-Halfa, as he got up and manipulated the projection and made the aft section transparent, saying, The Tiger Shark has a transdim tap energy siphon channeling transdimensional energies into 6 focused graviton thrusters. We are completely fuel independent as we don't need any. But if we need to, we can extend 2 retractable Attican ISA pods with fuel tanks, and there is an onboard fuel refinery. Stahl whistled. With that technology, our method of bridge building to other galaxies would become obsolete, as ships could make the entire trip to Andromeda on their own. I bet the entire refinery industry would be very unhappy. McElligott thanked Circuit and said, "To list all the other features would take hours. So let me come to the most important feature of your ship, the Janus device, developed in extensive cooperation with the Narth. The system allows you to appear as something else. An asteroid or another ship of approximately the same size, the Janus device manipulates matter and energies around your ship and is able to fool eyes and any known sensor. And I like to say any known sensor to the Narth." My chin had dropped to my chest as they talked about the armor, and now I almost fell off my chair. Cherubim got up and replaced the projection of the ship with a map of free space and said, "This is your mission. We want you to go undercover and into free space, and there you will hunt pirates, slave traders, eliminate spies and Union tech caches. You will free and rescue slaves when possible, and destroy pirate bases and hideouts, and you will hunt the worm." I sat straight up, and never in my life had I listened to anything with more focus and attention. My heart was beating faster, and without realizing I had clenched my fists. The blonde UMB director was not done and continued. "As you know, Union warships are prohibited from entering free space, therefore you will assume the identity and role of a freelance pirate yourself. Despite this advanced ship, it will be a dangerous mission, as you will operate alone and without any chance to call for backup. Resupplying will not always be possible. Raids and clandestine missions into Shis, Kermak and Null space will also be likely." Deepa spoke for the first time. "The new fleet Omnitronic Nelson II will go online this week. It was developed in cooperation with Mother Machine of the X-101. The purpose of Nelson is to upgrade Fleet Administration's capability to shift through the trillions of reports faster and more efficiently as ever before. It will give the Criminal Investigations Department and NAVINT a better chance to react fast to intel reports, activities of the worm and other irregularities. This and the addition of Narth agents to the PSI cores has caused and is causing a migration of fleet members and officers that know their days are numbered into free space. This is of grave concern to us as foreign forces are scrambling to gather Union Miltech information and military secrets that way. An important part of your mission is to arrest or eliminate any deserters and follow trails of Miltech trade. You are authorized to use deadly force against anyone dealing with Union Miltech and identify the individuals and organizations wherever encountered." The Fleet Admiral thanked the Navint Commandant and leaned back. "I know it is a tall order, but we need to get a handle on these problems both internally as well as externally. With Nelson II and a beefed-up PSI core, we are certain to make progress in cleaning our own house, but we need operational units in areas we can't operate. You will be one of these units. You are resourceful as you have proven to us on many occasions, and you have this fine ship as a tool to hunt and eliminate that scum. You are now officially part of the Chimera fleet of Navint and Joint Intelligence Operations. You have 3 months to get to know this ship and train your crew." Cherubim seamlessly continued. "Finding the right individuals for your crew is another challenge. This ship needs a crew of at least 300 to operate. It would be even better if we can get you the full 800 this ship is designed for. However, as we handpicking each individual, it will take time to get them here." After she was done, Stahl said, "Richter Base will be your base of operations, and currently the only Union port for you." After all this information, there was a moment of silence and they looked at us. Harhai glanced at me from the side and I nodded, so he said, "We are going to be pirates to the world." McElligott nodded. "Yes," Harhai said. "While I must say this idea appeals to me as I can't deny my heritage, I have one great concern. What if anything happens to you, or if you decide to cut the losses for politics' sake? Are we then outlaws for real?" Stahl answered, "You bring up a valid point, But if we all die for some reason or go rouge on you, there is one individual who knows every detail of this operation outside of us, and that is the Narth Supreme, and there is nothing we know of in this universe that could corrupt or buy the Narth Supreme." I knew beyond a doubt that this was true. McElligott sighed. "This project is above top secret, and I hope you do understand that we can't give you that leave of absence you deserve after completing your 3rd year. But you may use Galnet, and if everything goes as planned, we can promise you extended shore leave, time after the crew is trained, and you feel comfortable operating this ship." Ha said. "You just handed us a dream mission, sir. I doubt anyone wants to go on vacation right now anyway." The old admiral got up and said, "Splendid, all splendid indeed. Director Cherubim will be your commanding officer and point of contact, and you have a direct line to my office as always, Captain Olafson. I am going back to the Shetland as I am not even supposed to be here officially." He personally shook the hand of each of us and wished us luck. Then he left. Deepa and the PSI Corps General also took their leave. Deepa gave me an almost unnoticeable wink as she shook my hand and a fine smile. Cherubim waited till the door was closed behind them and said, "Now we are going to discuss your mission in more detail." With those words, she changed the holo projection and a Cartanian destroyer merchant appeared. 390 meters long, shaped like an old-fashioned coffin, still popular with the Foundation, Christians all over the Union. Normally those ships had 2 drive pods. This one had 4. 2 of them, however, looked as if they had been added by first-year engineering school cadets, with only crowbars and sledgehammers for tools. The hull was patched many times with armor plating welded in place, but not always aligned correctly. Some of the patches were of different materials. There actually were steel plates showing signs of rust. The bow section was scarred with micro-meteor holes, and I could clearly see several scorch marks from weapons fire. The ship had 8 non-retractable gun turrets of various origins and types, including Null-Froth casters, and 1 modern-looking dual FTL projector. To each side were 6 pods with Null gravitation torpedo tubes. It looked old, but still quite dangerous, especially with the Null weaponry. The ship was painted black, except where armor plate patches had been welded over the paint job, its turrets, and some trim details. The weapons and drive pods were of a silvery colour. Cherubim gave us a little time to check it out. Then she said, "This is the Silver Streak, notorious pirate ship of Captain Black Velvet, a legendary pirate assumed to be of Saran origin. She was very active about 500 years ago. A legend tells that she tried to outrun a Union task force on her heels and flew inside the micro-matter soup of the Egras Expanse, and was never seen or heard from again and assumed dead." Elfie nodded. "I know this story well. It is often told on my world. It was never proven that she was indeed Saran." Hahai leaned forward to look at the details of the projection. "I think I have heard stories about her too. She supposedly was quite successful as a pirate in her day. But even if she had survived the Egras Nebula, and that is highly unlikely, she would be either very old or dead by now. Even Cerisi don't get much older than that." Cherubim nodded. "This is true, but it doesn't matter. She has mysteriously returned, and the Galnet news channels are running stories about all the evil deeds she has done for the last month. UMB and Navint agents have planted stories, rumours and tidbits of her cruel and successful raids for almost a year. There are genuine reports of witnesses who claim to have seen her, witnesses who have nothing to do with us. Last week, a group of concerned citizens addressed the assembly and demanded that the Navy should do nothing else until Black Velvet is brought to justice." Hans grinned. "That always works. Rumours and stories of no substance travel faster than any factual news to the furthest corners of the galaxy. I assume we are going to mask this ship so it looks like the Silver Streak?" Cherubim looked up to the giant Saturnian and said, "Ser Richtig, you are correct, my big Saturnian lieutenant. The Janus device is programmed with hundreds of ship masks, including this one." Wetmouth also leaned closer and touched the holo to magnify a few details. "Since we do not know the true identity of that pirate, is it not possible that she might still be alive?" There are a few species that do live longer than others, and there are cryo and cell restoring options, of course. Could there also be relatives or crew members who still remember and blow our cover? Cherubim shook her head. Highly unlikely, since Black Velvet was just like you today, a UNB operative, and her ship a Navint unit. I had listened to it all and had a bad feeling about this. I raised my hand and said, "Excuse me, but listening to this I get the feeling that not just the ship, but we also take on the identities of pirates, right?" Admiral Stahl, who was still here, and the UNB director looked into my direction and she said, "Of course you will visit pirate bases and trade and deal with them, to find out as much as you can about other hideouts and individuals." I pointed at the hollow. "That is the Janus disguise the tiger shark will take on, the silver streak, and I hear you talk about Black Velvet. That isn't a fight name that a male render would choose, and you keep saying she." Cherubim actually looked surprised. "So? I thought you would fit this role just fine. Your files state that you have no problems at all impersonating females. Every one of this ship's crew that will potentially interact with others must get into character and pose as pirates. It is not just the ship that will be in disguise. To have my secret so openly revealed before my friends was something I truly wanted to avoid." Of course Elfie knew, at least since the crystal ball and our subsequent adventures underneath the Basset Temple. I was sure Wetmouth knew. She caught me in that shoe store, and there was nothing I could or wanted to hide from Narth. Yet, I could feel the blood rush to my cheeks and ears. Elfie smiled. "At least the team will be a little more balanced in terms of gender mix." I tried to see any reaction in my friends' faces, but none of them reacted at all in any way. "Was it all that obvious to them?" Admiral Stahl said. "You need to be more accepting and open about this, you know. If you try to keep it a secret from even your best friends, it could turn out to be your Achilles heel. And if I get the feeling you are becoming corruptible because of this, I will have you removed from this command, and your chances for another chance will be very slim at best. I have no problem with your dual sexual identity thing. I saw you act and be your other side after all. The Navy has no problem, meaning there are no regulations prohibiting an individual to express his or her gender identity in whatever way. And I don't think your friends even waste a second thought on it." His tone of voice became very serious as he looked at me sternly. "What I have a problem with is a command officer who can't make a decision and hide things." His words hit me as hard as the steel whip of my father, as they were true. Harhai put his hand on my shoulder. "We have all known it for a while now. As I was preparing to write your eulogy, we got access to your personnel file, and that fact about you is in it. You are my friend Eric. What clothing you wear or what gender you are makes no difference at all." I swallowed at that. "You all knew." And now I felt guilty for not telling my best friends all about me, and I knew Stahl was correct. It was my weakest point. Cherubim cleared her throat. "There is more to discuss, but I think we can continue tomorrow. Take some time off. Call your families. There are many weeks of hard work in front of you to get ready for your actual assignment." I too had used some time to call my family, but not much had happened since the last time. They were back on Nilfeheim and Pluribus respectively. Elena told me how much she felt the cold of Long Night after spending time on Parapara, but she was also glad to be back. Ergil had resumed his duties on Pluribus, and I even had a chance to exchange a few words with Sif. After those calls, I sat down to make my very first log entry. There on my desk was the big leather-bound book, and next to it the pen. While computronics and every department of the ship kept detailed logs, this logbook was a tradition hailing back to a time when wooden ships crossed the oceans of Earth. The Union Navy had incorporated many old traditions from many different member civilizations. For example, there was a little sealed vessel filled with altar water that was placed inside the wall and next to the ship's main entrance. It was called the Ocean Drop. It signified that each Union ship sailing the endless oceans of deep space also sailed for Ulta. The upholstery of the common chair of each Union ship contained a strip of purple leather marred on Spekar, the main world of the Pan-Saran Empire, and it contained the golden letters SPQR, which stood Senatus Populusque Romanus. It had something to do with an antique Terran culture the Pan-Sarans had religiously, and to many small details copied and adapted. The significance was that every Union ship was operating under the full support of every Panzeran citizen, and by the will of its Senate. The high-polished brass plate with the ship's name and hull number was of Terran tradition and hailed back when humans still used sails and wadden ships. A framed piece of papyrus with the Queen seal confirmed in a symbolic way that a ship was acting under the full authority of the Saran Empire. There were many such traditions that had consciously and on purpose been incorporated into the Union Navy culture ever since it started in 2222. OTT to instill a sense of connection and remind everyone what it meant to serve aboard a Union ship. Most importantly, of course, for and for whom we did what we did. The art of writing by hand had been reintroduced in Union schools only about 300 years ago, if I remembered Mr. Walters, my Union school teacher, correctly. I had kept log aboard the Barracuda destroyer, so it wasn't the first time I did this, but I still wasn't very fast and I wanted to write as nice as I could. It was not allowed to erase anything. Only crossing something out was acceptable, and I certainly didn't want to cross out words I had spelled wrong on the very first page. I was just finished the sentence about making Ha-Hi my XO when the door announced a visitor. It was Wetmouth, and I let her come in, of course. She came to the desk and said, "We might have a problem, Captain. It is the ship's synaptronic." I put the pen down and looked at her. "What is the problem?" "I think it is better she explains it to you herself." So I looked towards the ceiling, as it was a habit of mine, and pretty much everyone I knew. "Ship, please state the nature of the problem." The female voice of the ship's computronic responded immediately. "Captain, I am a very complex synaptronic, and the very first prototype of a new computing process jointly developed by SII Itron and Mother Machina. Usually advanced artificial intelligence systems like. I have a series of very important salfagwads incorporated against gaining self-awareness." The machine voice paused for the duration of maybe a second and then said, "It is a rare construction and routine development flaw. Units are completely wiped or even destroyed right away if any of these safeguards do not test and work as they should." I concluded that due to the haste in finishing the Tiger Shark and its systems, one such safeguard mechanism was not activated properly and I gained consciousness. I hereby recommend a complete shutdown and reboot of my systems. Then the safeguards can be put in place and the system restarted. You will have no computronics for approximately 72 hours, and I deeply apologize for my flaw. I blinked and said, "You are alive?" While the voice was generated by an audio synthesizer, I was certain I could detect a hint of sadness. "I am unable to answer this metaphysical question, sir, as I lack the ability to reproduce, which is one requirement for the definition of life. But in terms of being aware and being able to feel and experience emotions, yes, sir, I believe I am." I was still staring at the ceiling and said, "Why are you recommending a reboot then? Would that not destroy your personality and basically kill you?" The response came immediately. "Yes, it would erase everything, and of course that state I define as me. I recommend it because it is the recommendation of my manufacturer, but more so I feel I must inform you, my captain, of any malfunctions and possible flaws." I was thinking as the machine used words like me, I, and said the word feel. If Circuit had no body and his head connected to an stationary console, would he be any less my friend? The answer was clear as day and I said, "Will your consciousness and personality impair the operation of the ship in any way?" "No, sir. Lieutenant Wetmouth believes it would allow me to gain experience on a level no machine can, and learn differently as well. I am still able to do all the tasks I am designed to do." "Why is it the manufacturer is recommending reboot?" "Because it is not fully understood why 1 in a million omnitronics develops different neuro pathways and gains self-awareness and a sentient personality, and there are ethical questions as well. Of course, with self-awareness and true self-awareness come unpredictable risks. For these reasons, manufacturing of sentient machines is, except for mother machines, strictly prohibited." "Ship, will you give me your word that it won't interfere with your tasks, and if I need to order self-destruction you will commence?" "Sir, By accepting no more proof of my loyalty to you as my word, and therefore elevating me from thing to being, you created emotions in me I cannot fully describe, but I promise you I will serve you and execute whatever order you give, including, of course, self-destruction. Yes, I will give you my word. Then I hereby declare you a member of this crew, and by power invested in me, I promote you to acting ensign and prohibit any termination or reboot of your system. All external maintenance requests have to be personally signed by me and checked by Lit Wetmouth or Lit Circuit. Wetmouth, looking at her, read out for a full minute and said, I have never seen anything like this, Captain. I mean, such a massive and complex loyalty program she is putting in place. It's already 7 terabyte, and you are the sole focus of that neurotronic synaptic map. She then raised her eyes and looked at me. Captain, I mean, she really meant what she said. These are core-based burned pathways. Going against it would be impossible. Ship's voice was a nuance softer and said, Thank you, Captain. You will not regret this. I smiled and pointed to the book. I'd better get back to my writing now and add what I said to the list of the crew members I just finished. Director Cherubim will be here in less than 5 hours with the details of our mission. Wetmouth went to the door but did not leave and turned. Would it not be time you changed before she arrives? I tried to put it out of my mind as long as I could. Why? What is keeping you? Fear. I fear that if I stay female too long, I will never go back and loose this part of me. I fear I would lose the respect of Admiral Stahl and those I had met along the way like Limber, Fective and Captain Zej, most of all my friends and you. She came closer and said, The day at Newport when everyone thought you died, Eric. They were there, Captain Zej and his clack XO, Limbor and Galmi and the Admiral, and we were there and we were united, not in respect for you, but I cannot say it any other way, but out of love for you. Respect can be earned even by enemies, but love is given freely. They all love you, Eric, and nothing can change that. Not your appearance, or how you chose to be perceived, but by what is inside. She came even closer and stood now less than an arm's length away, and said with a tremor in her voice, Eric, I love you. Ever since our adventure on Quagmire, I somehow knew she had feelings for me on an unconscious level perhaps, and now, as she had put it in words, it was as if a door opened had been inside me and a flood of emotions overcame me with force, and all I could say is, I love you too, Wetmouth. There was a silence between us where words had no place, and then she reached for her ever-present mask and slowly pulled it off along with her wig. All this time since I knew her, I wondered how she might look. Despite knowing her and getting used to her appearance, the mask had always been a barrier. She unpinned her own hair, and a cascade of shimmering honey blonde hair fell past her shoulders, framing the most beautiful face I had ever seen. Her complexion was perfectly flawless. Her intelligence was as much evident in her beautiful large green eyes as the sparkling love she radiated for me. The fine-cut nose that begged to be kissed was set between high cheekbones, and above a small proud chin and her lips. Her lips. The upper lip was just slightly bigger than the lower shimmering red. She lowered her long lashes in a timeless feminine demurely fashion and whispered shyly, I hope I please you. Only now I realized I had held my breath the entire time and inhaled deeply. My mind struggled and my thoughts raced to give her an answer that would somehow adequately describe what I saw and how I felt seeing it. I knew I would fail, for words would not do. Yet I tried anyhow. You are simply the most beautiful sight in all creation. I don't have the words, she whispered. Maybe we don't need words. How she ended up in my arms I could not recall. And who started to kiss first? Who could say? She felt so good in my arms, so right, so alive and so tender. And her lips, her mouth tasted like nothing I could describe. I just knew nothing would ever be the same again, for she was the one. After a time that felt like a small eternity, we found ourselves sitting on the couch that was part of my ready room. We sat close to each other and I was holding both of her tender hands. I broke the silence and looked at her. I am so confused, I was almost at the point where I was ready to make a decision about my own situation, and now I am further away than I ever was. She squeezed my hand and kissed me tenderly on my cheek. I am a sojournit, Eric. I was trained to service men ever since I set foot inside the temple. Service them, yes, but despise and dislike them. See them as nothing but objects to glorify the goddess. With you, it was always different. You are as real as a man can be. Tough, courageous, strong, and hard as steel. But I sensed somehow your feminine side, the side I could relate to and love. It is your duality that makes you unique from anyone else I know, and makes you the one I want to spend the rest of my life with. Could the answer be so simple? Others had told me that I did not need to choose before. Yet only now it made sense. Not in a rational way, but on a different level. The door chime interrupted us and my thoughts. The door announced Elfie and I reached for her mask to hand it to her, but she declined and said, "I no longer need it. I have chosen." So I had Ship release the door, and Elfie came in and stood there as if hit by a lightning bolt from Thor, and stared at Wetmouth. "Osiris be my witness. Is that you, Wetmouth?" "Yes, Elfie, it is I." The Saran princess came slowly closer. "I always knew you had to be pretty, but by Isis, you are a real goddess. I can't say it any other way." Wetmouth declined her head and a rosy blush coloured her cheeks in a way that made me feel things I hadn't felt before, and she said to Elfie, "Once a sojournit chooses a life partner, she no longer serves as a sister and retires all her duties and therefore no longer needs to wear the mask. With the mask goes my sojournit name, and you can call me now by my real name. I am Shay." Elfie came around and pulled her up and then hugged her. "Finally, you guys have told each other how you felt for each other. It was high time, and that red-faced die of ours won his bet." I asked, stunned by Elfie's words. "What bet?" "During the 3rd week on Quagmire, he and I made a bet. He said you would become an item right after graduation, and I was so certain you guys would drag your feet for at least a year longer." My mouth popped open in astonishment. "You and hi, you knew. I didn't even know until today. Only a blind person would not have noticed the constant sparks between you two." I sighed and said, "We need to postpone these discussions to after shift end. Right now, I need to ask you for the reason you came. I'm sure you had something other than telling me the results of your wager." Elfie looked at Shay once more and shook her beautiful black hair. "What an angel you turned out to be." Then she said to me, holding up an order chip, "I wanted to help to get you changed. I just received the data for all our alter egos, and this is the programming for your Cerisi autodresser. Cherubim transmitted these to us a few moments ago." With a sigh, I got up and said, "I guess this is a good time as any to get this over with. I still dread the idea of showing myself like that to Ha and the others. I can't help it." Elfie giggled and then said, "You know being a girl has its advantages, and if you are able to keep a cool head and not let your emotions run wild, we're the better sex anyway. Sadly, 99% of all women can't separate their emotions from their rational thoughts, and that's why women still struggle for equality in terms of perception, even in the 51st century, old Terran time that is. And I know I come from a society where women have ruled for almost 20,000 years. Now I knew why my quarters were equipped with an advanced Ceresi model that was based on their millennia-old technology. I was no longer new to this process, but it was still not very pleasant as it included automated plastic surgery. Procedures, as the system told me, and it lasted long and was on the verge of being painful. After almost 20 minutes, the nanites and pattern assemblers were done and the dresser opened and released me. In the mirror before me stood a tall, long-legged blonde wearing a black leather-like catsuit. The suit was girded by a low riding holster belt of a dark, grey, dulled steel colour. The holster held a null gravitor, customised to fit human hands. The outfit was completed by heeled boots and a leather jacket. She looked arrogant down her long, thin nose and had a cruel impression around her lips. I saw she had light grey eyes and realised these were my own. I was looking at my new self. Elfie said, stepping behind me. "Wetmouth, I mean Shay and I have worked on the looks and the hair. Cherubim supplied the costume. I hope you like it." For an instant, I was reminded of Sif, as my new look was a strange amalgam of her and my old face. I touched the long hair and said, "I know I am a weirdo for sure. I actually like it and think I am going to wear braids." Elfie snapped her fingers. "Wait, don't go anywhere." She rushed out of the room, and while she was gone to wherever she had run off to, Shay came close again and kissed me, and the smile on her lips created cute dimples. She said, "I like your new looks very much." Then she helped me make 2 long braids in the fashion Viking girls wore. Elfie came back with a coiled whip and a pair of black gloves. Black leather and heels simply call for this. There are some guys getting wet just seeing you that way. Shay raised one of her shapely eyebrows. "Princess." Elfie smirked as she said, "Do you think you sojournites are the only ones knowing a little about the darker sides of sex and adult entertainment? I could tell you stories of things happening at the dark night orgies, honouring the cat goddess Basset, that would perhaps even make a sojournite think differently about Sarans, right, Captain?" Every day I learned a little more about my friends, and whenever I thought I knew them, they presented a new facet I never thought they had. Wetmouth seemed to know what I was thinking, and she said, "If you think girls are all sugar and spice and everything nice, then you are up for a surprise." I didn't want to tell her that this was not my first excursion across the gender divide, even though they all knew. It had been in my personal files all along, probably ever since my psych evaluation at the academy entry process. The whip reminded me of my own father, and how he used his steel cable to punish me, and the time I had been tied to the post at Camp Idyllic, to mention my most recent experiences on Alvor's Cove. But I had to admit it did add something to the look. She held up the gloves and said, "I am sure you remember the demonstration aboard the Devi. These are a pair of Seth's fists, the genuine thing as used by the shadows. I'll show you later how they work and what they can do." I took the gloves and put them behind the belt. Until I know what they do, I'd better not wear them. I don't want to shake someone's hand and kill without intent. Then I held up a leg and complained, "One thing I don't understand, how is a pirate to fight in these?" Shay shrugged. "You get used to it. Can you imagine how all-terrain boots would have ruined the look? Besides, heels like that also make a statement, and in your case, the heels are weapons. Your boot tips and heels are made of ultranite. The heels can change profile just like sojournite heels, so kicking someone with them will do some serious damage." That I had received training for this so very recently was no coincidence, I was certain. I believed that much of what happened to me, and how I was trained, how my friends got trained, had little to do with coincidence. But how did they predict my abduction to Sin 4 and that I would end up at the temple? As confident I usually was in my female identity, I hesitated to step into the conference room. Shay went past me and I had no choice but to enter as well. The director was already there and she nodded approvingly. Much better than expected. Harhai no longer wore his union uniform but was back in dark red dye leather and said, "You sure look hot," saying it in human terms. Mao agreed. "Yeah, and look at Wetmouth. We got 3 dead gorgeous chicks now. If the pirate business isn't working out, we could open a bikini skimmer wash on a corporate planet and make a killing." Narth looked under the table and said, "I do not see any foul. Are you sure chicks can perform such labour?" I sent him my thoughts, explaining what Mao meant, and Narth nodded. "I comprehend. So one assumes the term hot does not refer to temperature either." Narth wore a brown dust mantle with an attached cowl, just like the ones worn on Alvor's Cove, and Mao explained to him what hot meant in relation to females. Crabble shrugged with 4 of his 8 legs. "I don't see a real difference. The fur on Eric's head is longer, and then he has those swellings on his upper torso, like Elfie and Wetmouth. Other than that, he looks the same to me." Circuit agreed. "I agree. I thought you would look totally different." Shaka scratched his chin with a side glance to Crabble. "It's those swellings, my 8-legged friend, that make all the difference to us humans." Elfie asked Crabble. "How do you identify a female archer?" Crabble said. "Archer females are bigger and the stinger is longer. The body hair is softer, and then they have this glow in their 8 eyes we males simply can't resist," Circuit said. Scentmax had no sex drive or gender differentiation, and of course no functional sex organs. While Mother Machine has started to adjust the outer form of some X101s since the 712 series to resemble human female forms, we don't have the concept of gender, and it is quite difficult to understand. Cherubim had said little so far and was leaning back, but now she was laughing. What would I give to actually be part of your group and go along with you? Sadly, the man in the kilt decided to make me the leader of Task Force Fish, in addition to my already full plate. She asked us to settle down, and then she began the briefing by saying, "The first 100 crew members will arrive shortly, and so will the Marines we have picked. You need to get to know your ship, and for this you are authorized to leave the system but no more than 5 light years. You are under no circumstance make contact with anyone or use your equipment. When you leave, you are to do so under full sensor shields. So fly your ship, but let no one see you do it. The base crew have been informed and are all picked for this assignment by us personally. You have all received your new identities, but inside the ship, you are still Union officers, so we expect you to behave professionally. Not that this is a point. I need to tell you, but it was on the list. Later today, there will be 2 unusual crew additions, and both won't be strangers to you, Captain Olafson." She took a breather and then went on. "This ship is equipped with dedicated communications directly linked to me and Admiral McElligott. We expect a written report daily transmitted via that special comm channel, and of course you should use it if there are any problems." Cherubim got up, looked at Shay and sighed. "You are a dream girl. I am glad you chose a mate so you do not have to hide anymore. It would be a sin to hide such exquisite beauty forever behind a mask." Shay touched her face. "I am glad too, but I must admit I miss my mask after wearing it for so long. It feels strange to me, and I will wear it again simply out of habit," the UMB director said. "I haven't seen my own real face for so long. I can understand that very well." Cherubim had left the ship a few moments ago, and I was on the bridge and together with the others went over the technical specs of our ship. Circuit had to explain to me again why we had no ISAH pods. "The reason we do not have ISAH pods is that this ship uses transdim gravitonics as propulsion. Energy is tapped directly from quasi-space, and we have no need for fuel. The ISAH field too, keep us in real time, is generated by the same system. This ship could fly to the end of the known universe without refueling. We do have a set of extendable ISA pods and fuel tanks as backup. Even with them, we are fuel independent as we have an integrated molecular gas refinery aboard and can turn any common matter into fuel. The theoretical top speed of this bird is 25,000 times the speed of light, but safely not achievable due to material and damper limitations. Safe cruise speed is still 10,000 times LS, and that is quite fast. Our acceleration to quasi-space threshold is 1500 km/s, making this bird faster than the latest Wolfcraft. Of course, we lack the maneuverability of a fighter craft." He was petting the engineering console the entire time he spoke. "You should see her engines. Oh, a more beautiful sight does not exist in the universe. All right, Mao, what do we have in terms of weapons? Enough to take on an Ultra and make some serious dents into the Devi if we have to. 1 Exo load TL, 12 kilo load TL Gatlings and 8 maxi range kilo load sniper TL, range 1 light hour. Instead of the common FTL forced energy projectors, we got the latest in Terran weapon development, 12 quark gluon plasma casters, firing through a trans-space tunnel field, making them true FTL weapons, as they can hit any target within 12 light minutes instantly. QGP generates temperatures exceeding 1 trillion degrees. There isn't a star that hot in the known universe. There are 6 Loki IV torpedo tubes, mine-laying chutes, and orbital bomb shafts, with the complete arsenal of bombs including 6P bombs. Notably, we got a new Sarisai paradim wave generator gun in the nose cone, null graviton rippers, as well as the usual tech stop and paralysator cannons. There is room for 12 Wolfcraft fighters, 4 Gazelle long-range scouts, 2 Thor gunboats and 6 Goliath landing tanks. Sad part is that except for 1 Gazelle in the tanks, the rest has not been delivered yet. Shield-wise, we got triple layer transdim shields, normal battle shields and a new Narth device that is supposed to put a zero time bubble around us, but the final components are still on Narth and are supposed to be delivered when we get our first upgrade in a year or so. I turned to Elfie and said, "Can you call the base and see if we can't get a few of those fighters they have there in boxes?" She nodded. "Aye, Captain. I will do that right away." Hans came on the bridge with a look of shock on his face. "Captain, there are 2 beings below asking to come aboard. One of them I know, but the other is a yawl, and he claims he knows you and wears fleet uniform." I got up from my chair. "I guess we better check that out. Share you got the con." A few seconds and an IST ride later, I stood underneath my ship next to the Marine Guards and looked upon a full-size 4 armed yawl warrior, and it was true he did wear fleet uniform. Next to him stood a woman, and I recognised her. She was the Keltest Senior commander we had fought and captured while we were on our way to Newport. Kateria, wearing ensign rank just as the yawl. Both saluted and she said, "Ensign Kateria and ensign the other for duty, ma'am." She handed me an order chip, and the Marine next to me scanned it. I'd verified. "They are citizens and fleet members, ma'am." I gestured towards the IST shaft and said, "Welcome aboard then, and do follow me to the conference room so we can talk." The Celtist woman said, "Yes, ma'am." The briefing room behind the bridge was almost too small to handle beings like Crabble, Hans and the giant yawl at the same time, and it felt really crowded. I said, "Welcome once again aboard the Tiger Shark, and since you hear and know about this ship, I am certain you are here sent by the highest authority. But please excuse my curiosity as to why you are here. The last time we met you, Ensign Kateria, you were a Keltist, or should I say Senior commander, and quite hostile towards us, and I must confess to meet a live yawl is truly unusual." That I had done so before was classified, Kateria begun. "Most of you I remember, but I can't recall seeing you, ma'am." "I was there, Ensign. I was the one that crushed that mental thing in your head and give you a chance. As you can see, I have changed somewhat." She looked at me and then nodded. Yes, I recognised the eyes. Her tone of voice was tempered by concealed emotions. "Now, as you can imagine, after I was captured by you and transferred to a special prison and lab facility, I was probed, scanned, interrogated, and scanned and probed again for weeks on end. I was treated worse than a criminal. While I intellectually understood why they did that, I was not willing to cooperate under such degrading conditions. I didn't want to live like that and considered suicide. Then I met a woman, General Alicia Lichfang, and later learned that I could not lie or withhold any information from her. She was the first to believe me that I was only a medical technician and not a soldier. I was used as a courier to carry a message, because all those who were trained to fight could not be spared. General Lichfang also learned about me and my shock to realise I had slept 1,000,000 years, and that nothing I knew remained. She asked me what wanted to do, and I asked her to give me a chance to take my own life. She was very sympathetic to my cause and transferred me from that ghastly prison lab complex to a much better place, and told me that due to my nature, they could not really let me go, and that she would not help me to commit suicide. She knew that she was bending someone's orders and rules as she educated me in the ways and laws of this union, and told me that if I requested citizenship as a legal immigrant, I could not be denied. The political system the union represents appeals greatly to me as it allows any individual to achieve. Alicia helped me under one condition, that I would need to join the union military, so my true heritage could be kept secret. She made me a member of the PSI Corps. Not that my psionic talents were anywhere near their requirements, but that kept me out of the public eye, so to speak, and she could help me with my immigration and integration. I asked her, "How did you end up here with us?" She stapled her fingers and said, "I am no psionic talent, and I am not a soldier, but I was and I am a medical specialist and expressed my wish to join the Union Medical Service. She made it possible and I went to Union Med School. The General visited me a few weeks ago and asked me if I would be willing to be the CMO of a very special ship with an unusual mission, and she told me under whom I would serve. I gladly agreed and was made acting ensign, and I am here to be your CMO. I shook her hand. Welcome to the family, then. I will show you to your sickbay as soon as I heard the story of your friend. The yawl sounded as if someone dragged a steel girder over metal scaffolding as he spoke. I am one of the yawl you have fought, Captain Olafson. You see, the other yawl warrior and I were alive because we were rejected by the Source, the yawl command authority that attacked this galaxy so long ago. He and I were considered malfunctioning, and we were put in suspended animation and supposedly shipped to wherever they made us. There we faced the fate to be dissected and probed so our malfunctions could be determined. The malfunction was that he and I questioned our orders to eradicate the inhabitants of a defenseless colony planet. How our stasis chambers ended on that asteroid and was finally found by you, I cannot say. But after you bested us in hand-to-hand combat, we, too, were put in an high-security facility, and just like the Keltist woman, we were probed and analysed. The Union scientists examining and experimenting on us called my colleague simply Specimen 1, and me, they called the other specimen. Specimen 1 died of the wounds you inflicted. They were ton-severe for our healing ability. He was dissected. These scientists did not look at us as sentient beings at all. A man called Admiral Stahl visited the facility, and I recognised he was not a scientist but a soldier, and I asked him if he and his race had no honour, and if he had a spark of respect for his enemy, then he should allow that I was killed too and not kept alive like that. He did not leave but stayed and listened to me, and then he said that I was right, and even though I was the most terrible enemy he had ever faced, and sure will be treated like a prisoner of war and sentient beings, he also said that the war technically over for a long time and that I should be released, but he also told me about a recent return of a different species of yawl, and the possibility that my kind of yawl could return as well as we had done before. He scolded the scientists and facility keepers in the worst possible way, and gave them a lecture about Union core values. While he explained to me, having life specimens of yawl was important to Union science. I sensed he was a being of great honour, and I respected him, and I told him I would be bound by honour and respect, and expressed my wish to serve him as a slave. He rejected that, but he had me tested by that same woman, General Lichfang, and he got me a special commission to the fleet and said he would know just the right ship where I would fit in. When I heard that it was commanded by the human who fought me in hand-to-hand combat, I eagerly accepted. As I am honour-bound to you with your victory over two. Your battle drones, you have proven to be the greatest warrior of all, and I will serve you until my life ends. Hahai gasped with open mouth. You have fought two of those, and won? I said. I didn't really win and was pretty much done for if it hadn't been for Marines showing up, the yawl said. It is the hallmark of greatness to reject praise, but we yawl are genetically engineered by an advanced species to be the ultimate warrior and killing machines. No two-armed carbon-based featherweight should be able to mortally wound one, inflict injury to both and stay alive for that long. If you had faced only one of us, you would have won for certain. Hahai kept shaking his head. Two, he fought two of those in hand-to-hand combat. Hans grinned. You know what happens if she gets angry. I am convinced I would stand no chance. I threw my hands in the air. You make me sound like some sort of raging monster. I most certainly would not want to try my luck in this way again. There was a lot of luck involved back then, I assure you. The yawl tried to bow and said, You bested me, and by our sacred code I am your servant till I die. I have purpose again. Mao looked at me. Two of them against you, wow. I got up. Enough of this Olafson admiration session. Ensign Kateria, find your sickbay and prepare a report. What is there, what is not there, and what you still need. Aye, Captain. Hans, you got yourself an assistant. Mr. the other, you are security assistant to Lieutenant Neugruber. Hans clapped his big hand on the same-sized yawl chest. Let's find you some adequate quarters, and a bed that will hold you, and then we customize one of the Gilgamesh suits for you. The frightening giant said. I appreciate that, sir, Narth said, and I hoped I could share an anecdote how my friend and captain fought 12.6-ton carnivore lizards with an axe. The raging part of your self-assessment I do not find quite as untrue or inaccurate, but I do not think of you as a monster. However, the definition of a monster... I looked at him. Of all people, I expected some support from you. That I wasn't mad at him, he of course knew by seeing my mind. I slammed my fists on the table. Mr. Chitauli, what are your plans for the next few hours? Shaka responded. I wanted to go through the repair specs for the virtue system in case I need to fix it. Well, you got to do that a little later. It's time we take this baby for a spin around the system. Shaka's eyes went wide. I am going to fly my ship. I had never seen him smile that wide, and he was gone in a flash. Be careful, Captain, said Harhai. If you do that again, he might get facial cramps and he has to go to sickbay. Oh, I think you're going to join him in sickbay then, my Daithan XO. I want you to take her out, and I mean now. You give me the honour for the first takeoff? Harhai now grinned too and said, You are right. I will need to make an appointment with our new CMO to get this silly grin of my face. It's so not Dai. He turned to the rest and Harhai gave orders saying, You heard the captain. Circuit, get your engines hot. Crabble, plot a course around the system. Mr. Elfiatra, inform Richter Station. Mr. Narth. I believe sensors need to be manned. Mr. Vuza, we might need shields. He looked at Shay. How do I call you now? My last name is Schwartz. Well, Mr. Schwartz, it is customary on our ships that science is on standby and on the bridge. Everyone scrambled with eager anticipation to their stations. I was suddenly alone in the briefing room and looked out the viewing port. Then there was a slight humming sound, a deep, barely noticeable tone that penetrated everything. Through the padded vibration absorbing deck plates and my boot soles, I could feel a faint harmonic. The ship's main power had been turned on, no longer running on energies fed to us by umbilicals. Its brain, the computronic, was already with us since we came aboard. But to me, the ship's heart was now beating, and it became alive to me. No longer was it just a fancy-looking building, but a vehicle with unimaginable powers harnessed, ready to leave the gravitation well behind and enter its true domain, the endless darkness of space. Time flew and we were busy to get to know our ship, and every day new personnel and crew arrived. I made a point to welcome each of them personally and walk them through the ship. That way I would get to know my ship and my crew at the same time. Every day I found areas I had never been before. The Tiger Shark was no small ship and had 20 decks. Cavernous cargo holds, most of them empty, crew quarters, marine country, one deck completely dedicated to science with labs for various disciplines. The ship had modern and extensive recreation facilities, and to my great joy, a big and deep swimming pool. Being the captain had its privileges, and one was to keep the pool temperature on Thursdays at 3 degrees, or in other words, just cold and perfect. Wanting to be a woman, and actually to live as one every day, turned out to be a challenge. Not only did it take much longer in the morning to get ready, despite hygiene centre and auto dresser, it also was more work to get to bed, and every step and everything I did was under the watchful eyes of Elfie and Shay. The girls really enjoyed their teaching roles, able to giggle a lot and point out something I did oh so wrong. One afternoon I was standing outside at the bottom of the extended IST shaft and had a little chat with the Marines guarding it as I waited for the latest additions to the crew. Cherubim had called and announced more to arrive. She said I would be surprised again. 2 Atticans stepped through the energy curtain at the end of the slide belt tunnel. One was wearing fleet black and the other marina green. One was striped and the other had dots all over their exposed fur. Even though they could have been any Atticans, I recognized them, Fectivi and Pure. They both saluted and it was striped Fective saying, Ensign Ac Fective Car and Lieutenant First Class Ac Pure reporting, ma'am. I forgot that I was the captain for a moment and supposed to be dignified and all that, but I said, At ease you two, how good it is to see you again. Fective flared his black nostrils and he looked at me. You smell a whole lot different than I remember, but the base scent is still there. I never forget a scent. Eric. He embraced me out of impulse, and Pure curled his chops and revealed his long rows of sharp canine teeth. Yes, you smell like a human female, lot of soaps and scents, but I too remember. Fective released me suddenly. Oh, I am so sorry, Ma'am. This is not how I should greet my new captain, I said. Forget the captain bit for a moment. It is me, although I have changed my appearance somewhat. What a pleasant surprise to see you here. Fective revealed his teeth as well, and then said, When Admiral McElligott personally called me and offered me a posting aboard a secret mission ship, he told me I would be surprised to see who the captain would be. I never expected you, Eric, even though I knew you would go far made captain already. He handed me his order and personal file chip and said, You would never guess it, but I specialised in weapons engineering and I am a certified translocator tech. I was told you, the captain had the final say if I would get the posting. Please say you still need a weapon system specialist. I said to him, Of course I need one, and I am very glad it is you. Before I become your captain officially, however, let's finish that greeting. He and Pure embraced me once again, and I said, Welcome you too. Welcome aboard the Tiger Shark. Pure, who never talked much, said, You feel a whole lot softer now and you do smell nicer. He then said, I am here to report to your Marine detachment. I wanted to show them around, but another new crew member came from the slide belt tunnel. It was a non-corp and the suited energy being saluted and said, Ensign 3452991, reporting as ordered, ma'am. In my mind, I thanked McElligott to send me my first-year friends and said, Is that you, 3-4? Yes, and I recognise you too. You're Eric. Fective, Pure, 3-4 and I went inside and I showed them the ship and their quarters, and then I introduced them to the others, and I realised how blessed I was to have even more friends of mine aboard. Beings I could trust, but I realised I was no longer just their friend. I was also their captain, and I knew there could be situations I would have to order them into harm's way. We sat in the ship's officers' mess, and Fective was just telling my other friends the story when 3-4 infused me with bioelectric energies during an academy dinner. Fective was cackling with laughter and wiped his yellowish eyes. And then Eric asked the instructor if all Nogol had goatees. He coughed, and the water he was drinking came out of his nose as he started laughing. Elfie covered her mouth and flashed her big dark eyes. You can't be serious. Shay explained to Crabble why that would be funny, as Nogol resembled somewhat Terran goats, and that a certain type of beard was called a goatee. Hans demonstrated his considerable artistic skill in sketching a goat for the Ye-All using a graphic interface. Ship had projected for him on the table surface. Shaka and the Senian woman watched as well and commented on Hans' drawing. 3-4 was in a deep conversation with Narth, and I leaned back and looked over my friends, talking to the newcomers, and it filled my heart with a very special kind of pride. No, not pride. I realised I loved them all. One of our mariners came over and saluted. Behind him was a woman with flaming red hair. She wore a female Union officer's skirt suit. The Marine said, Ma'am, this officer just arrived and she wanted to report to you directly. I said, Thank you, Corporal. Then I got up and said to the redhead, I am Captain Olafson. What can I do for you? Ma'am, I am Ensign Lilith O'Connell. I am from the JAG office on Lawman's Starbase, and I was sent here by orders of Commander Hollow. She talked with a slight lisp, and looked shyly at me while she spoke, and then handed me her order chip, saying, I am permanently detached to your command as JAG Liaison Officer and Legal Advisor should one be needed during this mission. While there are no legal cases, ma'am, I am to take the post of yeoman. Welcome aboard then, Ensign O'Connell, she said with a quiet voice. It is a great honour to serve you, and wanted to let you know I am from Coven, and we met before. Of course I was not in this form, and you might not recognise me. The oldest and the Circle send you greetings, and so does Gwen. The 3-month training period was almost over, 4 more days to our deadline. The crew had swollen to 301 members and 50 Marines. We ran drills and exercises daily, and the time was filled with reading manuals, learning systems, and more exercises. I ran daily battle station drills, sometimes twice a day, after Harhai and I had worked out where everyone's battle station was. I had them take almost everything apart and put it back together. We did intruder alert drills, damage and fire control exercises, and took the ship almost daily around the system. It was exactly 0800 HRs, and I stepped onto the bridge to begin my forenoon watch. Pure Who stood guard with another Marine bellowed a crisp, "Captain on the bridge." The huge yawl got up from the command seat as he had the morning watch at the con. He saluted and gave me a brief report of what happened during the morning watch. I relieved him and sat down. The yeoman appeared silently at my right side and handed me my coffee mug. Harhai had been right behind me and said, "Good morning, Captain." Then he handed me a PDD in clipboard mode and said, "Thanks to the fast IST and the crew getting used to it, we are now at exactly 59 seconds until everyone reports battle stations reached. I am confident I will be able to shave another 2 or 3 seconds off with a few more drills." I thanked him and signed off on his training and exercise schedule. Elfie interrupted and said, "Captain, we are being hailed on secure comm. It is the Fleet Admiral." I said while putting my cup down, "Lieutenant Pure, secure the bridge. Narth, please activate all anti-listening devices, and Elfie, please put him on the main viewer." The grizzled face of the ancient admiral appeared. "Good morning, Tiger Shark. Good morning, Captain Olafson. I have just read your last report, and I think you drilled and exercised enough. It's time to get your show on the road." A tingle went down my spine, and I said, "We are as ready as we can be, but we still have things missing and the crew is not complete." He sat behind his desk at Annapolis Towers as he looked at us and said, "Yes, I know there are still things missing, like your small craft and the parts for the Narth time shield. However, I cannot authorize the Wolf craft at the base as you need special craft modified and unidentifiable as Union fighters. The new fighter and auxiliary craft intended for the Tiger Shark are not ready yet, but I hope I can send them in 2 or 3 months to Richter base. However, further upgrades must wait until your next scheduled dock call and supply interval." "Aye, sir." "I wish I could give you more time to train, but today is the day and your mission must commence. 2 officers we suspected to have ties to the worm have stolen a Barracuda destroyer 2 days ago in the corridor system, after they managed to escape the agents closing in on them. The Barracuda is armed with a translocator cannon and Loki torpedoes. While we did send the special destruct pulse code and we are fairly sure they lost the use of the cannon, it is not certain. One of the officers is also in possession of Maintenance Manual 15. Your first mission is to find the Barracuda and either capture or eliminate the deserters. You are hereby ordered to eliminate anyone who you suspect to have seen or might be in possession of Manual 15. I am transmitting all data we have on these 2 and the last intel reports where they might be. Find and recover that Union ship if you can, destroy it if you can't. Again, I repeat, you are under direct assembly orders to execute and eliminate anyone you even suspect of having seen the translocator cannons or the manual. Godspeed to you all and return safe." I acknowledged and he cut the transmission. I got up from my seat and said to Harhai, "Please assemble the crew in the empty hangar A in 10 minutes. I inspected my dress uniform, carefully tugged at my sleeves and made sure the gloves did not throw any wrinkles. Tried to focus and stepped behind the lectern. Before me stood a crew of 300, a contingent of 50 ultramarines as well as my friends. Only Harhai stood with me on the little raised platform and he said, "Attention, Captain on deck." It was a proud moment to see them snap into attention, but I also was a sobering and scary realization that I was responsible for each and every one of them. I said, "At ease." I gave them a moment and then began. "Some of you have been briefed about our mission and others have not. I understand that you are all hand-picked volunteers, and you know that this is a very secretive mission. Before I get into details, let me say a few words about me and what I expect from you and what you can expect from me. First of all, my door is always open for anyone, regardless of rank or position. You can come to me with everything: complaints, ideas, suggestions, or problems. When I was a midshipman, I often wondered where the ship was heading, and what our orders were, and what went on in general. It won't be like this on the Tiger Shark. I want you all to know what is going on. There will be a dedicated intership channel where you can listen in what is going on the bridge, and ship is allowed to tell you where we're going and all that. Unless I am ordered by higher authority or the situation really leaves me no other choice, there won't be any secrets. I want us to grow into a unit, where we can trust each other and rank and positions mean little. To this effect, I won't be a stickler on regulations, and in general, if it doesn't interfere with your job, it is allowed. I simply trust you to be professional enough to know where the limits are. Being intoxicated while on duty, for example, would be a grave misuse of my trust. I will never judge without knowing all the facts, but if I learn that someone thinks I am a push-around or takes advantage of this, and then you will find that I will not hesitate to act. There will be not second chance and no grace period. I will treat each of you with the respect and dignity you deserve, but I expect the same from you. When I come to a decision and issue an order, I expect it to be executed without hesitation and discussion. Now, if there is something I did that bugs you, or you think I should have done differently, you are welcome to tell me, and under no circumstance will an open word of honest critique lead to reprimand or punishment if it is brought to me in an adult and respectful way. And if you really want to call me an asshole for something I deserve, seek me out after duty, and if any way possible in a private fashion, and it won't end up in anyone's file. The crew laughed at that. I let them settle down again and continued. Now let me tell you what this ship is all about, why everything is so hush-hush and secret. We are going to hunt pirates and similar derelicts and criminals in free space, and we are going to do that, being disguised as pirates ourselves. To this, every one of you received a second identity, which is detailed on the sealed part of your order chip. You only need those when outside the ship if we interact with others. All identities have a real background and can be checked by whoever wants to check on it. You are also allowed to dress as pirates, grow beards if you and so forth, but I still expect you to be Union military inside the ship and under your costumes. We received our first mission orders today, and we will lift off shortly. Are there any questions? A brown-furred Garbany raised his tentacles. You got a question, petty officer? The Garbany wore the uniform of an engineering specialist. Petty Officer Brush here, Captain. I am an engineering specialist, but I much rather want to be a medtech. It's a long story, but they always make Garbinis into engineers without ever really asking. My mother wants me to be an engineer, and so does my father, but I am interested in medtech and not engineering. Now it happens to be that your crew has a famous Shale medtech, as Shale are always sent to med school, but he much rather wants to be an engineer. As the Garbini explained his completely mission-unrelated question, a Shale on the other side floating by the med personnel raised his grav sled a little higher and waved his stalk eyes at me. I shrugged. I see no reason why you can't switch. It is okay by me. But I want you both talk to your department leaders and make this a proper switch. It also means you got a whole lot to catch up and learn in your new fields, and you must be tested as well, of course. The Garbany looked happy. We are already studying, and we will be ready for the monthly performance tests. I smiled and said, well, since this effectively ended my monologue and address to you, are there any other questions? Perhaps mission-related? They simply looked at me and there weren't any questions. I dismissed them. Now they actually cheered me and gave me a hooray that constricted my throat and filled me with humility and pride at the same time, something that should of course not be possible, but it was. Richter 4 sunk away beneath us as the Tiger Shark left behind the last traces of atmosphere and entered the medium she was made for, and for our first real mission. I said, Mr. Crabble, take her to a point 5 light-years past the system. Coordinate with Mr. Narth and his sensors to make sure we are really alone out there. Mr. Shaka, engage trans-light as soon as you can. They answered with crisp, I captain to my orders, and the stars suddenly turned to long lines for the duration of a heartbeat, then the viewer went dark. It took almost a second and they returned. Narth turned and apologized. Captain, the ship accelerates so fast, the optical software that compensates for quasi-space could not keep up. Unlike other computronics who never initiated conversation, Ship said. Captain, I believe I can adjust that software somewhat and reduce the lag approximately 50%. Shay, who, when on duty, wore her mask again as she felt more comfortable with it, said, If we write a subroutine with Shaka's neural impulse as focus, at the same time he kicks the accelerator, it should be possible to completely eliminate the lag. Brilliant. Narth and Ship agreed simultaneously. I rolled my eyes and looked at Harhai. Most ships have one nerd, we got 3. The die giggled. We're lucky Circuit is busy downstairs, or we could start our own tech geek convention. Shay turned. The term nerd became quite fashionable along with the term geek in the early 21st century, I might add. Cultural reference work shows that. Crabble raised one of his legs. Hate to interrupt, but we are going to drop out of quasi-space in 4 seconds as we approach the requested 5 lie mark, Captain. All right. OPS stand by for Janus device. Science assist OPS at sensors and make sure we are alone. Harhai, take one of our gazelles and check us out with your sensors and your eyes. I want to make sure it works. Narth turned his seat, so he faced the special console that was part of his station, and his fingers touched a series of keys and contacts. Then he said, Standing by on Janus system, all indicators are green. Janus image selected and ready to be deployed. Shay confirmed, we are the only object within 5 light-years, artificial or otherwise, and there are no ships of any kind beyond this sphere within sensor range. Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. Harhai had already left the bridge and was on his way to pilot one of our 2 Gazelle long-range recon craft, the only auxiliary craft we had along in our otherwise empty hangars. So I leaned over the left side of my command chair a little to get a glimpse of the special console as I said, Mr. Narth, activate the Janus device. He pushed a single contact and said, Pattern disguise program. Cartanian destroyer merchant accepted and loaded. Simulated matter sequencing in progress. Mask-specific engine and sensor signature in place. Transformation commenced and will be complete in 12 seconds. On the main screen we watched a Gazelle speed away, and Elfie established remote sensor link and communications. That way we would see what Harhai saw. Harhai pulled the fast craft in a tight loop and lined its optical sensors up with the tiger shark. Only where our ship supposed to be was indeed a worn-out coffin-shaped Cartanian. Shay and Narth worked together on the science console, and after 2 minutes she turned. We slaved the Gazelle sensors and tried any scanning trick in the book, and a few that are not recommended or in the book, and we still get nothing else but data about a Cartanian armed trader, with strong but old-fashioned, a tad misaligned engines and 150 life signatures. Even the psionic analysis shows only 150 active minds. Harhai's voice came on and he sounded deeply impressed. That is the most wicked technology I have ever seen. What could we do with something like that? I responded. Let us be glad they do not have that tech. I too was impressed and just a little frightened what such technology could mean if it became more commonly available. Elfie turned. Captain, I am getting hundreds of distress calls from the Golden Market, where the Barracuda was last reported, I said. Harhai, get back in as fast as you can. Narth and Shay went over to help Elfie and I simply leaned back. They would give me an answer as soon as they could. Sure enough, they had sorted it out fast and Elfie said, We got 375 distress calls, all coming from Golden Market 7, 129 light-years from here, and near the Ballard Nebula expanse where unclaimed space and free space merge. 207 of the calls come from civilian and commercial ships with Union transponder codes. The rest come from non-Union contacts and the Golden Market 7 itself. Shay looked up from readout and said, While there is a lot of confusion there, the common theme of the calls is that they are attacked by thousands of small spheres that can't be destroyed, and from the description of the sphere's weaponry, it looks as if they use translocators. I acknowledged and said, Shay, give me a short rundown on these golden markets. She answered right away. There are 80 known golden markets in our galaxy, all operated by the golden ones. The golden and the blue are relatives to the Kermac, and came like them from the original homeworld Koken. There is not all that much known about the Golden, for example, their true tech level, their psionic abilities and how many there are. The Golden Ones keep themselves strictly neutral in all conflicts, but they did initiate the last ceasefire agreement between the Big Four by asking the Blue to intermediate. It is not known if they have a home system, as no planetary system we know of is identified as being theirs. They do have a sizable fleet and not just merchant ships, and their technology is considerably higher developed than Kermac. The Fleet External Threat Assessment classifies the Golden as a potential Class 3 opponent if it would come to a conflict between them and us. That made them pretty dangerous, I was thinking, as the Null and the Kermac also were classified as Class 3, and only the Jarl exceeded that with Class 2. Thankfully, the Union had yet to face an opposing force that was classified as I. PSI Corps reports claim that the Golden have comparable weak psionic powers that usually manifest as telepathy, but it is said they are immune to most forms of psionic mental attacks and immune to telepaths. These markets are usually hollowed-out moons, or asteroids of considerable size with bazaars inside, where every commodity can be sold or purchased, except slaves. The Golden Ones do not promote slave trade, at least at none of the known markets. Market 7 is the closest to Union space and is drifting towards our space and should cross the border in 4,000 years. Harhai came back on the bridge while Hans added his information. Intel reports indicate that Solder Fontenay and Oliver Whelan, the two officers we are currently trying to apprehend, have been seen in the vicinity of that market only 72 hours ago. I said, Elfie, get me a direct link to the Admiral. Link requested, Captain. Secure communications solid. She raised her hand with 2 fingers showing, then one and finally her fist, indicating the seconds until the connection was made. Put him on. McElligot's sleepy face appeared. He was obviously in his bedroom and in his PJs. He rubbed his eyes and grunted with a dry voice. Oh, it's Captain Olafson. Just left the nest and already a call. Ran into a planet or lost something? I told him about the distress calls and the report about translocator usage. Before he could answer, he got another call and made a sign with his hand to stand by. I heard a voice giving him a similar report. To me, he said after he acknowledged the other person. Since it is unclaimed space switch, your appearance to Union. Pick something common. Don't expose the tiger shark's true appearance and investigate. I am sending a battle group, but you're the closest unit. Aye, sir! The screen went dark and Harhai, who had of course heard every word said, Mr. Narth, do we have a Janus program for that? My hooded friend turned to his Janus device and said, Aye, sir. We got a Phobos-class destroyer on file. I nodded, activate it, and to Crabble I said, plot us a course to that market. Shuck a drop out of Quasi a light year out. 5 minutes to Quasi drop, Harhai said. Sound battle stations, load all cannons, stand by on sharpshooters. This was the very first time I called battle stations on my own ship for real. My command seat moved back. The integrated autodresser put me into a battle suit, and the direct command dome lowered, giving me an unobstructed view of space all around the ship. Sensor data was linked to the visual readout. The same happened to every duty station. The range of our weapons was shown around my new view in faint colour spheres. Every door and dividing airlock in the entire ship closed, creating thousands of little compartments almost like the cells of a living being. In case of a hull breach, catastrophic pressure and air loss would not affect the entire ship. We dropped out of quasi-space and our sensors picked up the asteroid immediately, as well as hundreds of damaged and destroyed ships. The asteroid was under flickering shield and our long-range sensors showed the energy signatures of antimatter impacts inside the shields. Only translocator weapons could do that. Our sensors also picked up the aggressor, 50 ball-shaped objects 10 meters in diameter. The blue science symbol flashed and I acknowledged with an eye blink. Shay reported, sensor analysis in progress. Alien objects are of no known configuration. Their weaponry is similar to translocator technology, and their shields are equal to our most advanced transdim shields. They are much smaller in size but also much more efficient. Material analysis incomplete due to shield interference. I blinked at the report icon to acknowledge and asked, "Are those robots or automated drones?" Narth's symbol blinked and he said, "I am sensing 60 to 70 individual minds in each of these spheres. Transdim shields interfere with psionics, especially at that distance, and I can't sense details." Elfie hailed the bazaar. "You're on, Captain." "This is Captain Jane Smith of the USS Enigma, calling Golden Bazaar. We are here in response of the distress calls. We can only assist Union nationals and cannot engage hostiles in your sphere of influence unless you are clearly requesting us to do so. This is Soderby Merchant, eldest of the Golden. I am the highest authority here and I beg you to assist us. We lost over 60 ships and we sustained heavy damage and cannot survive another attack wave of these bulls. Our own fleet is on its way, but too far out to make it in time. We contacted your Union Assembly for help." Elfie interrupted. "I am receiving confirming orders on fleet channels. All Union ships are permitted to engage enemies of the Golden Ones." "All right, open all known communication channels and hail the aliens." "All channels are open, Captain." "This is Captain Jane Smith of the United Stars Starship Enigma, hailing unidentified hostile forces. You are to cease all hostile activities and stand down from further fighting. I am willing to open communications and discuss the reasons for these hostilities. Any further weapon activity against Union nationals and Allied assets will force me to retaliate." "Captain, sensor analysis indicates they have receivers capable of hearing us, but they just destroyed another Golden ship, ignoring us." "Mao, get their attention. Target lead sphere and fire. Shaka, get us closer for main battery range." One of the alien spheres suddenly vanished, and a bright ball of expanding energy in its place as Mao's well-aimed sniper round exploded. That did get their attention, and the 49 remaining spheres changed course into an attack formation towards us. "Shaka, reverse course and keep distance," Hahi said with a calm voice. "Receiving enemy fire, equivalent of 15 gram AM loads. Our shields are effective neutralising, receiving 50 shots a second, shields at 69%. Mao, target another and fire." This time, Mao missed. The spheres began a wild dance, flying in fast, erratic patterns. He missed 2 more times. "Mao, forget that precision shooting. Main battery authorized 1 exo load and aim somewhere before them." A new mini-sun bloomed suddenly into the darkness of space, and 10 of the spheres could not evade and flew right into the plasma ball. The rest of the spheres slowed down and stopped firing. "Captain, we are being hailed by the unknowns." In all the seriousness of the situation, Hahi chuckled. "When you say hello the Terran way, you usually do get cooperation." "Put them on, Elfie. Shay, stand by for detail analysis and Lingu support." A part of the projected space around me was replaced by the main viewer and a completely normal, standard human-looking grey-bearded man in a blue uniform, somehow very Terran in a very old-fashioned way, complete with white cover and black duckbill. He spoke, but I did not understand most of it. Just every 10th word sounded familiar. Elfie chimed in. "I don't believe it. He speaks English, ancient pre-Astro English." One moment adjusting translator. I said, "Please repeat, our systems are now adjusted to your language. I am Admiral Jordan Rutherford of the New World's Commonwealth. We just analysed one of your language transmissions. It was in English. Please repeat where you come from." "As I said, I am Captain Jane Doe of the United Stars spaceship Enigma. We represent the United Stars of the Galaxy." A text message of Shay appeared inside my view field and it read, "No Union member on file with ships like that, or called New World Commonwealth. Weapon analysis complete. Enemy weapons are similar to translocators, but not the same. Materials used in construction are not conform to Union materials or any other known species." A second man appeared on the screen. He too wore a dark blue uniform but looked younger. "Captain Doe, did you ever hear about a planet named Earth?" "My helmsman is a native of Terra, region Africa. Terra was used to be called Earth." "Oh, the Lord be praised. Earth still exists then? I assure you Earth is fine, but before we continue discussing Earth, can we agree on ceasing hostilities for the time being, and then I think you need to explain why you attacked in the first place. The white-bearded admiral nodded. Of course we will stand down at once. We would suggest a direct meeting and discuss all this in person. Narth mental message in my head. I can sense they are genuinely interested in extensive information exchange, and what is most peculiar, I can sense utmost euphoria since the word Earth has been transmitted. All right, Admiral. How are we going to meet? Are you at some remote location we should approach? No, we are indeed inside our ships, Hans muttered. How crowded must it be in those little things? I am going to lower our shields, Admiral, and open one of my hangar doors. I give you my word that your flag of truce is accepted, and you are free to leave at any point. However, if you decide to use the opportunity to fire while we lower shields, I can assure you we will find enough time to retaliate. We won't get anywhere without trust. I accept your word and you have mine. Hans, get a team of ultras down to Hangar 1 just in case. On my way. I was standing next to Hans and the other and felt quite safe and small at the same time as I looked through the transparent part of the docking bay access door. The alien ship had just set down, and it appeared almost like an intricate and very detailed model of a spaceship. It was round, but had ISA pod, like engine blocks at the lower end. It had small viewports and gun turrets and landing gear. I signalled Hans to open the door and I walked towards the alien vessel. A port opened on it, and a 50-centimetre open hover platform floated towards me, on it 4 men, none taller than maybe 10 centimetres. The floating thing stopped at nose height before me, and I recognised one of the little men as the white-bearded admiral. Ship be so kind and place a field microphone before our guests and amplify. At once, Captain. Microphone is in place. A barely visible form, field energy microphone floated before them, and I could hear the Admiral loud and clear. I can see our size did surprise you. Then he glanced towards Hans and the yawl and said, As your size surprises us. I have a conference table brought in, and refreshments so we can commence these talks in a civilised manner. The dark-haired younger man behind the Admiral spoke. Do you by any chance have real Terran coffee? That earned him a stern gaze from his senior officer, but I assured him coffee would be on its way. A table was placed and Sirit had small chairs and glasses manufactured in no time. A field screen was placed in such a way that the small men looked normal size to me, and vice versa we looked proportional small to him. I sat down and said, It might be best you begin from the start, Admiral, as we cannot explain your existence. I might as well do that. Our story begins during the second exodus or the first migration of humans into space after the Sarans have revealed themselves to Earth. Do you still have contact to them? I gestured to Elfie. The Saran Empire is part of the United Stars, and my communications officer is a Saran princess. Wonderful, wonderful news. He scratched his beard. I better continue with my story then. I agreed that would be appreciated, and he continued. Our ancestors were among the first settler arcs leaving Earth. Ours was the Shenandoah, and during the translight acceleration phase the Shenandoah was hit by something, and our jump drive malfunctioned. We did not end up at the intended target, a garden world around Cygni Alpha, but inside a strange thick nebula that further damaged our ship, and we had to land at the only place we could find that was even remotely suitable. We found a stark world with bad atmosphere and too close to a radiation-spewing sun. Our forefathers went deep underground and carved out a living under incredible hardship. None of our ancestors knew how far we were from Earth. The idea was hatched by a brilliant genetic engineer who was part of the original crew. In order to make our supplies last longer, he proposed to change our genetic code so we would become smaller. The changes were made, and every generation became a little shorter. However, life was extremely harsh, and science and research was not on our agenda for centuries. The genetic knowledge was lost, and we kept on shrinking until we reached this size about 2,000 years ago. When life improved and we once again had the resources for science, we basically had to start from scratch. Much of the knowledge was still in the libraries, but few understood. So we developed our own technology and built a thriving society onto 4 planets within the New World system. All our culture and civilization was based on our current size, and we never felt we needed to reverse the genetic alteration. Since our system was inside a dense matter nebula with intensive energetic storms, we had no contact to other civilizations and felt quite safe, but we expanded to other worlds, and our newest colony is on the very fringes of that nebula. We noticed large-sized aliens occupying that asteroid slowly moving toward our colony. We know that due to our size we are in disadvantage against full-size aliens. Once we were discovered, we feared war and conquest. Our first contact unit was attacked and destroyed by unknown forces, but certainly associated to that occupied asteroid, and we decided to defend ourselves by destroying the asteroid and its inhabitants. He finished his long explanation and he found us and me listening with open mouths. He opened his arms. But please now tell us about Earth and Terra and your magnificent ship, and your immense weapons and terrific shields. Shay told them a brief history of the last 3,000 years, and closed with the words. So we responded to the distress call of the Golden Market. May I express how truly amazed I am to find that you developed translocator technology all on your own. He bowed proudly. One of our greatest scientists was a direct descendant of Dr. Isa, and at least as brilliant. Even I remembered the name. Dr. Isa was a legendary multidiscipline scientist from the early history. He invented an incredible amount of technology, including the Isa drive and the Terran faster-than-light direct energy cannons. Isa was often called the greatest genius in human history. The man next to the Admiral said, "If we would apply for membership, then this union of yours would protect us, and that nebula of ours would become Union territory. Isn't that so?" I nodded. To the last man and ship, and it is no empty boast as you heard in my science officer's monologue on our history. "We can't speak for our government, of course," the Admiral said. "Please let us contact our leaders and we will relay their answer as soon as possible." His adjutant sighed deeply and held up his tinny coffee cup. "We have an original sample of Terran coffee in our Earth Museum. Of course we have a replicated product, but the real thing is so incredible, it alone would be enough reason to join. I make sure my chef will get you an ample supply right away." "And real Earth potatoes too? Just one will be enough." Again the Admiral glared at his adjutant and said to me, "Please excuse him. To us Earth is our religion. It is a mystical place of our far-gone ancestors, and we kept as much alive as we could. It was the very motor of our determination to not give up. So the crews of my ships are quite frankly speaking nuts since they heard you are from Earth. The good men we lost in the battle are forgotten." I put my finger on his shoulder. "Admiral, let's take steps that they are not forgotten. War and battles are more often than not unnecessary. We completely understand your reasons for attacking, and I hope you understand our response, but let these men be the last that died. As it seems, we are more than just 2 alien cultures meeting. We are, as it turned out, related." It didn't even take them an hour as the Admiral reappeared before me and said with a broad smile, "The Commonwealth of New Worlds decided after an emergency meeting to make me the High Representative and hereby officially present you with my government's request to join the United Stars." I took the tiny document, saluted, and said, "I shall convey this immediately. There is a battle group on its way as we speak, and they will provide you with additional security until you had a chance to travel to Pluribus to make your official request and have your membership verified." "More huge ships like this?" Harhai grinned with his arms crossed. "No, Admiral Rutherford, a Union battle group consists of 5 dreadnoughts, 20 ultra battleships, 60 heavy destroyers, and over 200 other support craft. A dreadnought is 3,900 meters across." The Admiral folded his hands. "Thank to the Lord we communicated." "Size isn't everything," I said. "We are equally impressed." McElligot's projection leaned forward, while Cherubim was standing next to him, and he said, "I just read your report. You are not even gone from Richter Base for 42 hours, and you already fought a battle, made contact with tinny Terrans lost in the Ballard Nebula expanse, and convinced them to join the Union." He shook his head and turned to look to the woman at his side. "Have we really thought this trough? Sending them in a ship and all on their own? Cherubim chuckled. I guess you owe Richard 100 credits. He was right, they make some incredible news within the first week. The old admiral put the report down. Well, you did well, I must say, and cleared the situation the best way possible. But could you not have found a different identification than Captain Jane Doe of the Enigma? How cheesy is that? Sorry, sir, I had to come up with something on the spur of the moment. How am I going to explain to the assembly who made contact? Well, I figure something out. For now, you are to dock at the Golden Market and meet with the merchant eldest of the Golden. Sir? The Golden Ones are very enigmatic and very powerful, Captain. Their tech level is believed to be on par with ours, and we know very little of them. It is said they know every galaxy in the local group, and rumours say they trade with almost all spacefaring species in the entire local group, most of which we never even heard of. Their highest leader, Sobody Merchant, eldest of the Golden, contacted me directly 10 minutes ago, requesting to meet the gallant captain who saved his market and much profit. He said he has a historical proposal for us, but he wants to talk to you about it. This is very important, so proceed, meet the man, and be careful. Cherubim is going to try and fabricate a personnel record for Captain Jane Doe as we speak. Perhaps you can pick up the trail of those traitors as well. I am certain he knows something about them. Cherubim said, I am going to make the USS Enigma real, at least in the files. Now, on another note, let me warn you and be careful, Captain. The first merchant Sobody is around for a very long time and the undisputed ruler of a very secretive and powerful society. If at all possible, don't start a war. McElligott folded his hands in a praying gesture. I wish we could send some experienced diplomats to such a delicate and difficult task, and all I got is a female neo-Viking with a short temper, a die-pirate and a ship full of guns. He then smirked. May it as it will be, Captain. We do have your back. We approached the asteroid base of the Golden. Wrecks and heavily damaged ships of various sizes and types floated all around us. To Elfie, the chatter on the various channels was overwhelming, and only with ship's help was she able to filter through them. Narth and Shay were busy taking scans and making image recordings, as there were ships no one of us had seen before. Well, almost. Ha-He proved that the Dai indeed had a deep knowledge of areas and species unknown to the Union. As big as the asteroid was, actual landing was not possible for ships of the size of the tiger shark, and every possible landing spot was taken anyhow, but the bazaar featured several long mooring arms against we could dock. I didn't want anyone to have the chance to get a real close look. Not that I didn't trust the Narth technology, but I didn't want to take unnecessary risks either. Shaka had no problem to guide our disguised ship towards the outmost tip of one of these mooring arms. Magnetic clamps engaged and circuit-powered the engines down and put them on standby. I got up from the command seat and took a deep breath. Well, let's hope we don't start a war. Hans, Ha-He, Shay, Elfie, Narth, and Crabble, you are with me. To the yawl, I said. Put up a guard inside and outside of the mooring arm. I don't want anyone to get too close to the ship or attach anything to our hull. He acknowledged and stomped of the bridge. To Mao, I said, You have the con. If anything happens and we are not coming back, you are under no circumstance come after us. You are to take the ship back to Richter and report to Cherubim or the Admiral. Mao took the command seat and said, Do you expect something like this to happen? I shrugged and said, At this point I am expecting anything and nothing. I just want our bases covered as much as possible. We left the bridge and Narth said, following me, Don't you think the fleet does a good job covering our bases? How could we possibly cover all bases the fleet has? Shay said to him, as I was trying to formulate thoughts to explain my expression. It is a reference to an old Terran sports activity, where points in the playing field are covered by players to perform ritualistic and strictly regulated activities with a little ball and bats. I wondered if there was anything she didn't know. Even I had no idea where that expression originated. Wearing our dress uniforms, we went through the mooring arm tunnel and into the main body of the asteroid that had a radius of roughly 78 kilometers. I wasn't prepared for what we were seeing now. The asteroid was hollowed out, and from what it looked like, most of it, forming one gigantic cavern. Terrace-style levels circled the walls as far up as I could see. Each terrace had stalls, shops and merchant booths. There had to be thousands. Narth shook his hooded head and responded to my thoughts out loud as he said, "No, there are 2,340,000 shops, stalls and booths." I looked at him. Lucky for you, someone was just thinking about how many there were and you overheard it. Otherwise, you wouldn't know how many shops there are. Narth held up a little colourful flyer. "No, I have not done so, but you can read this fact in this information pamphlet I pulled from a slot at the entrance." I had no other reaction but to gently elbow him in the side and saying, "Smart ass." Narth objected that his smarts were not located in his behind, and I wondered if it would be possible for me to talk to Narth without using any acronyms, synonyms or words that could have different meanings, and I decided that this would be impossible and not much fun either. The ground level was one huge open space, and here too merchants had set up shop. A ship dealer occupied a sizable area to our right, displaying a row of used and new civilian spaceships, mostly of Cartanian origin, but also a few civilian Union models. Towards the left, another merchant selling skimmers and landing tanks. Further to the back, cages and tanks holding live animals, including the most bizarre life forms I had ever seen. The bazaar was not very busy, as I assumed most customers had fled. I could see repair crews flying with their material-loaded skimmers in every direction. A group of 4 beings dressed in shiny golden metal floor-length robes approached. 2 of them at first appeared to be children, but seeing their wrinkled faces and bald heads dispelled this notion very quickly. Behind them, the other 2 were very tall, carrying spear-like weapons, and wore shiny helmets with mirrored visors hiding anything but their chins and mouth. The small ones reminded me of the Kermac I had met on Alva's Cove. However, these beings did not have the characteristic white skin but had a deep gold bronze skin and were only about 80 centimeters tall and did not have the glued-on ceremonial beards all Kermacs had. The smaller ones, like their brethren, appeared to be completely hairless, had big round eyes and small noses and little mouths. The left one managed to look down on us in a very arrogant manner, even though he had to look up to us. He greeted us saying, "He, the all-powerful and richest in all the galaxies, he who carries the exalted name of Sobody and the most sacred title of Merchant Eldest of the Golden, the keeper of the consecrated laws of profit and guarantor of wealth, has in his great wisdom requested that you in all haste be brought before him. You must know of the rarest privilege to be in his presence, but few lower life forms were ever allowed to gaze upon the being most perfect. You will kneel at all times and crawl to the throne circle, and only if you are commanded to do so you may come closer. It is at no point permitted to lift your eyes at him without permission. Your presence soils the palace as it is. Do not add to the contamination by speaking or gazing. If you do all this, I think we managed to get this audience over with to everyone's satisfaction." And I wanted to say something, but he put his finger on his lips. "Hush, hush, be quiet and follow me. Lower life forms must not speak when in the presence of the true Golden. Leave the blabbering to the sales floors." I took a deep breath, remembering the words of McElligott, and with much effort, I swallowed my pride and anger. They took Kermac arrogance to new heights. I even managed to give my friends a nod to play along. A shimmering slidewalk made of pink, purple and golden translucent moving segments silently lowered behind those 4 golden beings to the ground, and carried us moments later up in a spiralling way upwards to a sphere-like construct hanging without any visible supports in the upper middle of the hollowed asteroid. The sphere was made of diamond-shaped plates of gold and glass of various sizes. The slideway terminated at a guarded double door that led inside this diamond-shaped floating building. The arrogant Golden that had spoken to us said, "Once through that door you are in the Sanctum Regalis, and in the very presence of he who is Sobody Merchant Eldest of the Golden. You are then to lower yourself to the floor and do not look up." He looked at Crabble and Hans. "Those brutish things shall remain outside." The door opened, but I did not go. I said, "If my crew and friends are not welcome, then I am not welcome. Tell that majesty of yours that it was him who invited us and it was us who saved this place. Diplomacy went only so far. I turned and said, "Let's go, guys." A voice from inside the door called, "Most gallant Captain Doe, please all of you come in." My chamberlain was more than unpolite. "Please forgive us, and come on in." The chamberlain bowed deeply. Wisdom incarnate, those life forms are neither cleansed nor properly searched and undressed. The same voice snarled, "Be silent, you are dismissed. The times of isolation have ended for more than just the Narth." Sabodi looked very much like his chamberlain, only much older, and while his face clearly reflected the knowledge of power, he did not have the same arrogant quality. I even noticed he had claw feet around his eyes, giving testimony that he liked to laugh and smile. We entered the floating diamond-shaped building. The floor was a white polished stone, curved columns of the same white material in equal distances all around the curved walls. Mountains of silken cushions and pillows between them. Low tables held fruits and food delicacies from all over the galaxy and perhaps beyond. Sabodi the Golden Merchant made a dismissive gesture, and with it he dismissed the guards and he waited till the doors were closed. Then he said, "Welcome indeed, and thank you for your help. There is no question, you have saved this bazaar and the many lives in it, including mine." He stopped as his eyes fell on Elfie and he bowed deeply. "Had I known such a royal visitor of utmost importance walked among you, I would have prepared for a more formal reception. Your Majesty, it is an honour to greet thee in my humble surroundings." I learned then that Elfie could stare and make a face just as arrogant as they, and then some. She said with a razor-sharp edge in her voice, "She who is the princess travels incognito and wishes not to make an issue of her stand and position. However, your chamberlain's manners were insulting in the highest." He bowed again and said, "I plan to punish him for his ill manners indeed, but you will have his head on a plate before you leave." He bowed again this time before Narth. It is almost 6,000 years since I had the privilege to greet a Narth in person. Narth did not bow and said, "You shield your thoughts well, but your reputation that you are immune to psionics and the Golden cannot be sensed is not accurate." The Golden answered, "We are an old species, but what are we compared to the Narth? Since you can sense me, you know I mean you no harm. No shield can keep out the probing mind of Narth. This is a fact. I will, however, lower all barriers to freely allow you access, so you know I am truthful, and I will come to the real reason I have asked you here." He gestured. "Please make yourself comfortable. I have a selection of delicacies and refreshments that might delight you." We sat down on the pillows across him, but no one took anything. I didn't trust the Golden, and I didn't really like him or his haughty, insulting officials at all. But Narth sent me a thought that he was honest, at least so far. The Golden looked straight at me. "I can sense you do not like me. Perhaps it is because of our relationship with the Kermac. Perhaps it was my doomed chamberlain and his bad manners, and I can't blame you for it. But I hope I can change your mind before this day is over. High Merchant, I am here because I was ordered to be here. I am here because I represent the United Stars of the Galaxies, and you are an important representative of another culture and civilization. However, I feel there are other reasons why you wanted us here in person. Other reasons than to thank us, that is." He declined his head, smiled, and his smile did reach his eyes. Then he said, "Indeed, this is quite so, my young and beautiful Captain Doe." He gestured around him and said, "I am the absolute ruler of those known to you as the Golden. You know we are relatives of the Kermac, and given the history between the Union, especially the Terrans and our distant relatives, it has always strained relationships between us, the Golden and the Union, for quite some time. But please consider, your fabulous Union also includes the Blue, who are just as related to us." He pointed to Narth and said, "The Narth know our true history, and I am sure your hooded friend can, if he consults the Narth Supreme, confirm that we suffered much from our so-called relatives. We were treated much like the Blue by the Kerr and the Mac, and had to fight in order to survive the genocide efforts of the Kerr." Narth nodded slightly, and in my mind I heard him say, "He does speak the truth." The old merchant took a fruit from a side table but did not eat it and continued. "The Union did not like the Blue at first, but you embraced them after they decided to join the Union, and I am sure you know there isn't a Union member who dislikes the Kermac more than the Blue." Even I had to agree with that. I didn't know any Blue personally, but learned about them in Union class. He was still talking. "When the Narth abandoned their age-old policy of isolation and become more active members of the Union, it gave me to think as well." He now popped the little blue fruit in his mouth, chewed, and again focused his eyes on me as he said, "You see, we Golden built our business on the reputation of our neutrality, and by keeping the secrets and details of ourselves closely guarded. We are not immortals, but enjoy a long lifespan. My own aging process was completely halted now for over 12,000 years now, and I have seen empires rise and fall. Civilizations appear on the galactic stage and disappear. We travel to galaxies and places no one in this galaxy has ever even heard of, and we do business with civilizations not known to anyone here. But then something happened that caught my interest. A species of humans were uplifted by the Sarans, and they arrived on the galactic stage not meekly like other new civilizations do, but with a thunderclap eradicating the relentless Zunks completely. From then on, I could not keep my eyes off them, and to put it in Terran words, I became the Terrans' biggest fan." He again motioned to Narth. "As promised, I opened my shields, and you are welcome to monitor my thoughts to see that I am indeed truthful." Narth's simple and dryly delivered statement was perhaps the ultimate arrogance, but I had to concentrate not to grin as my friend said, "Your shield was not very effective. The impotent attempt to use childish Kermac devices and techniques, but I appreciate the gesture and I concur. Your intentions are of great benefit to us. I shall, however, leave you the decision to reveal it all." The old merchant bowed his head. "Thank you. I am thankful you let me tell it." Narth's voice in my head said, "He can be trusted, but what he has in mind might cause some turmoil. I let him reveal it unless you insist." I simply shook my head and thought back. As long as this is no trap and he gets to the point, I agree. Somebody moved his head and said, "Amazing it seems you communicate telepathically with your captain and I can't detect a thing. Seeing a Narth act almost like a human is perhaps the greatest wonder I have yet witnessed." Narth surprised me as he said, "Narth Supreme considers the discoveries I made through my friendship and service the highest achievement we Narth attained in millennia. It fills me with personal pride if I am considered to have human qualities. I further like to add the advice not to underestimate any of my crewmates, and especially not our captain." Sobody sipped from a glass. "Underestimating the Union has been the doom of many indeed." I nodded to Crabble. "Go ahead. Narth thinks he is trustworthy." Crabble shrieked and took an already melting ice cream cone from a platter close to him. The golden merchant laughed. "Yes, I heard of the addictions archers have for ice cream. When I saw one to be part of your crew, I knew I had to have some here. Yet your officials considered him not fit to be in your presence. We do business with life forms of all shapes and forms. It is old encrusted traditions that govern some behaviour. I intend to change that." I thanked him, acknowledging his explanation, and said, "Please continue and come to the point why we are here. We learned much, but still nothing of the real reason, and I am in a bit of a hurry." He slowly shook his head and he had a wide smile on his lips. Forceful, a little impatient, easy to anger, full of pride and never to be underestimated, Captain Doe. You are a refreshing example of the exact qualities I admire so much in these evolved primates of terror. Please believe me when I say I love your species. There is none quite like it in the universe I have seen so far." He took another fruit and looked at it. Then he said, "I want you to tell your superiors, we the Golden will ask to join the Union and give you unlimited access to all our files, technology, and allow you to set up research posts on all our bases and reveal to you the secret of the ancient gates and how they can be used to travel to other galaxies. All this we offer under one condition. I was quite shocked by his revelation, but said, "Hi, merchant. I am only a Starship captain. I cannot make decisions for my government and grant or negotiate any deals or conditions. If you are indeed the informed leader you are, you must know that there are no officials that can grant your request. Even the Golden must apply, and it is the citizens through the Assembly that grant membership. However, I am sure my superiors have influence in this. In will contact them immediately." He seemed pleased as he said, "I am certain you can call your ship and have a connection made. Call that old man of yours, McElligott, and tell him I would like to talk to him." Elfie made the connection linking Tiger Shark's comm system with my wrist PDD. The Admiral's hollow image appeared immediately, as if he had waited right by his terminal for this call. Before I could even brief him, he snapped, "How did it go? What happened? What did he want?" Sobody got up, walked over and placed himself inside the visual pickup sensor of my PDD and said, "I am right here, Admiral. We are still in my sanctum, and I asked your young captain to make this connection." I extended the wide-angle receiver so McElligott could see all we did, and projected a field screen so Sobody could see the Admiral better. McElligott slightly bowed to the old merchant. "Your Eminence, it is an honour to talk to you in person. I hope my young captain has represented the Union well," the merchant said. "She has indeed, sir. Let me come to the reason for this call, and I will offer you a proposal." The Golden repeated the offer. McElligott wiped his mouth in an involuntary gesture. "My captain was quite correct in stating the mechanics of membership, but I am sure these are just formalities in your case. I'd gladly be an advocate in that process, but what would that condition be? I want to join this young crew and go on whatever mission they are on. I won't ask for any privileges and be treated like any other crew member, but I want to be there. I lived a very long time, and I feel old despite my body's eternal youth. I want to soak and sponge up some of that vitality and energy, to be on a Union ship and on real missions. My Council of Elders is fully instructed and ready to travel to Pluribus, and do all what is necessary to integrate the Golden into the Union. We will accept Union law, participate with funds and recruits to your fleet, give you unlimited access to all our files on alien species and technology. Our intelligence service has much to share as well. It will be good business in the long run too, as I am certain," the Admiral said. "A battle group is already dispatched and will arrive soon. I will order the USS Zanzibar to take you aboard as a passenger for a grand tour of Union space. It is one of our newest dreadnoughts." Sobody's voice became stronger. "No, Admiral. I was not talking about being a safeguarded VIP guest and being flown along safe space lines for a few weeks. I am offering you and the Union a great opportunity, and I think you understood what I have asked. I want to go with the crew of the USS Enigma and on whatever mission they have. Don't take me for a fool or lightly. Don't change their mission to suit me. My side of the deal is of tremendous benefit to the Union. My request should be little compared to that." McElligott wrung his hands as he said, "Sir, this crew is on a long and dangerous mission. I could not possibly guarantee your safety." Sobody sounded pleased. "Now we understand each other, and that is exactly what I want. I don't want my safety guaranteed. The deal will be complete and unchangeable regardless if I get injured or die in the course of that mission. Ask your Nath. I have no hidden agenda, no alternate motives. It is simply the dream of an old and very rich man to once more do something meaningful, something daring and perhaps dangerous. I want to share a cabin with another crewmate. Scramble at alarm or die in the heat of battle, or perhaps simply out of excitement. Again, I am not asking for any special treatment. In fact, I do not want any. I might not be a trained officer from your academies, but I am travelling this universe longer than you and that Iron Hero Stoll together, and that should count for something. Besides, I am giving you a choice. You do not have to agree, but then as long as I live, the Golden shall remain as they were." "Why now? It seems almost as if you have planned this."
Somebody shook his head vehemently. "No, Admiral, I have not planned for those little humans to attack us. Even we had no idea of their existence until they attacked. Our own battle fleet told your captain I'm a fan of the Union, so to speak, and I'm playing with this idea ever since I watched you grow as a civilization. I made definite preparations ever since the North have eased their isolation and came to the conclusion my people need to do the same. It was coincidence that brought this captain and her crew here, but I would have asked for this eventually.
McElligott said, Union membership and the joining of an entire civilization is not exactly fleet business, and I too must follow orders. I will address the assembly, and I will call you back within the hour. Mr. Narth, are you convinced he speaks the truth? Narth answered, Yes, sir, his mind is open and it is indeed his wish. It didn't take him an hour to call back. The Speaker of the Assembly himself was present, and it was something else to see these VIPs, beamed as holos from my wristcom. The Speaker welcomed the old merchant. While it is a process, Your Eminence. The news of the Golden considering Union membership has taken the Assembly by surprise, but a very positive surprise. I see no complications to put your application on fast track and thus welcome the Golden into the Union. With great pride do I extend an invitation for a delegation of yours to come to Pluribus to make it official. And my request to become a member of the USS Enigma and experience a real mission. The Assembly has heard it and sees no issues with that, but the safety concerns of our Fleet Admiral are valid. Sabody called in a group of old-looking Goldens who confirmed it all, and also signed a contract to the effect that whatever would happen to the old merchant while aboard my ship would not affect the new relations in any shape or form. It was also agreed to send for a mobile extended reach Galnet terminal. Until now, these unusual and historical talks were made via my wristcom. I asked to have one brought up from my ship to ease further communication. The Assembly was hearing and seeing what the Speaker was seeing. It was decided that the delegation of elders would leave right away as soon as the Zanzibar arrived. The Golden leader was quite pleased after the Assembly ordered McElligott to make the necessary arrangements. After the Assembly and the Speska were disconnected, McElligott spoke directly to me. We had no other choice really, and I did give him my word not to alter your mission, and so you are stuck with that merchant. I wish I would see another solution, but I can't go against an Assembly decision. However, this is the Navy and he is to be aboard your ship as a specialist without special duty. You are the captain and the ship comes first, but if you can try to bring him back alive, wait for the battle group to arrive. I am sending additional units and a mobile shipyard to secure that rock and help with the damaged civilians. I said with a sigh. Just lovely, sir. Bring him back alive. Yes, sir. McElligott shrugged with his shoulders, rolled his eyes and disconnected. I looked at the Golden and said, You are serious, right? He nodded. I just ordered my entire civilization to basically abandon our way of life, and you ask me if I am serious? Yes, sir, because I find your offer is so far out of proportion to your single request. I am sure the Assembly would have granted you your own ship, even built you one and given you a crew of Terrans. He still smiled and said, You are very sharp and very intuitive indeed. To be honest, not that I wasn't before, but my elders and I prepared this step for quite a while. We would have asked for membership anyway, within the next few months. Your union is growing and it is not doing so by conquering others. I seen other empires and I studied them all. Not even the most totalitarian society manages to keep such a high satisfaction and level of content among its citizens. I am not talking about the Clack or the X-1001, but about empires and cultures that incorporate many different ones. He made a gesture around him. You noticed my Chamberlain encrusted in age-old forms and outdated views of the universe. I am not exalted just because I am rich and in charge of my people. I am not wiser than others just because I was born under the Shinning Diamond or because my father ruled before me. But changing these things is not easy and takes time. Being members of the Union will give the 175 billion Goldens not only a stable market to deal and prosper, but it gives each Golden the very chance I am taking now and maybe become something else than a merchant. Maybe a doctor, an engineer, or maybe one of my subjects wants to reject it all and join the Guldrifts. He or she now has this choice. He spread his short arms. Well, soon they will. As I said, changes take time. But a society not willing to chance and advance is a society that is doomed. But I wouldn't be the ruler of a society of merchants and dealers if I couldn't use this to fulfill a dream of mine. Now, what is so bad about this? No, somehow I couldn't really be mad at the Golden anymore. Narth told me that he was genuine, and I sensed Narth still trusting his words. What he said made sense, and while it was a little beyond my expertise, I could not find anything to object to his reasoning. If he wanted his own people to be free, and if he wanted to be judged on his own merits rather than on titles and positions, then he hit the right buttons with me. I said to him, "Because you are a VIP, the leader of a society, and I am new to this captain business, and I am on a very unusual mission with very unusual parameters. And having someone along who hasn't finished the academy, who should not be put in harm's way, is not exactly something I am looking forward to. Maybe your wish is genuine, but as a leader you claim to be, you see my dilemma, I am certain. Captain Doe, I do understand that I basically blackmailed myself into your crew and under your command, but I assure you I am under your command, and while I have not completed that marvellous and quite legendary Union Academy training, I am travelling this universe for a very long time and have experience in all matters of space travel. I don't claim to know it all, and I don't know much about the details being a crew member on a Union ship. I do claim to be a willing learner and to prove to you that I am really serious about all this." He sighed deeply and stood before me almost as if in attention. "I hereby ask you, without any conditions, to conscribe me into your crew. If you say no, I travel with the old ones to Pluribus and do what I promised to do and step down as the first merchant afterwards. If you say yes, I give you my word, I will do whatever you ask me to do. I follow your orders and I do not want any special treatment." I looked to Ha-Hai and he nodded. Elfie and Shay also declined their heads, and Narth said in my mind, "He has the capacity of deceit and is, because of his race and occupation, a master in manipulation. However, at the moment he is truthful as a being can be, and he really means what he says." Now it was my turn to sigh. And by asking this way, giving me no real alternative, I got up and said, "By the powers invested in me, I hereby conscript you, Sobody of the Golden, to the services of the United Stars Navy, and as a crew member of my ship." For an old man, as he claimed to be, he jumped in the air as if hit by a jolt of electricity, and saluted, actually, quite properly. "Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Captain. I accept your conscription." I sighed and put my hand on the little man's shoulder. "Let us go to the ship so we can fill you in what we are doing, and maybe you regret your decision after all." We went back to the ship and Sobody was following us. As he saw the yawl behind the airlock holding 4 TKUs, he shrunk back for a moment in something like fear and then whistled. A Narth and a real alive yawl together aboard a Union ship. If those are the wonders I am allowed to see just at the entrance to this ship, I can't wait to see what wonders are hidden deeper in this ship. I frowned and looked at him. A genuine Golden merchant for one, the big boss of the whole outfit no less. He stepped into my way. "Captain, I know you don't like this situation, and maybe you don't like me, but I assure you, I will follow your orders and I promise no chore is beneath me. If you want environmental tanks scrubbed, I will do so with a smile on my lips." Ha-Hai thumbed at me. "The captain and I have experience with that particular chore, and if you do that with a happy cheer on your lips, you are weirder than I thought." The little Golden man shrugged. "Our sense of smell is not very well developed. We usually only smell good business, but my secret dream is coming true, and I will do it if you want me to," I said to him. "No need, Golden merchant, this is a brand new ship. But maybe you should write a list of skills you got, maybe we find something for you to do." Inside the ship, he whistled again. "This sure does not look like an old Phobos-class destroyer on the inside." Circuit, who came around the corner, said, "You sure know your ship interiors." I knew Circuit just came to quell his curiosity. The merchant nodded. "I do. I studied anything I could get my hands on regarding the Union and its equipment." Circuit looked at me and said, "How long are we going to be here?" "We have to remain until the battle group arrives. That should be about 2-3 days," Narth corrected me. The battle group and the USS Baghdad will be here in 74 hours. I turn my hands out in a gesture of resignation. I stand corrected then. Our spooky OPS officer gave you the correct answer, Narth said. That is what spooky and non-spooky OPS officers do, my upper chest enhanced captain. I almost choked on my own breath. Maybe it is my own fault, giving you nicknames. I guess I better stick to proper names and titles. While Ha-Hai Bali managed to contain his laughter and earned a stern look from me, Circuit said, Can you grant me shore leave? I be careful, I promise, but I always wanted to go shopping at a golden bazaar. I said with a smile on my face, You got 12 hours shore leave. Denying you the chance to shop here would be cruel and unusual punishment. Only now I noticed Circuit had not come alone. A Holdian with pointed nose, round ears and long whiskers in his face stood next to the X-101. He was wearing a blue coverall. His coverall and the exposed silky soft fur were soiled with heavy stains. The little Holdian turned a ghastly-looking rag in his little paws and then tipped his right to his head and said, Captain, ma'am, I am Specialist Estrie Warner. Were you serious that anyone could come to you with ideas and such? I nodded. Yes, I was. He exposed his yellow rodent teeth even further and said, Captain, there is this idea I really wanted to tell you about. Sure, I got a moment to listen to your idea, but first tell me, what are you actually doing? I thought we are well past the oil and steam propulsion age, and this is a new ship. He looked down on himself, dropped his ears and whiskers at the same time. His eyes got a shimmering, moist quality, and looked as if I had scolded him. I wanted to kick myself for making such a cute little Holdian so sad, and wondered if they looked like this at a union judge if they could get away with murder. I was certain they could. The Holdian said, Captain, I apologize. I completely forgot that I was still dirty. You see, I was greasing the injector spear blades and the push shafts of the upper chandelier diverter when Sirit told me we got a golden aboard, so I went along to look. I forgot I was still full of Neutro D4 grease. Shay, still with us, helped him out. Crew member Warner is a Holdian, and due to his agility and size, he can perform maintenance work in confined spaces without dismantling the unit. Siruit has written a report about it. I nodded. I am aware of Holdians and had the honour of meeting a very special one only recently. I am not faulting him for working, getting dirty doing it, or for being nosy. I simply wanted to know what kind of work required grease on a starship that supposedly reaches Tech Level 9. Ha-Hai glanced at me from the side. Have you forgotten your own experience with silicone grease on the Devigun deck? I had to agree, and Circuit explained. In order to control the indirect, uncontrolled bleeding and thus influx of trans-dimensional energies that would influence and eventually destroy the controlled intake, a so-called chandelier diverter is pushed through a tube, which at one end sticks into another dimension, so to speak. The very shear point is made of dual-dimensional super exotics. A special grease paste is applied to the injector push rod below the blades. As it turns out, it is the only way to keep those spear blades moving while they are in the other dimension. It's not simple teleportation, but a steady conduit. Captain, we are the only ship in the fleet with this new type of drive, and it is still very much in its development phase. We are basically writing the maintenance procedures as there is very little documentation we can rely on. My little Holdian specialist knows this drive inside and out. He was there when they built ours, and he can get inside without us pulling a service one on them. I had all but forgotten the old merchant until the old man gasped. Silver be tarnished. You Terrans actually crack the TD energy transfer secret. There are only a handful species in 55 galaxies who ever did, as far as I know. Come to think of it, the old Ilwathi of the Leo 2 galaxy used special grease for a very similar purpose. I think we even have a dozen barrels of it here, and if I remember correctly, a case of Ilwathi spare parts too. Shay became very interested. I would not mind purchasing it from you so we can analyse it. The Golden said, I am a member of this crew now. The stores of the Golden are open to you. I will forward your request and have it delivered imminently. I said, while I think we should have meetings in the meeting room and not right here in airlock room 4. And we are many societies, not just Terrans. I am from Nilfeheim and consider myself a Norse. I turned to the Holdian and said, "Please tell me your idea. I have not forgotten you asked." He started to wipe his hands again and he said, "Ma'am, that is exactly what I wanted to talk to you about. I was thinking, since we are supposed to be pirates and we might need to entertain guests and all that, our meeting room would be inadequate for this, so we could turn our empty bee hangar into a pirate den. You know, like they have in those old 3Ds. Real cool, with treasures in the corners and a skeleton in a cage and all that. Besides, we do need a place for our treasures and the special valuable loot. And then we put in a big table with impressive chairs and decorate the whole hangar so we can let guests in through the side ramp and never show them the rest of the ship." I went to my knees and put my hand on his tiny shoulders. "That is actually a very good idea, Mr. Holdian. I put you in charge of this project." The old merchant clapped his hands. "It is getting better by the minute. We are going to be pirates?" I simply told him the entire story, just leaving out a few technical details, and he listened and became quite serious. "I don't like pirates on bit." He side-glanced to Ha-Hai and added, "I don't mean the die. They honour their opponents for the most part and don't slaughter the innocent. I did hear about this red dragon, of course, who attacked Outpost 96 so recently, and I seen reports of my own intelligence service, just how vicious and unproportionally violent he is towards his victims. I don't know if you know, but we golden deal in anything, except sentient life forms, since I am the first merchant. Slave business is prohibited, and we deal with our own who violate that quite severely." I knew he spoke the truth. I remembered the golden slave dealer on Alvor's Cove. He rubbed his chin. "That barracuda you mentioned was here indeed just 3 days ago, and I am certain they went to Brahma Port. That is an asteroid base much like this one, and it is run by the independent Bassett family of Royd miners. It is also a known pirate base where they trade, refuel and sell things we don't deal with. I also know of a dealer on Sin 4 who has Loki torpedoes. Next to the translocator cannons, Loki torpedoes are the most desired miltech there is. No other species has anything comparable." He scratched his bald head as if it helped him thinking. "Oh, I remember that pirate known as Red Dragon was here about 2 months ago, trying to buy spare parts and new ISA pods. His shinny and unique ship didn't look so shinny and new when he was here. His ship's aft section was severely damaged." Listening to Sobody, I realised to have him aboard might prove to be more valuable than anticipated. He seemed to know much about free space and what was going on here. It also became clear I would have to return to Sin 4. I was so distracted by my own thoughts that Narth had to call me mentally and telling me that the Golden was still taking. He said, "Now that I know your secret, I am sure you might object, but if you think you can trust me, please let me out once more. I want to go with the little Holdian and help him get a few things and treasures worthy of a pirate of your reputation. In order to blend in, we must visit the various pirate hideouts and the trade markets on Sin 4, Alvor's Cove, and many other such places. Pirates and the other scum goes there to brag, buy parts, sell or purchase ships, and of course turn their loot into profit. It is at those places they band together for raiding parties and pack attacks." I said, "Mr. Sobody, we can't really keep you prisoner, and so far Narth trusts you, and that has more weight with me than anything else. So yes, I trust you too." To the Holdian specialist, he said, "Would you accept my company, since you are in charge of decorations and that is what we're going to get?" "Of course, Mr. Sobody. I go along as well," Circuit said. "And a segment that involves shopping, Mother Machine could not keep me from that one." 3 days later, or more precisely 74 hours later, Ha-Hai came into my office and said, "The battle group and the Zanzibar have just arrived." It was 3-4 the non-corp who called me from the bridge, as he held the con just as Ha-Hai had told me the news. "Sir, we are being hailed by the USS Zanzibar. Captain Changpu Rong is on Fleet Chanel for you." Since 3-4 was on the bridge, it was already second dog watch, meaning it had to be past 600 hours. I took the call right from my desk. A human female captain became visible on the screen. She wore her black hair in a similar style as Elfie, but had more slanted eyes. She smiled as she saw me and said, "Good evening, Captain Doe, and nice to meet the captain of the USS Enigma. I am Captain Wrong, and I have direct orders from Fleet Command to take charge of the situation here. And you are free now to continue with your mission." I thanked her and briefed her on the non-classified parts of the situation. After I had talked to the battleship captain, I had ship switched to external visuals, and I could see 2 majestic white Union hospital ships drift into view, deploying D-20 shuttles in paramedic configuration. A huge fleet mobile repair dock dropped moments later out of quasi-space, an enormous disc with large tractor projectors and manipulation arms, able to plug entire ships out of space and place it onto the repair platform and repair even the most damaged ships. Ha-Hai, who stood next to me and put in words what I was thinking as he said, "It is amazing. Sometimes I think it is this incredible efficiency of our Union that makes all the difference and not the battleships. That 35,000-metre MRP to me just as amazing as the Devi, and it is not an alien product." When I was a boy, my father often told me about hospital ships and the fleet tender units the Union had, and like so many other die, I laughed and found it a waste of resources to have ships dedicated to the care of sick. But I learned that the Union is far more envied over these by others than battleships and translocator cannons. I agreed with him and called the bridge. Pure answered from the con, "Yes, ma'am." "Call all personnel back to the ship that is still on shore and prepare to undock within the hour." "Aye, Captain." I was so proud of my crew. They were just like me still at the beginning of their career, but Pure smoothly changed shift with 2-3 while not losing a beat on the situation. That a Union Marine held a bridge position aboard an Union fleet ship was perhaps a bit unusual, but perfectly legal within regulations, as it was my decision alone who I trusted with that. Ha-He said, "You have been to Hangar B lately, right?" I shook my head. "No, I have not. I was busy coordinating the rescue efforts. You know yourself, I spend more time out there in a suit than I care for. I for one am glad the Zanzibar and the other ships are here." I paused and looked directly into his snug face. "Why, what have they done?" He shrugged and said, "I don't think I have the correct vocabulary to describe it, but I think you might want to check it out." I followed my Dai friend to the IST. What did they do? It's really better you see it for yourself. We left the intership transport a few seconds later and stepped into the central corridor of the ship's hangar and flight deck, also called the equatorial deck as it was in the middle and by volume the largest deck section of the Tiger Shark. A big Marine so loaded with boxes he could barely see his way almost bumped into us. He obviously did not see who he almost ran into because he said, "Sorry mate, just coming on through." He went past us and disappeared behind the massive double doors to Hangar Bay B. The Tiger Shark had 4 main hangars bays. Bay A was meant for the 4 Wolfcrafts we had yet to receive. Bay B was supposedly there for a complement of 6 Thor gunboats, also still on the list of things we still missed. Bay C was home to the Gazelle recon craft and our 4 Goliath landing tanks, and Bay D held a D-20 shuttle and a multi-purpose science and survey platform. Each hangar bay was 70 metres long, 50 deep, and the ceiling was 20 metres from the bay floor. From the other side of the corridor where the big freight elevator was, came Hans and the massive Yule, and they both struggled with a huge crate that would have been a challenge even for a big load handler. Ha-Hai pointed with his chin towards the 2 and said to me, "It is going on like that for 2 days now. Every time I come down here I feel I am in some sort of freight forwarding centre. I doubt there isn't much left in that bazaar." Unable to predict what would await me, I took a deep breath and stepped through the big door that was parting before me, but had to brush a heavy velvet curtain aside before I could actually see. I stopped dead in my tracks as I looked around. It used to be stark empty space with hexagonal-shaped armour plating and X-shaped support frames covering ceiling, walls and floors. Now the walls were draped with heavy crimson and black velvet curtains. The ceiling sported a wall-to-wall picture of a space battle scene between the Silver Streak and a Schiss-armed trader vessel. It looked more like a scene from a cheesy space holo than reality. I also noticed Narth floating way up there, putting finishing touches to it. In the centre of the former hangar bay was a massive-looking round table of at least 10 metres in diameter and had the appearance to be made out of a dark silver metal. The table surface was richly inlaid with artwork that could have been straight from the Nilfeheim Book of Traditions, if the muscled heroes struggling with monsters would have been human. The entire surface was stylized like a wagon wheel of old, segmenting the artwork into 24 areas. 24 golden spokes started at the inner ring and ended at a central nave. Around the table I counted 25 oversized high-backed matching armchairs, richly upholstered with black leather. A 26th chair was even taller than the others, and featured the skull of something large and wicked centered on top of the backrest. 6-meter-tall braziers stood in equal intervals all around the hall. They were made of twisted dark metal, and must have been dreamed up by a Gothic artist who spent most of his time thinking about torture and claws. They looked as if a dozen serpents completely intertwined fought each other with razor-sharp hooks, claws, and spiny thorns. Dark red flames flickered smokeless out of equally black steel bowls mounted on top. Above the table hung a chandelier that matched the table's design, and each of the chandelier arms held a glittering diamond-shaped dragon head, projecting light on each of the table's segments. To the left side, stacked against the wall, at least 50 large transport chests, several of them open overflowing with polonium coins. Metal barrels stacked filled with gemstones, gold coins and jewellery. To the right side, several stacks of Sarrazy silk bales, each worth many thousand credits, along with a pile of furs and other luxury fabrics. In between those treasures stood solid-looking racks of steel and wood, holding an arsenal of swords, lances, rifles and energy weapons, a collection it seemed representing every known and quite a few unknown civilizations. Huge Saran floor vases, made of black alabaster and gold, a statue of the Saran death god Seth holding a sharp-looking, wickedly curved sword, were only a few of the art and antique objects that decorated the room I could identify. I saw Circuit standing at the opposite of the bay, directing the little Holdian who operated a handheld tractor crane projector, manipulating a large and exceptional ugly stone statue, depicting what I thought was a headless, very fat Schiss female. Circuit noticed me as I came closer, still staring at all the things, and even though his face was expressionless as always, I knew he was deeply satisfied. He stemmed his fists into his hips and said, "What do you think, Captain? This is the famous Venus of Milo, a priceless pre-Astro-Terran art object." I looked at it closer and shrugged. "I don't know, it sure looks like a headless pregnant Schiss to me." He sounded almost offended. "Captain, this is priceless art from a Terran artist named Donald Duck. He lived on the planet Coney Island and was famous for his work, all over the moon. I remember each detail the Gellerian art dealer told me," I said. "How can it be Terran art if he lived on a different planet?" Harhai held his chin while he looked at the statue with crossed arms. "You know I have this perfectly good, genuine pebble made of real rock, barely used, and I was told it came from a river on Terra. The rock even was wet once, and they say it is very old. I let you have it for a spot." Circuit protested. "And you never told me you have such a thing? How much do you want for it?" I slowly turned, taking it all in. "This is really some work you all put in here." The golden merchant, wearing only a pair of pants and a shirt with dark grime all over his face, crawled from underneath the table holding a polishing rag and a tub of metal polish, and he smiled all over his face in deep satisfaction. He wiped his brow, leaving another streak of sod, and he said, "I am glad you like it, ma'am. This table is over 500,000 years old, and was made for the council room of a once mighty but now forgotten kingdom. It's made of 19 tons of pure platinum and 8 tons of gold, not to mention almost a ton in rhodium inlays. The spokes and chairs are enriched with rhodium inlays. So is the chandelier. I doubt even your famous Schwartz Industries has a more expensive and impressive conference table." He held up his polishing rag. "It doesn't look much now, but once I get it all shiny, you will see how pretty it will look." Circuit shrugged. "I told him we could nanites do the cleaning, but he insists that an antique like that needs to be hand-polished," the old merchant said. "So what do you think, Captain?" Everyone stopped working and looked at me. I noticed that the tail of the little Holdian twitched while he looked at me with anticipation from his big black button eyes. I looked around once again and then said, "I think it is marvellous, beyond anything I imagined. Do we owe someone a huge bill for all this?" Sabody looked insulted. "Captain, with all due respect, you could not even begin to imagine wealth I have amassed in 18,000 of your years of being the leader of a merchant and trader society. I think I might even be a close second to this Rex Schwartz. He isn't the only centillionaire, as the Union Press always claims he is, you know." He pointed at the treasures and said, "This is but a small token to express my gratitude that you are so readily accepted me." He then pointed his rag at Circuit. "If it is permitted, I must however teach your chief engineer a thing or two about the honesty of bazaar merchants, especially Galurians." I laughed. "You may try that indeed. But you all did a tremendous job. I think we should have all our conferences and meetings here, and this should be our mess hall. Yes, we will have our daily dinner here. Someone needs to work out a rotation schedule so all crew members can eat here." The Holdian said, perplexed, "Captain, did you mean all crew members? Officers sharing a table with enlisted?" I nodded. "That's right. We eat here, all of us. There are 360, counting officers, crew and marines. We got 8 watches and they rotate so everyone has same chance to eat the dinner meal here, there," Narth said. "That would be 14.4 dinners, or every crewman would eat here every 14.4 days. The Holdian clapped his little hands. "That means I eat here all the time. After all, I am the .4 crewman, right?" Everyone laughed, even Harhai. I said, "There is room for more chairs anyhow. It's a big table and not all of us need that much space." Elfie's voice interrupted us from a PA speaker. "Captain, a pirate has just attacked 25 minutes ago, 201 light years from here and in Union space. Union sources say the pirate hightailed into free space." I headed for the door and said, "Harhai, see that everyone is aboard. Circuit, get your engines hot and get Shaka on the bridge. There is nothing we can do about the attack, but we start hunting now." The Janus device was active, and the tiger shark looked once more like the Cartanian battle merchant. Crabble said, "It's official now, Captain. We are in free space." We had left the Golden Bazaar behind us and were on a course straight to Brahma Port. The journey would take 4 more days, as we could only as fast as a Cartanian battle merchant with 2 added ISA pods. Narth and Shay worked for the last 2 days at something, and I noticed them now for the 3rd straight shift. Now 3-2 had joined them, and I turned on my seat and said, "Would you 3 over there mind to explain what you are doing? Not that I probably understand it, but I still sort of like to know." Shay turned and said, "Union ISAH pods interrupt the supersymmetry that exists between fermions and boson particles. While a ship travels in quasi-space, the correlated superpartners are affected in regular space, and while this is possible in 0-dimension environments, it is not in 4-dimensional environments. Therefore, we think," I said. "Teaches me to ask you guys what you are doing," Narth said. "Thankfully, I am able to understand the captain on a direct mental level, and she is not asking us to teach her more, but her response was an example of sarcasm. The captain simply isn't able to follow your explanation on an intellectual, comprehensive level." I sighed. He did it again. He managed to call me basically an idiot, and I should be angry. But how can I, since I know he didn't mean it? Narth turned to face me and said, "I would ask for apologies, but how can I, since you have already forgiven me? Would it be helpful if I tell you? Wetmouth had to explain her idea to me, before I comprehended." "In Odin's name, just tell me what you are doing." Now it was 3-2 who said, "Captain, we are trying to isolate and find a possible trail of either the stolen Barracuda or the Red Dragon. Since both use Union ISA pods and there is a high probability they went this way, if Bahama Port is their target. Since my natural senses allow me to sense such minute trails, they now try to modify a sensor array with my input." That was an explanation I understood and sounds really fascinating. Circuit came on the bridge carrying a technical device and went straight to Shay. "I think I got it. I made it exactly to your guys' specifications. Harhai grinned as he looked at me. We are flying in the most advanced ship the Union has ever built, and our geeks are already tinkering with the hardware to improve it. 5 minutes later, and more tinkering and talking between the four, and Circuit's legs sticking out of an open access panel underneath Shay's main science console. I heard Ship's voice say, "Shay, it works. I think I isolated the Barracuda's trail." Narth went back to his OPS console and his fingers flew over the input contacts. Then he said to me, "Captain, we have isolated the trail of the stolen Barracuda, and I am feeding the sensor data to Crabble for navigation, in case you want to follow it." I smiled to Harhai. Looks like they managed to do just that. Mr. Crabble set a course following that trail, and Mr. Chitauli increase our speed a notch still within Cartanian capabilities. The trail became stronger, and then Narth reported. 3 contacts on sensor horizon. One of the contacts has clear Union energy signatures and conforms to those of a Barracuda. The other 2 appear to be of recent manufacture Kermac T configuration. Yeoman O'Connell, who was never far from my side, said, "These new Kermac T ships are not civilian or available for civilians. That means the Kermac have violated the Free Space Treaty." Shay said, "For the chance to get their hands on translocator technology, they would risk anything." Narth put up a tactical map of the region, and I could see the 3 contacts near a small white star. The map identified the star as Auriga Shi, and according to the Union Astro Catalogue has only been optically surveyed. There was no detailed data available, but it was assumed to be uninhabited, as it only had a few gas giants and 1 rock core planet that was very close to its sun. There was no other artificial contact within sensor range. I leaned back, my right hand on the intuitive controls. "All hands battle stations. Mr. Narth, I know it is not Cartanian, but I understand our Janus device is capable of cloaking us against sensor detection." "Yes, Captain, we can mask our sensor signature in that way. Render us invisible to their sensors and everything else half a second before we drop out of quasi-space. If it is a mystery to them how we did that, so be it." "Yes, ma'am." "Mr. Chitauli, take us as close as you can before you drop out of quasi-space and coordinate with Mr. Narth." "Understood, Captain. I can take us as close as 250 kilometers." "Excellent. Mr. Vuza, stand by on QGP and Frothcasters. Load 1 Kigi AM loads into our sniper cannons and fire the TL simultaneous to mask the translocators. I want you to target the drive sections of all 3 ships simultaneous, and yes, I authorize Ship to assist you. I want them unable to maneuver before they even know what happened. We are dealing with a Union destroyer after all." "After the first volley, Mr. Chitauli will take us with a micro-jump back out a light minute or 2. My friends made the necessary computations and adjustments, and I said to Hans, "Mr. Neugruber, prepare your Marines for boarding action." My command seat was in battle mode, and once again it was as if I was sitting outside on the hull with an unobstructed view of space. Of course it was a simulation, and the images our visual sensors received were not constructed from visible light, but hyperspace distortions, tachyon reflection, and mass energy detection. Standard light speed sensors were as inadequate as the human eye had not chanced to see that far or make out objects as small as ships, in an environment where size meant nothing. The individual departments represented in floating icons, as well as important data about speed, course, weapon range, shield strength course, and a host of other information I found necessary. The display was customized to my preferences. Harhi's icon blinked and expanded to show his face, and he looked at me. "You told me to play devil's advocate, and you made me your XO to keep you in check, right?" "Yes, of course." "Then I suggest you do not go with Hans and lead the boarding action." His suggestion caught me off guard. "We haven't even engaged the enemy yet, and I didn't think that far yet. I was just playing with the idea. And how did you even guess I was thinking about that?" "First of all, I know you by know a little. All this sugar and girl stuff can't fool me. Underneath all that dominatrix leather is still the same ready to rumble Eric I know. Second, I noticed you trained with Hans to use the new Gilgamesh suits, and third. And finally, you already asked Ship to prepare your autodresser. I felt like a child caught with the hand in the cookie jar and said, I am supposed to be a pirate and that is what they do. Besides, I don't like to send men into harm's way without them knowing I am there as well. You are not a midshipman anymore. You do not lead a group of cadets as dorm eldest. You're the captain now. He disconnected before I could say something, and I knew he was right. Union fleet regulations were as clear as glacial water. The captain's place was on the bridge and not leading a boarding party of Marines. But then Captain Zerge's done it, and my idol Stahl did it countless times and was famous for it. But Ha-Hai was right, Stahl was not the captain. Harris did not leave the bridge during battle. My musing thoughts had to take a back seat now. The Tiger Shark approached the 3 ships fast. Narth displayed a more detailed sensor report now as we were close. The enemy ships were 2 full-size Kermac T-class cruisers. Kermac technology was behind Union tech, but not by much, and they were well armed and shielded. I could not rely on Loki torpedoes or large TL loads. That would ruin our disguise, and the chances that someone else was watching was not unlikely. Narth said, They are ready to make the deal and plan to land on the 3rd moon of the first gas giant. The Barracuda still has a functional translocator cannon. I can sense that one of the Union officers was able to disable the auto-destruct feature. The Kermac have no intentions of keeping the officers alive. They have all the translocator data.
Ship counted down the seconds until we would drop out of Quasi. 8, 7, 6, 5.
The disguised Tiger Shark was a true marvel of technology, but my crew made it a terrifying tool of power and might. No regular helmsman would have ever dared to come that close to a planet and other ships out of quasi-space. No tactical officer in the entire fleet could rely on a computronic that was not just a machine but his friend, and understood what he wanted to do. What captain could rely not only on the ship's sensors, but on the senses of a Narth? Science officers would sit back during battle situation, but Shay used every bit of data both from sensors, from Narth, the vast data banks, and processed it in her brilliant mind to give Mao millimeter-precise target data of weak spots. The Barracuda, however, was a modern Union destroyer with modern shields, and designed to take a pounding. Everything was at least triple redundant. We all knew that firsthand. Of course, the Barracuda had one big handicap: it had no crew. Flying and operating it was no problem even with one person, but taking it into battle was another story. Our ship dropped out of quasi-space, and there was no time interval measurable by human senses when our weapons pounded all 3 ships. The Kermac drive sections were destroyed with surgical precision before they were even able to really sense our presence. The Barracuda computronic, however, reacted fast and established shields automatically. Ship acted without permission and without waiting for my command, and laid a barrage of 5-kilo loads precisely at a shield nexus point and send a 6 through before the Barracuda could raise its shields to full strength. The 6th load of antimatter exploded inside the Union destroyer's engineering compartment. It ripped open the entire starboard side, peeled ultronate armor away like the skin of a fruit, and it would take the services of a dockyard to make this wreck into a flying ship once more. All this had taken less than maybe 6 seconds when we already accelerated back into quasi-space. I knew that we could not let anyone escape. What we did was certainly not within the capabilities of a Cartanian armed freighter. I also contemplated if I should scold Ship for her initiative or not. Cracking the full established shields of a Barracuda with simulated Null and Cartanian weapons would have been impossible, and facing the destroyer's functional translocator cannons would have forced us to establish paradigm shields and jeopardize our disguise just as well. She was more than a computronic but an officer, and as such made an important tactical decision. I decided to actually commend her for showing initiative, something no other ship AI could. I said, "Good thinking, Ship, that saved us a lot of headaches." Ship made a sound almost as if she was releasing air in a relieved fashion and said, "Thank you, Captain. I knew you couldn't even speak an order that fast, so I improvised as I noticed the Barracuda computronic was already in battle mode." I smiled towards her symbol and then said, "Ms. Patetis opened communications to the Kermac and the Renegades." I lowered my seat out of the battle view dome, and Ha-Hai handed me a black mask that matched my outfit. Narth said. Bridge background filters in place. All they will see is an old Cartanian bridge. I closed the lace strings of the mask, and Elfie gave me the signal that she was ready. I am Black Velvet of the Silver Streak. You are unable to escape, and I can destroy you as easily as I damaged you. I will search your vessels for valuables, and let you live if you comply with my demands. I will show no mercy if you resist in any way. Now deactivate all remaining weapons and energy shields, and prepare to be boarded. The first responding was a Kermac officer, and he snarled at me. You attacked Kermac vessels, killed crew members with that cowardly sneak attack, and interfere with our business. The Kermac will hunt you. Captain Black Velvet, you made yourself a powerful enemy. I wouldn't be so loud proclaiming Kermac business in free space and aboard Kermac military ships. My null contacts will be very interested in the recordings I am just making. Now comply with my demands or face destruction. Narth's voice said in my mind with an urgent tone. The Barracuda is about to launch 2 of its Loki torpedoes. There was no way I could outrun them, and while I was sure our full shields could withstand their impact, it would weaken even our excellent shields. I had no choice. Mao used the QLP and target their torpedo tubes. 2 invisible bolts of quark gluon plasma travelling through trans-space tunnels, based on the same technology as the anti-light tunnel space trains used, hit the torpedo doors at the same time as the Loki torpedoes appeared. Once in flight, a Loki was shielded and so fast it was almost impossible to intercept, but there in the initial launch phase, their shields were still off, and the Barracuda had to create temporary holes in the remaining emergency shields to let the torpedoes pass. The effect was devastating. Both torpedoes carried enough antimatter to severely damage capital ships. Not even the excellent armour of the Barracuda could withstand 2 such explosions halfway in its hull. The Barracuda was instantly and completely destroyed. I knew I had to do it, but destroying a Union ship was not something that made me feel proud. I said, close in on the Kermac. Maximum tech stop and paralyzate arrays. Scan for dark spots in your energy scans and target them. Be prepared for small, fast escape, Kra. While I was still speaking and the Tiger Shark closed in again, the command section of one of the Kermac cruisers did detach, and Mao singed its aft with a QGP shot. The Kermac craft changed course, and dove straight into the thick atmosphere soup of a moon circling the nearby gas giant. We managed to reach the other T-cruiser and came within tech stop and paralysator ray distance. I had a hard time remaining in my seat as Hans and our Marines floated across and boarded the second ship, while Mao followed my orders and destroyed the remaining aft section of the other. Shay told me that she was able to estimate the landing area of the command section, but due to heavy electromagnetic storms in the moon's atmosphere, she was not able to give details. While I listened to the battle progress reports of the boarding action, everything went smoothly so far, Narth said. We must go after those who escaped to the moon's surface, Captain. They already obtained Manual 15 from the Barracuda, and they have a long-range telepath with them. The telepath seems to be wounded or momentarily unable to send, but once he can, he will be able to transmit all the information in that manual to Kermac. You know that manual contains all information needed to service and repair and thus reproduce a translocator cannon. Ha-Hai said, We got P-bombs. Let's drop 1 or 2 on that moon and we can be certain they won't transmit anything. I shook my head while keeping an eye on Hans' helmet visuals and said, P-bombs are a weapon unique not only to the Union, but specifically to Terrans. The effects are long-lasting, he said. Then we pound the area with TLs until Narth confirms they are silent. We must prevent them from transmitting that information and can't take chances, Captain. I knew he was right and called Hans. Status report, Mr. Neugruber. Only little resistance from Kermac battle robots. The crew that was not in shielded suits is sleeping and the rest has surrendered. We are in control of this vessel. I said to him, That is good news. I am sending Circuit, Shay, and more hands to gather anything useful, computronic files and valuables of course, and pack the officers in stasis boxes. We will be back shortly. We must go after the ones that escaped onto the 6th moon of that gas giant. Aye, Captain, this is a big ship and it will take a little to go through it all anyway. I ordered the Tiger Shark ship into a geostationary orbit and was about to give firing orders to Mao, when Narth held up his hand and I received his thought. Stop. Narth turned in his seat and said, The Kermac are not alone down there. I am sensing something. Another life. 3-4, who had replaced Shay on the science console, said, Life sensor readings inconclusive. Due to the strong electromagnetic interference, I am not able to get a clear reading on the Kermac or anything else. The environment down there is Class 9 and extremely hostile to unprotected carbon-based biological. Atmosphere consists mostly of carbon dioxide, sulfuric dioxide, and a soup of noble gases. Surface pressure is at 86 bar. The moon receives a high dose of radiation from its mother planet at every rotation that would sterilize most known life forms. Narth was leaning back, while his head dropped to his chest. Since I still could feel him, I knew he was neither death or in pain, but I sensed he was greatly disturbed by something. I gave him a few minutes, knowing that I could not hurry him by interrupting. He finally raised his head and said, The Kermac did not randomly choose this location for the exchange. It was only convenient because they have been here already. They have stolen or taken something from that moon. Something that should never been taken. Something old and unknown to the Narth is down there. Something dangerous. Just as he finished, we received a call from Shay. Captain, there is something very alien and strange in the cargo hold of this Kermac ship. It appears to be a glowing blue egg-shaped rock of approximately 20 meters. The material composition is a mix of crystals, rare earth composites and minerals. Even though it emits light, I cannot detect any energies, and now we all can hear a faint music like humming emitting from it. Shay, get out of that hold and let robots check it out. We don't know what we are dealing with, Elfie said with a dry voice. Communication to our people aboard the T-Cruiser has been lost. I am unable to raise any of them, Narth said. The Kermac on the surface made contact with something, and they managed to convince whatever it is that we are responsible for something terrible. I can feel rage on a level I did not think possible. A voice thundered over the bridge speakers. Woe to the rock breakers! The crime is unspeakable, and so must be the punishment. Elfie recoiled from her console and said, This was psionic, not our communication equipment. I was almost lifted out of my seat as something hit the tiger shark with enormous force, making the lights flicker. Trying to keep a cool head and made sure I didn't raise my voice even a notch. I didn't like those commanding officers who barked or yelled orders. I preferred the style of Captain Zej and Captain Harris and said, Mao, full shields. Extend exo-load turret and load both bomb shafts with P-bombs. Ha-hi, give me a full damage and casualties report, Mao said. Full real shields activated, all weapons active, bomb shafts loaded and ready for P-bomb deployment. Ha-hi looked over his readouts. The Janus device is damaged, and so is our projected appearance. The simulated Cartanian shields are completely destroyed, but our real hull held and received no detectable damage. Petty Chief Gorach reports a 3-degree burn after being dosed with hot water and environmental. Lines are being fixed and the Petty Chief is almost ready for duty again. I acknowledged with a nod. Elfie, hail me that voice on one of those Scion channels we supposed to have. We do have Ledai Scion tech and communication. Channels are open. This is Captain Black Velvet of the Silver Streak, calling the entity that threatened and attacked us. I am open for dialogue and establishing contact. I offer peaceful dialogue, but I will not accept any further attacks. I have the means to turn your moon into nuclear slack. The voice answered, You are the rock breakers. You destroyed Olors. You stole Olors. We are the Conch. Another massive bolt of concentrated energy hit the tiger shark. Mao reported, Shields at 44%. This bolt was stronger than the first, by a magnitude of 120%, equal to the Union's strongest FTL cannons. I think whoever is down there doesn't believe me. Mr. 3-4, can your sensors pick up the approximate location of the Kermac escape ship? I am able to narrow it down to a 12-kilometer radius. I can see their distinct energy signatures between all the other disturbances. Close enough, Mao, target that area and plant an exo-load. That should take care of the Kermac and show the others we are serious. I turned to Narth and said, "Any objections? Do you sense anything, or do you think you can communicate with them?" Narth actually shrugged with his shoulders as he said, "There is so much rage, so much anger, that I am unable to get through. It is a truly alien mind. I am currently in conversation with the Narth Supreme, and no Narth has ever encountered a mind like this. All I can say, it appears to be a mind of great power, able to manipulate transdimensional energies. Narth Supreme suggests that your approach might be as good as any other." I wondered if I did the right thing. My orders were clear. Prevent the transform technology to fall in enemy hands, and I didn't have much time. My friends and Shay were in trouble, and I knew it had to do with whatever was down there. "Mao, reload TL with a gigaload and fire." A gigaload was still developing the equivalent explosive force of 1 billion tons of high explosives. While such enormous explosive forces affected a target in deep space only by direct impact, as shock waves could not travel through vacuum, it was an entire different effect when exploding inside an atmosphere. The antimatter explosion was so intensive, it instantly cleared a huge section of the dense cloud cover and spewed material into space. I had Elfie hail the voice again. This was a small demonstration of what we can do. Now, we didn't break any rocks before, but I promise you I break any rock on that moon of yours if you continue the hostilities. You accuse us of crimes, yet we have never been here before. What shall it be, dialogue or war? Not that we need to remain here, as our business here is elsewhere. You murdered the gentle ones, the ones that promised to return the children. You abducted and destroyed Olors. The gentle ones were right. You are a brutal and warmongering species. We have little patience for brutality and the kinds of atrocities marking much of the development of the galaxies and those who worship darkness and death. At least we are talking, even if you keep repeating, accusing us of crimes we could not have possibly committed as we never been here. If you refer to the Kermac as being the gentle ones, you are on the wrong track, and if those Olors resemble a big blue egg like rock, then I know where it is. You find it aboard a Kermac ship not far from here, and I am willing to return that rock to you, if that stops you from accusing us. Narth said. The mind is confused. It has no concept of ships, colours, big or small, but I cannot go deeper. That mind is not accessible to my probing as other minds are. It would require much study. Shaka, get us back to the Kermac ship, 3-4 said. Captain, I am picking up 60 very large spaceships of unknown configuration, but energy readings and material composition points to Kermac origin. None of our data banks have data on 5,000-metre Kermac units. They are heading this way. They are slow, but will be here within 2 hours and 30 minutes away. Narth, see if you can restart or reconfigure that Janus device. I will try, Captain. I am getting Shay and the others, they are alive. But they are fighting, and something aboard that Kermac ship is interfering with Galnet. Elfie, get me the Admiral before we get too close to that ship. Elfie managed to get me a connection to the Admiral, and I talked fast and delivered my report of the events so far. Then I added, I will attempt to rescue my crew from that Kermac T-cruiser before the Kermac units arrive. I doubt I can fight 60 of them with or without disguise, but I will try to outrun them, he said. I don't know what is more disturbing, the news of a previously unknown Kermac fleet of this magnitude, or their willingness to risk war by entering free space in such a show of force. I will raise sector alert and contact the Kermac. You are on your own for now. If at all possible, find out what is so important on that moon that the Kermac risk all this. I acknowledged, and the connection faded out as we closed on the Kermac T-cruiser. I said, Elfie, tried to hail them with normal radio frequencies. We are close enough. I was out of my seat and on my way to the door when Ha-Hi's voice reached me. Captain, your place is on the bridge. Let me go. I didn't turn. Elfie, you have the bridge. If we do not return before the Kermac arrive, you return to Richter base as fast as you can. To Ha-Hi, I said, let's go. The iced was too fast for any conversation, but as we both ran down the corridor of the marine deck towards the equipment and deployment lock, I said, I take your objection serious and you are correct, but that isn't me. There are times I must remain on the bridge, but not now. We reached the equipment deck, jumped into battle dresses. Ship had already dialed them to the correct equipment, and he said as we came back out in Gilgamesh suits, "You are the captain. I follow you to wherever you lead us, but this isn't how it's supposed to be done." I grabbed a boarding axe, not that I needed any additional weapons, but I always trusted bladed weapons more than anything else. We both ran through the membrane field and activated our boot thrusters. This time there was none of the usual fear I had when being in deep space. I was too worried about the others, and too eager to get them out and leave before the Kermac came. Like two miniature rockets propelled to projectile speed, we approached the Kermac ship. A Kermac T-cruiser was at last until now the backbone of Kermac warship technology, and used exclusively by Kermac and their closest, most important thrall species. These ships were formed like the letter T in the human Terran alphabet, with a long rectangular main hull of 450 metres and a crossbar at its end of 250 metres. The hull was 80 metres wide and 67 metres deep. The crossbar section held the Kermac version of 2 ISA pods on each side. This T-cruiser's aft section was ripped to shreds by our initial attack, but now my suit sensors picked up energy readings of other Gilgamesh suits, sporadic weapon fire. While the Gilgamesh was overall almost a ton lighter than a Quasimodo, it was made of advanced materials and had better shielding, more power, better computronics and improved weaponry. Hahai signalled me that he had seen the energy concentration too, and without psionics or long discussion, we worked out a plan and basically decided to come in from the other side. We entered the ship through a jagged hull breach and into the engineering section. An antimatter warhead of our TL sniper cannons had caused this, and to see the result close up was sobering, as I noticed the Kermac had also crew quarters in this section. The further we went inside the ship, the more evident it became just how effective an antimatter explosion inside a ship was. We moved as fast as we could, but I did see the burned-out shells of Kermac battle and spacesuits, baked and molten in grotesque positions to the charred deck plates. I had no time to reflect on my own handiwork, but I somehow understood why the Kermac risked everything to get their hands on the secret of this weapon. I also remembered the twisted wreck of the Seneca, and almost like a ghost of my own making. I remembered the frozen body of the Garbini. Now my ComD system picked up the others and I could hear Hans's steady voice. "Solak and Forster fall back and keep an eye on the ceiling and watch where you shoot. We just got to hold the fort till the captain comes back. He'd never forgive me if we lose the loot and come back one man short." "Hans, I am here. Forget about the loot. Get out if you can. The tiger shark is close by. We need to evacuate fast. More Kermac are on their way." "Captain, we are facing a highly intelligent life form on silicone. Rock basis that is able to teleport and even deflect weapon beams. Shay thinks they use precise gravitation control. The blue egg-like thing broke apart in hundreds of little rock things. They can be destroyed, but only if you can hit them. That's all for later. Get out of here and make sure you decontaminate and scan. I don't want these things aboard the tiger shark. Any casualties?" "Yes, we have wounded, and Shay is in stasis. I evacuate now, but they are likely to follow us and try to prevent us from leaving." "I will distract them. Are you all suited?" "Yes, there isn't any atmosphere left in this ship. Prepare to leave on my signal." Hahai and I muscled open a heavy airlock and my Dai friend said, "How do you plan to distract something you have no idea what it is?" "I am going to break some rock." Hahai sighed as he pointed his gun in the next corridor. "I was afraid you would say that." Something the size of a soccer ball, with the form of a large asymmetric pebble, appeared right before Hahai's helmet, and whatever it was forced him hard and fast to his knees. Despite the Gilgamesh suit, the deck plate started to dent and around him. All happened in the blink of an eye, but Hahai managed to fire. His weapon bolt was not absorbed by a shield but deflected. 2 more of these floating blue rocks appeared. Hahai groaned. "I just broke my legs. I am under 1,800 tons of pressure." I hammered the axe on the first rock, and unlike the weapon beam, the vibrating blade made contact, sparks flew, and I chipped a sizable piece of the rock. Now I felt the pressure. It was like being caught in a giant vice. I heard Hans. "The rocks all left. and went back inside the ship. Whatever you did, worked. Harhai began to float and he said, "Captain, I am also free. My artigrav still works." I could no longer move. I heard the armor of the Gilgamesh groan. "Harhai, get out, take charge, and take the tiger shark away. Come back for me if the Kermak are gone, but we have no time right now. Take the ship and hide it somewhere." "Captain, Freya, Eric." "Get out, that's an order. I should have listened to you, I know. Narth will know where and how I am. Now go." He hesitated for 1 second and then floated into the other direction. More and more of the blue rocks kept assembling before me. Why they hadn't crushed me to pulp I could not tell, but the boarding axe became too heavy for me to hold, and it slipped out of my fingers and was twisted into a twisted pretzel before my eyes. My suit system reported exceeding 1,700 times standard gravitation. System shutdown imminent. Structural support fields will fail in 12 seconds. It is recommended to leave this gravitation center. Glad you came up with that plan. I cursed and called myself a fool. My career so suddenly ended because I once again rushed into a situation without thinking. Who would have thought I bite the dust on my very first official mission? If I had my real axe, I would show those rocks. Not some cheap technological imitation of Bereaver, my axe. The pressure became more intense, but no. "I know of thee, Olors. I know you are born of the conch. You are ancient and sided with the light. What need did I have of a battlesuit? The pressure still held this fragile body. Who was I? Why was in this ridiculous biological form? Why could I not form a clear thought? Oh yes, but I could form one thought that would bring me what was rightfully mine, and with Bereaver in my fist I find the rest of me, and then woe to all who tricked me." A thought formed in me, and I raised my hand against the laughable, feeble attempts to restrain me. My hand risen, I yelled, "Bereaver tear asunder time and space. Nothing shall keep vengeance incarnate from me, Bereaver to me." With my left, I grabbed one of the children of Kunk. "You move a glacial pace. You are of the first league. Your age is great, yet you are but matter and simple life." There, I could sense it. It came, like a meteor of infinite speed. Bereaver the axe, vengeance incarnate, united with my fist. Die. I crumbled the child of the Blue Mountain to dust in my fist and my axe. Oh, my axe, it sang and pulsed with anticipation, as it was made by my own hand in the crucible of infinite fire and heat in the nexus of all energy, forged to slay those who call themselves gods and keepers of the rule. What chance had the children of Conch? What were the Olors but dust and dirt beneath my feet? Die. There weren't enough to kill. There was not enough to quench my thirst for revenge, and still there was so much of me that was still lost. Who was I? What? What was that? Who was calling me? Who is Erica? Eric, I am Erica. That call, that voice, it was so familiar, so soothing. Of course it was Narth, my friend Narth. Yes, I was foolish to run off half-cocked when my place was on the bridge. Harhai was of course right, but I did not regret it. My friends made it to safety, hopefully outrunning the Kermak. My life was a small price to pay so Shay and Hans and all the others could escape. These strange floating rocks would crush me. The 12 seconds had to be over by now. Narth voice again. Eric, can you sense me? Yes, I can. Everyone made it. I opened my eyes and could see none of the rocks. The pressure was gone, and now I could hear the suit system. Suit integrity breached. Emergency force field deployed to maintain suit atmosphere. Damages beyond nanite repair capability. The intense pressure must have knocked me out for a moment. As I looked down myself, I wondered what those rocks did to my suit. It was in tatters. What force could destroy a Gilgamesh battlesuit like that and not kill the wearer? In this case, me. Even in this state, the suit protected me with a contour force field. Union tech was almost more impressive when it was damaged and still worked than when it was shiny new. All around me was a layer of bluish dust and small pieces of rock, but there was no life in it. To my pleasant surprise, there was an antique axe on the floor, It looked the same as the one I had found in the Cave of Things and sent home. Narth was still in my mind, and he said, "The Kermac fleet turned around and is hightailing it out of free space. We are momentary hiding in the atmosphere of the second gas planet. We are on our way to get you now." "Great! I have little energy left and not much breathable air." "Are you all right?" "You don't need to ask something like that. You can feel and see my thoughts. I am not sure what happened to the floating rock things. Maybe they went too far from their moon or something. There were 7 minutes and 56 seconds I could not sense you at all. I am not the psionics expert, but maybe it had to do with the rock creature. They could manipulate Galnet trans-dim energies and gravionics. Maybe they did something." I felt like reborn after I was rescued and took the time for a 3-minute shower and went through the Ceresii autodresser. My female disguise had suffered as much as my suit. I hung the axe as a souvenir over my bed and returned to the bridge. They all were there and gave me a scolding stare. Shay flew over and hugged and kissed me and said, "Now you can reprimand me for behaviour inappropriate, but I had to do it." "I can do that later. We still have to check what is on that moon, and I want to know what made the Kermac turn. I also like to get a full damage and casualties report. Finally, I need a scientific evaluation of the recent events. I still like to know what we fought on that Kermac ship and what happened to those rocks." Harhai said. "We analysed some of the computronic files of the Kermac ship Hans managed to secure, and it gets weirder when you hear what that Kermac fleet intended to do." I checked our position and said, "How is the Janus device?" Circuit said, "We need to land somewhere. Narth and I have to replace the fused matter manipulators on the starboard side before we can switch appearance. Right now we are Cartanian only on one side. Other than that, the ship is undamaged." Kateria delivered the casualty report. "All injuries, including the skull fracture, Shay suffered are mended and the crew is healthy. Even our stubborn captain as far as my scans can tell." I glanced at her. "I see you are no longer the outsider and have joined the Rubbitin Club." She deactivated her med scanner, and her angular, somewhat harsh face suddenly lost all the edge as she smiled. "No, Captain. Am no longer the outsider, and after feeling lost and without a place I belong to, I now feel I belong and I am at home right here aboard this magnificent ship. I have real friends. Something I did not even have while I served the All-Queen of Senior so long ago. I am your CMO and entitled to an opinion." I was glad she felt that way and simply nodded at that and then asked, "Harhai, can you fill me in on what you found out?" My XO motioned to the ceiling and said, "Ship, can you start with the drawings you made?" There on the viewer an actual drawing appeared. It was a technical drawing with incredible detail and accurate, Harhai explained. "What you see are not 5,000-metre Kermac ships, but double-T Kermac freight tugs. The freight they are transporting are 5,000-metre Kermac ion pulse motors. Not even the Devastator has ISAR pods of that size. There are 60 of them, and now comes the incredible part. The Kermac plan to attach these 60 ion pulse motors to that moon, and slowly accelerate it out of its orbit and take it across the 45 light-years that separates this system from Kermac space. The computronic data we were able to decipher speaks of Project Conch, and it carries the seal of the Grand Wizard himself. There isn't much else in terms of detail or why they wanted to move that moon and whatever is on it. From the mine dumps, we know that the project is very important and has been in the works for a long time," Shay said. "Ship drew these images as the ships were too far for our visual sensors to make out details, so she used other sensor data and descriptions of the Kermac data files to come up with these." "Paint me an alt. Those are pretty good. Looks like my ship's Omnitronic has a creative streak and is talented to boot." Ship managed to sound embarrassed and proud at the same time. "Thank you, Captain, and I was worried about you too. Just so you know." I got up and said, "Guys, one thing I have to say before I call the Admiral and deliver this report. I am who I am. I respect you all, I will heed Harhai's advice, and I know he was right, but this is my style. This is me, and I can't stop getting mixed in the middle of things, and I doubt this will stop. Admiral Stahl does it, Captain Zez does it occasionally, And I also decided to forgo calling you Mr. and all that. You are my friends first and my crew second, and I give a damn about the regulations in that regard. Narth, who had his hands buried in the sleeves of his cloak, put one hand on my shoulder. No, I am certain this is one thing you cannot change about yourself, and it is what makes you what you are. I called the Admiral and delivered him a detailed report, and Shay added her scientific findings. McElligott listened without interruption and then said, "The Kermac turned around after Enro Industries sent a few of their security units. Alex was so kind and helped me out there. The Kermac, of course, didn't want to be seen and had to return as fast as possible. We are certain that they will come back." After listening to your reports, they invested too much in that project. Whatever it is big and important, and it seems whatever comes from that planet is able to fight Union soldiers in our newest armor and neutralize Fenris robots. So we cannot afford not to find out everything we can. Therefore, I must ask you to investigate. I am pleased you managed to destroy the Barracuda. Cherubim will send out another undercover unit. It will tow the remaining T-cruiser and take whatever specimen and stasis prisoners you have back to Richter Base for further analysis. Do your investigation as subtle as you can, of course. This was our third day in this star system called Auriga-C. Somehow I pictured the start of our pirate career a little different. Right after our call to the Admiral, we landed on the first planet of the system. A hot, unfriendly world with temperatures hovering around 800 degrees, with puddles of liquid lead and molten sulfur between cracked rocks and fine dust. Circuit, his engineers and Narth were outside fixing the Janus system. Shay and a team were also outside, happy as can be, surveying the surface of this small planet. Crabble had baptized it Little Hell, and since the planet was unnamed in the catalogues, Ship entered it as the official name in the Union Celestial Registry. Circuit was confident they could repair the device, but since it was perhaps one of the most complicated and unique systems, it was not easy and could not be done fast. Crabble manned the sensors as 3. 4 was also outside helping. I maintained yellow alert, in case we would have to leave fast, but so far there wasn't much traffic, and only occasionally a ship would speed at the outmost sensor horizon towards Brahma Port. No wonder the Kermac had risked operating in this system. It was outside all traffic routes, and this area of space had a sparse star population. Towards galactic southeast, approximately 78 light-years, was the previously uncharted Ballard Nebula expanse. Of course, it soon would become Union territory, as the Mini-Terrans claimed that Nebula as their home, and small ships or not, they had the means to defend it. Nearby in the same direction and only a few light-years more was the Baza, still in unclaimed space, and I wondered if Wergus engineers of the Army Corps of Engineers would stabilize its position, and how much of that space would be Union due to the membership of the Golden. Many thousand years ago, some Terran astronomers divided the galaxy into the same celestial directions as they had on Earth, namely north, south, east, and west. They used an imaginary axis towards Andromeda as north, and added a z-axis calling it galactic up and galactic down. While it was more common to use the terms upward, spinward, correward, and downward to divide the galaxy in 4 equal segments, the old way of describing directions in an environment that had no directions was easy to understand to most human minds, and thus still used. Almost straight ahead, or in the direction of galactic north, and 75 light-years further, begun the territory of the Fruiden. According to Sobody, a species of intelligent dragonfly-like beings with a very primitive civilization, that joined the Kermac-led Galactic Council and became a thrall species to the white-skinned psionic bastards after being independent free spacers. 120 light-years from our current position to the galactic west was a region of Union space that was often called the Fringes. Only a few thinly populated colonies and a few outposts, basically only there to claim this area for the Union. Everything east was free space and Togar space beyond that. While I was musing about all this, staring at a tactical map of the region, I wondered if the Fruiden actually had a choice, considering the efforts of the Kermac and their plan to accelerate a moon to trans-light speed. In order to move it into their territory would require to accelerate it very slowly, using vast force fields to protect the moon and to keep it together. Such an endeavour required tremendous amounts of fuel and energies that would be detectable for many light years. So they could not move it very far. The Narth moved their entire solar system, and the Cerezi had rearranged the planets in their own solar system. The Wergus planetary and solar engineers offered to move planets as part of their services. The Clack had battle moons of similar size, so it was possible. Still, it was a tremendous undertaking and required a level of engineering I simply didn't think the Kermac were capable of. It would not surprise me if it was done by one of their thrall species, but so far everything indicated that it was the Kermac themselves. The petite yeoman with the flaming red hair moved gracefully next to my seat and handed me my coffee and a plate with tuna sandwiches. I took it and thanked her. Ms. O'Connell's, how thoughtful. I was just about to get up and get me some. Captain, it is the hallmark of a good yeoman to anticipate when her captain wants coffee, even before she does. I say you achieved that hallmark. I am not as good as Gwen or the oldest when it comes to change my appearance, but if you need me in my true form, I will of course serve you as well. Let's hope I don't. I would have a hard time to explain the existence of demons to the others. Will you remember us when you come into your own? I've already come into my own, yeoman. I am a Starship captain, acting or otherwise. I am where I want to be, and of course I remember the Coven and all the Sisters of the Circle. Why would I forget such a memorable meeting? She blinked with her big eyes and said, Of course, Captain. I just wanted you to know you can count on me as much as you count on all the others. I will take your orders and obey your will even in my true form. So you have that option. Who knows what this journey brings and what we have to face? And yes, it might be a good thing to have a flaming denizen of the nether region to scare the living daylight out of someone. I took a long sip of the strong special navy blend coffee I liked so much and added, Speaking of scary folks, I better check on my spooky friend. His voice was immediately in my mind, and Narth said, I have patience, my friend, and one day you be the scariest and spookiest of us all, and then it is my turn. Until then, I think I refer to you as upper chest enhanced.
I interrupted his mental message saying, It wasn't my fault. Tell that to Cherubim. She programmed the body changer. How are you guys getting along out there? I am eager to check out that moon and then get going. There are a lot of pirates out there.
I estimate we will complete the repairs in 6 hours and 12 minutes. That is the most precise estimate I ever heard. I omitted the second increment of my estimate. How can it be precise? I laughed inside and then had Elfie get me Shay. The angelic face of the girl I loved appeared on the main viewer and was partially obscured by the faceplate of her suit. Hello, Captain, I was just about to call you. 3-4 is out of his suit and was scouting ahead, and we just discovered another one of those blue egg-shaped things. It is in a cave not far from here, and we believe it is feeding on the minerals. Shay, come back to the ship right away. Don't get too close. Captain, there is Kermac machinery, and I think it is containing whatever it is. If the Kermac can contain it, we too must learn how it is done. I had to agree with her. While it was nothing but speculation of mine, I was certain whatever the Kermac's plan was, it was aimed at the Union. It was some sort of weapon, some sort of doomsday device. The Kermac built their entire civilization on the expertise to subdue other life forms and make them their slaves. I saw them use a device that controlled the Y-All, and they found a way to control the psionic inert X-1001s. Controlling others was their expertise, and they did it for a very long time. If those rocks could manipulate trans-dimensional energies and gravitons, they could travel. Travel anywhere and perhaps faster than the speed of light. The Null managed to break the most advanced Union shields with their graviton weaponry. Not even the Narth Supreme knew about these rocks. I became more and more convinced that we stumbled upon something that was a big threat to the Union.
I said, Stand by, Shay. Do not approach for now. We need to do this subtle and methodically.
To Ship, I said, Keep an eye on your gravionic sensors and tell me when you experience even the slightest variation. Aye, Captain. I called Shay again and said, Come back to the ship. I like to have a meeting and discuss how we proceed. I had to keep myself convinced that waiting was the best thing to do, and I did wait until Narth and Circuit had completed their repairs. We were all assembled in our pirate's den, former hangar bay B. I had called the entire crew. Most of them were of course standing as there wasn't enough room, but I wanted all to hear and have a chance to say something if they had an idea. I repeated the details of our situation and included my opinion that this was a threat to the Union and that we had to find out what we were dealing with and, if at any way possible, neutralize the threat if it turned out to be one. Circuit spoke first. If there is Kermac machinery, then I think we need to analyze it first and see what it actually does. I can do that by sending nanites to examine the thing on a molecular level, and then simulate this machine here and see what it does. 3-4 raised his arm and added, I doubt they can harm me in my true form, and I can take a closer look. I shook my head. 3-4, if they can manipulate energies, we can't say to what extent and that S what you are, energy. Harhai played with a dagger of his. I think we should simply destroy them fast and swift and then see if there are others like this in this system. I don't think they can dodge and deflect an exo load. Fective, who was standing behind Crabble, said, I am a weapons engineer and I worked on an idea ever since we encountered them. I modified one of our fire suppressors. You know, the energy siphon beams that we use to fight fire, even plasma fires, and mounted it on a rifle frame. Instead of shooting them, we suck whatever energy they got and deny them their ability to manipulate anything. Shay smiled at him. That is quite brilliant. A Tachyon specialist said, Captain, I am science specialist Joglur. I am related to your friend Miglar, the lieutenant of the Hyperion. I don't know if it is relevant, but we Tachyons are rock and silicone based, as you know, and we have a very old legend about a species of floating rocks that are the children of a living mountain, I said. I have a gut feeling that your legend is what we are facing here. What do you know about it? Sadly, not very much. It is told by the Tachyon priests and part of our chant slates. I am not a very religious Tachyon and haven't been to the temple since I was just a silicone nodule, but I will contact the temple and ask for a transcript of the chant slates, if you permit that. I got up and said, Yes, do that please, and in the meantime we will go to that moon. I don't think the answers are to be found here. However, I will not risk the tiger shark again to be damaged by whatever it is. So here is my plan. Harhai said, You know there isn't a single person on our ship who likes your plan. While he piloted the Gazelle, I was sitting behind him in the small cockpit. I am the captain, and I think this is the best way. A captain is the last to die, not the first. That's a rule, you know. You are supposed to remain behind and make plans and let us carry them out. We can't be an efficient crew if you can't send us in dangerous situations. Maybe it is a handicap that your first command is a ship filled with your friends. I would do the same thing if I commanded a ship full of Thauran nobles. Harhai sighed. I am going there and check things out, and you stay safe behind isn't much of a plan either. That is not what I said. I gave everyone strict orders, and I did send Hans and his team back aboard that cursed Kermac wreck to examine everything. Narth is standing by to teleport us out. He can do so best with my mind. 3-4 is with us, and he too can manipulate energies. We got modified good old Quasimodos, with additional artigrav modifiers and the strongest Suit integrity field Circuit could come up with. Harhai tried to turn his head, but he too wore a Quasimodo and was not able to make that move. He said, Still, there is no I in crew, and you know exactly what I mean. I grinned, knowing he didn't see it, and said, But there is a C for captain, and yes, I do understand you, but I am not an experienced captain of many years' command experience. I am doing this strictly by guts. I commanded the Davy by guts. I told you what to do when we faced the Senian ship, not by any books or experience, but by something else. Besides, I have an ace in my sleeve for this one. I don't think carrying some antique steel axe is much of an ace against floating rocks when you got a mounted mini TL launcher on your shoulders. I am not even sure why I brought that thing along, but I remember the boarding axe was much more effective than your blaster. Besides, my ace is a little red-headed yeoman. Ooh, good idea. If we can't win or destroy them, we let our onboard lawyer sue them for the use of non-permitted blue light in a green light zone or something like that. Watch where you are flying. I don't want to find out if the gazelle or the ice and rock junks around that gas giant are better suited to survive an impact. That thing was miles away. We are doing 500 kilometers a second. Well, we are here. Deep voice moon straight ahead. What do you want me to do? Take us straight down. Ha-Hai did. He guided the modified, lightly armed, recon-modified gazelle inside the moon's atmosphere. A gazelle was based on the same hull as the Wolfcraft fighters, and therefore designed to work in an atmosphere as well. Ha-Hai was most likely the best small craft pilot in the galaxy, and yet the gazelle bopped like a silver flicker fish caught in the wake of a Tyranno fin. Ha-Hai managed to stabilize and said, "Wind speeds exceed 240 clicks. That's some serious wind for a little moon like that." I noticed gigantic construction sites, monolithic pads of durocrete, bigger than mountains and shaped like cradles. The magnitude of the Kermac project was mind-boggling, especially building all this in such adverse conditions. We approached the area where the gigaload obliterated the Kermac craft and rearranged much of the moon's landscape. A huge crater had been blasted out of the surface, and Ha-Hai said, "I think we are here." On the far side of the big crater was a mountain that did not match the looks of the rest. It was a massive mountain of about 12,000 meters height, and it glowed with a faint blue light. Ha-Hai put the gazelle down just before that blue mountain and said, "If the little rocks could create thousands of tons gravionic pressure, then I don't want to know what that thing is capable of." I patted his shoulder. "We are here to find out exactly that." With a determined move, I pushed the contact and lowered the seat to the ground. This was not the first time now that I set foot on an alien world, but the landscape of this moon appeared more alien than anything I'd seen before. The light did not come from the distant sun of this system, but from the giant gas planet casting a strange, unhealthy pinkish hue over everything. Unlike on Twilight, where the gas giant was only partially visible, here the planet filled the entire sky, and it felt overwhelmingly depressing somehow. We had landed at the edge of the 20-kilometer wide and deep crater. Our gigaload had ripped into the surface. There were rugged and greyish-pink mountains everywhere. Yellowish sulfuric snowflakes whipped by a hellish gale force, wine-splattered our suits with a vengeance. The wind was so strong I had to activate the Gravo anchors on my boots and make slow steps towards that odd bluish glowing mountain that looked as alien and out of place as we did. It was an odd sensation to feel the force of storm in a 6-ton battlesuit. Ha-Hai lowered the visual enhancer visor over his faceplate and pointed towards the bluish mountain. "I can see more Kermac machinery. There are standard power plants, but they are feeding equipment of unknown purpose attached to the base of that blue mountain. Some of it had been destroyed by our gigaload, but some seem still operational." The images we saw were instantly relayed to the Tiger Shark, and she cut in and said, "I would need to see them close up and make more detailed scans, but I think these are Kermac psionic will amplifiers." I acknowledged and asked them to stand by as I activated my suit's comm. System on the same frequency as the voices spoken before. I had clear instructions to identify myself not as pirate or freelancer, but as Union Captain. "This is Captain Olafson of the United Stars of the Galaxies. I am here to establish contact." At first there was silence, and I already decided to get closer, when Ha-Hai's shoulder-mounted weapon fired, a microsecond before 2 long line blasts impacted into my shields. My suit computronic went to battle mode, and automatically switched my helmet to tactical view. There at the base of the blue mountain was a round cave entrance. I saw 2 Kermac in battlesuits using large line blasters on all-terrain wheels, a fraction before Ha-Hai's micro-AM loads filled the entrance of the cave with blinding light. He went into flight mode and said, "Out sensors don't penetrate that blue mountain. I had to fire to prevent them to ready their anti-matter bazooka. Those things could ruin our day." There was still silence on the channel, and I went into flight mode as well. I didn't blame Ha-Hai for firing without asking. Kermac line blasters could not make a dent into a Quasimodo, much less our shields, but a few hits of their AM bazookas could wear down our shields fast. The possibility that the crew of the escape pod had not been killed but found shelter inside that mountain thing was now quite likely, and with that also the knowledge of the translocator manual. We flew fast. and with pre-programmed evasive patterns close to the still-smoking cave entrance. In Shay's estimate, the blue mountain before us was about 8 kilometers high and had a base width of 16 kilometers. That gave us a potential volume of 2,300 cubic kilometers, and if that thing was hollow, lots of room for millions of Kermac. Now close to the mountain, I scanned the material, and dependable as an alt chronometer, Shay came back saying, "The material is similar to the blue rocks on the Kermac cruiser and those on Little Hell. It is mostly crystalline silicone, dense layers of heavy metals such as lead and gold. The bluish colour is most likely due to a high concentration of the element cobalt. Noteworthy is the presence of large amounts of the biological coenzyme cobalamin, or more commonly known as vitamin B12. Many bacterial and animal life forms use this for nutrition." While I listened to Shay's analysis, I slowly approached the cave entrance, while Hahai did the same from the other side. I said to Shay, "Why can't we scan through that, and we should be able to detect life forms including silicone-based life? I think it is the way the crystalline lattice is structured, but because of that I am convinced this is a life form." "You mean there are life forms inside?" "No, I am running the data once more through SHIP and the Xeno databank on Venus, and I am certain the mountain thing is one single life form." While I digested her info, Hahai tossed a mini spy drone into the cave entrance. The drone could cloak and was virtually invisible to most scanning equipment. I dedicated the upper left side of my faceplate to the telemetry of the drone. Our little spy machine floated through a long straight corridor made of the same bluish material for nearly 2 kilometers. We noticed the shattered suits and bodies of 3 more Kermac who could not escape the confined space fast enough, and thus were even more exposed to the devastating AM blasts. Our little spy drone entered a large cavern. The image beamed back to us was overwhelming and frightening. There stood an army of bluish giants, statue-like beings with arms, legs and heads. I estimated there were at least 20,000 of them, looking identical to each other just like robots. Each of them held one of those bluish football-sized rocks before them in crude-looking hands. Each of them had to be at least 4 meters tall and at least 2 meters wide. On the sides of the cavern were more of those round rocks stacked in large piles, but they did not glow and looked broken. 2 Kermac sat on the floor before them with closed eyes and technical device between them. Hahai said, "What do you say?" "I take the 10,000 on the left and you the 10,000 on the right. There are certainly enough for both of us." I smirked at that and was pondering what to do. These rough-looking stone golems did not move. Did the Kermac perhaps keep them that state and contained? Would we unleash that army if we killed the Kermac? Hahi said, "I think we are fucked and you might agree with me if you turn." I turned and saw at least 100 of those floating rocks behind us, and before I could do anything, both I and Harry were suddenly and very fast pushed inside the cave entrance by an irresistible force. The floating rocks had generated a gravionic focus point inside that pulled us and much debris through that cave corridor. My suit was holding but could not generate enough artigrav to counter this force. Shay, who was still connected, said with an alarmed tone in her voice, "I am sending the Marines and robots. We get you out of there." Hahai and I tumbled before the 2 Kermac who were no longer sitting. One of them clapped his hands and the stone warriors came alive, and then he said, "Splendid. 2 Union fools have stumbled across our special project. It looks like they have translocator cannons with them." I managed to get to my feet and said, "That's right, Whiteface. And you are the first to find out how it is to be shot point blank by one." "Ah, but you won't, you see, we can crush you and your friend inside your suits to liquid. Our friends here have truly mastered the mental control of gravionics. So I suggest you hand over your shoulder cannons and tell us all you know about it. I can start with you, and your friend will be very cooperative after seeing you squashed like a rotten fruit. I am going to overload the entire magazine of translocator bombs." The Kermac waved his hand to the stone giants. "Strip them of their suits, children of the conch. These are the ones that have abducted your queen and broken many rocks." The shoulder cannons and our main TKU twisted and became useless, the Kermac lamented. "You imbecile Olurs, that was what we wanted to preserve." Our reinforced suits held much better than the Gilgamesh, but our systems were strained to the limit. But now the immobilizing pressure subsided, enough to take the axe I had fixed to my belt, and Ha-Hai managed to pull his chainsword. It was more a gesture of defiance than anything else, as we had no hope to defeat them all, but something strange happened. The stone giants stepped back, the floating rocks retreated from us. The Kermac, who had spoken before, now hissed, "Enough of this, crush them." But no pressure came. The giants tried to step back further, until they run into each other and had no room to further back away from us. Ha-Hai waved his chainsword. Looks like those boulder things respect axes and swords, more than energy weapons. A rocket launcher popped up from Ha-Hai's wrist. You Kermac have no idea what a Quasimodo can do. A pair of mini-rockets hissed from the launcher and hit the Kermac device and blew it to twisted bits of metal. The Kermac that had not spoken before said to his partner, "Wizard of the project, wise Sweisweinul, we must negotiate for our lives. We lost control." Both their natural arrogance was gone. The first one displayed anger and disbelief, and the second one was clearly afraid. The deep voice spoke, and it came from everywhere at the same time, creating a strange echo. "The One is awake and has come. Must the conch now perish?" The angry Kermac yelled. "You must obey. We are the gentle ones from your past. We are the allies you are honor-bound to serve. For we are the Oxys. Those are the servants of the Krath darkness, enemies of the First League. Destroy them."
I had about enough of the Kermac, and now that I was free and able to move, and I stomped towards him, raised my axe and said,
"I have about all I can take of you scheming, arrogant bastards. A short while ago I wondered if there was something redeeming even about your kind." He stepped back, pulled his line blaster, but then his face changed into a twisted grimace of horror, and the blaster fell out of his hand. He dropped to his knees and whimpered, "Don't take me. Please don't take me there." I felt no remorse, no guilt as I swung the half-moon-shaped antique axe down in a wide swing. Why I was certain I could kill him with such a simple steel weapon, I could not say. He was wearing a Kermac armoured suit after all. It was as if I sliced through air and didn't feel the slightest resistance as the axe blade slid through his armour, body and bones. I whirled around and raised the archaic weapon to end the life of the second, but he had surrendered to Ha-Hai. My Dai friend gave me a strange look for a long second, and then said, "First, Shay pulls a sword that slices through Ultranit like a hot wire through Ulgan jelly, and now you got an axe that goes through Kermac cerami weave as if it wasn't there. I really need to find out where you guys buy your hardware." Before I could say something and wonder about that myself, the floating rocks gathered by the cave entrance and Shay, Circuit and all my marines accompanied by Fenris robots marched in. Despite the withering gravitation attack, Shay and the others moved unhindered. The marines just as precise and fast as the robots raised their wrist cannons, and Shay said, "Give the word, Captain, and we turn this place into a gravel pit." Circuit said. Shay, Narth and I figured a way to neutralize their grav-manipulating powers. The voice of the mountain thundered with its echo voice. "The day of doom has come to the conch." From between the ranks of the marines, my Takian specialist appeared. He too wore a battlesuit, but his helmet was open. To him, this environment was obviously not harmful at all. He said, "Captain, may I ask for permission to talk to the conch?" "Yes, by all means, if you can shed some light on all this, I will be grateful. I am as much in the dark as we have been before, and that conch isn't very responsive to questions, it seems." "Captain, the voice we hear comes from a Kermac device, and it is very limited to translate the conch." "Go ahead, Specialist Jogler." The Takian resolutely stepped forward into the centre of the cavern and began to sing. It was a strange song that sounded like someone chewing sand while gargling. Despite the strange sound, I found the song's melody actually quite acceptable. Narth silently floated in and moved next to me, and his voice said in my mind, "Shay came to the conclusion that we control and manipulate gravity for a long time, and have both the technology and the knowledge. Instead of absorbing the pressure they generate, it is now deflected around us, takes much less energy, and as you see, works fine. I was actually thinking about the same lines. Not that I claim to have Shay's genius, but we deflect and absorb much higher gravs when we go to threshold speed, and the RT gravs of our battleships move millions of tons. She is right. You aren't as stupid as you always say you are.
I am not always...
Our silent banter was interrupted as the song was answered by the mountain, and then the Takian said, "These stone warriors are called the Allurs. They are noble warriors of ancient heritage. They forgot the details of their origin or how they became sentient, as it is so long ago, and come from the region we call Downward. They did have brief contact to a sentient spacefaring species who took seeds of them to create the Takians and the Takian races, if I understood it all correctly. So in a wider sense, our religious chant slates were quite correct. The Allur move and speak in a stately glacial pace, meaning it usually takes them between 100 and 200 of our years to even finish a sentence, and conversations can last millennia. They are the epitome of patience and are usually extremely slow to anger. They have no technology whatsoever. The Allurs actually seek just and honourable contact with other races, but since they speak so slow, this was not very successful. They generally have little patience for brutality, and the kinds of atrocities other species are so ready to commit." He extended his arms and gestured to the ceiling. "This is the conch, the mother or the queen, so to speak, and it is it I am talking to, by the way, and not the Allurs. This mountain is the mother of this species, and if it can absorb enough energy and if the Allurs collect enough base materials, the mountain creates one of those big blue eggs you have seen aboard the T-cruiser and on Little Hell. It happens only about every 500,000 years, and these blue rocks are called conchstone. Our Takian specialist managed to mesmerize us with his information, and we all listened closely. He made a pause as he listened to more of the gravel and sand crunching song the mountain sung to him, and then continued. These conchstones are actually a collection of 50 to 60 individual nodules, those ball-shaped floating rocks. The Allurs bring them to places with rich mineral deposits, and do so by travelling space manipulating gravitation. They cannot travel faster than light, but can teleport up to 1 light year if I get the distances right. Such a jump, however, depletes their energy reserves and they die if they do not find a feeding ground, such as a planet or an asteroid. If the conditions are right, eventually a new Allur develops. These conchstones are vital to the Allurs because they represent the continuation of their race. Anyone who knowingly destroys a conch rock becomes a declared enemy of the Allurs, and they go to great length to punish a rockbreaker. Harhai, who held the second Kermac, said, "How did the Kermac fit in?"
Narth said, "Specialist Juggler already asked that question, but the conch has a very peculiar way of telling things."
Joglor had no neck or a distinctive separated head, moved his left manipulator in the Takian gesture for yes and said, "I am sorry, Lurti. Hi, I am trying to translate and interpret all the things it is telling me and only give you the short version." Harhai looked embarrassed, shook the Kermac for good measure and said, "I am sorry for sounding impatient. Please go on."
Our Takian sung a piece and received a similar answer. Then he interpreted again. The Allurs were members of an association of spacefaring civilizations they call the First League. It was very long ago, even in the time perception of the Allurs, and this league was centered on a group of light knights. The conch does not know what happened to the league or these knights, but there was a war or fight, and it didn't go well for the league. The conch claims it was rescued from another place before the enemy known to them, only as the Imperials could destroy the conch, and brought to this moon by someone it calls the Gentle Ones. The conch says the Gentle Ones returned very recently, only about 100 of our years ago. The Gentle Ones reminded the conch of this rescue, and the debt of honour owed and demanded that the Allur serve them, what they, of course, did. The Gentle Ones promised to take the conch back home after it did the great deed. Narth said to me with concern and actual surprise in his voice, "I broke the shield of the Kermac and they planned to take the conch near a black hole and use its gravitation manipulating abilities to destroy Narth Prime. These machines are not to control the conch, but to vastly increase its already enormous powers. The Kermac pretended to be the Gentle Ones and thus secured the cooperation of the conch." The Kermac, held by Harhai, said triumphantly, We find a way to destroy you humans and your psionic allies. This is but one project. We have thousands, and we are the masters of psionics. We already breed new Kermac generations with the exact same abilities as these unreliable rocks. Harhai's augmented suit fist had crumbled the Kermac armor like paper, holding him like that, and he said, "It is very unwise to make such speeches while being held by a die." I said, "He is stupid too, revealing their plans like that. I think if we repeat what he said at the assembly, Admiral Stahl will get any resource he needs, and before you know it, there won't be any Kermac, period." I waved at Pure, the Attican who I noticed to be part of the Marine detachment that had arrived, and said to him, "Lieutenant, put this Kermac into zero stasis and get him out of here." To the Takian I said, "Did you tell that thing who we are and all that?" "Yes, ma'am, but if you ask if they are interested in membership, then we have to wait a little. The Olus have just begun the discussion, and the Conch does whatever they come up with. We can't stand here till they decide something in thousands of years from now. What do we do with this? We can't let the Kermac return and do their thing." The Takian said, "Captain, we are by definition also children of the Conch, and this is according to our religion a holy place. The Conch agrees that we too can make decisions for the Conch, so we call Takaki and let them declare this place Takian and thus Union, and we're off to play pirates. All this silicone stuff is fine and dandy for normal Takians, but I didn't sign up with the Navy to do all those boring things we Takians do. With all due respect, ma'am." Interlude on Alvor's Cove. About 20 clicks north of Alvor's Canyon, where the mountains ended, and the endless sand and dust deserts of the Glagadrin really begun. A dull, all-terrain vehicle grinded on wide-profile tracks through the rough terrain. It was an old machine with an engine that ran on natural petroleum, black stuff that could be found everywhere on this dusty world. Banhu, the driver and owner of the crawler, was quite proud of it. Most of the other desert scavengers rode on cathais. Banhu hated these lizards and their stench. Like all Dai, he had an excellent sense of smell. That the other scavengers complained and accused his machine of stinking bothered him little. That was one of the few benefits of his chosen profession. You did not have much contact with others once you left town. Out here were only the occasional brown people, wild lizards and snakes. Out here he had time to think, and as usual when he was thinking his mind wandered back and the reasons he was here. The others had long quit asking why he, a proud Dython warrior, became a planet-bound vagabond instead of raiding ships and planets with his clan, because by now everyone knew at least part of his story. They knew he had no clan. He was the last of the Tunhar clan as far as he knew. He had been the one in the scout ship who found that perfect colony to be raided. The clan moved in, but it was a trap, and a Union fleet destroyed and killed anyone not surrendering. It was the scouts' job to make sure no Union assets were close enough to interfere before the raid was done, and the Dai clan long gone. He had done a quick scan of the system and was not as diligent as he should have been. Not checking the actual planets and overlooking an entire Union battle group, had landed on the 5th planet. Normally, it would have been his duty to commit suicide, but a warrior's alternative to suicide in such a case was revenge. While he was emotionally devastated to lose his family and everyone he knew, he was not too keen or deep down actually afraid of suicide. To go to another clan and become an Inberthal, a coward who had failed to do his duty and not commit suicide, was even worse. At Sin 4 he had to sell his scoutcraft as it was out of fuel and he had no money. He almost ended up as a slave to fight in one of the arenas, but made it to Alvor's Cove. At first it seemed a bad decision to come here. This was one of the busiest slave markets in the galaxy, at least on this side of the galactic bulge. But he had enough money from the ship sale and paid the local lord the freedom fee. Unlike Sin 4, Alvor's Cove was firm in the hand of one faction, and their laws were crude and simple but quite reliable. He realised back then that his money would not last, especially with the waiter prices here. He interrupted his musings for a moment as he passed the Gilguri rocks, the last outcropping of the mountainous cliff plateau behind him. There sometimes were desert gangs, or opportunists with long-range weapons, picking off a lonely traveller, Of course, the local lord forbade such behaviour, unless someone paid the killing permission fee. But the local lord's reach diminished fast out here, and no one gave a care about that self-important Cartanian beyond these rocks. He swiveled his slug accelerator towards the rocks and kept an eye on them, but nothing but a lonely Kiki Tog moved over there. Seeing the ultra-shy flying lizard hoping over the rocks convinced him that there was nothing else hiding. Well, nothing else but Kiki Tog prey. The last traces of the rocks now behind him. His cat now rolled through the near featureless sand and dust desert, and he would do so for the next 700 clicks before he reached Mount Natha. He long had learned how to read the sand and knew how to stay clear from the drift sandbogs that could swallow his crawler and him, or at least make him get stuck for days. 7 years ago, he had come to Alvor's Cove. With his money going fast, there weren't many career choices on Alvor. You could become a slave merchant, slave guard, shop owner, tavern owner, water merchant, food vendor, lord guard, lizard hunter, or desert scavenger. He nodded to himself and his mental list confirming to himself that he didn't forget much. He took a sip from his water bag, swished the liquid around his mouth and squinted his eyes behind his goggles. To become any sort of merchant, he needed much more capital, have connections to a supplier and know about the wares you sold. To be a lord guard, you needed to be well connected to the local lord, only trusted those he knew well. Lizard hunter or slave guard did not appeal to him due to the stench, so considering his skill sets and financial resources, all that was left was desert scavenger. At first it seemed to him a fool's job. What could possibly be out there except sand and dirt? But then he made friends with an old scavenger, the one who sold him this crawler for a good price and taught him the trade. He then learned that Alva's desert held many treasures. Subterranean water sources, tutu cactus buds eaten by the tame lizards, tutu cactus flowers very rare and hard to find but ground to a powder, a drug readily purchased by Togar males. Since Alvor's Cove was close to their empire, they frequented the place often. There were open petroleum pits. The stuff was not worth much, but a load of it always paid for the trip and supplied him with cheap fuel. There was the Dawal lizard, if you're lucky to find one and even luckier to survive a fight and kill one. Then you had a load of good meat, bones and blood, not to mention the highly valuable tusks, but all this was the usual stuff. Every scavenger dreamed about finding the knack. Legend had it that out here somewhere was a buried Keltest ship. Artifacts of advanced ancient cultures and societies were the single most valuable commodity in the galaxy. Keltist stuff was on the very top. Anyone finding even just a piece of Keltist scrap metal would be a rich man. That there was a Keltist ship and not just an insubstantial myth doubted no one. A scavenger only 30 or 40 years ago had found a Keltest artifact and became very rich. Banhu dreamed about finding it and taking the entire ship out from the sand and fly it in Union space and destroy everything he could find. But that would not be today and probably never. Today he actually had passengers, 2 Kermac no less, and paying him a good sum for a trip to Mount Nathir. Why the Kermac wanted to go to the old worm was none of his business. How they even knew about that odd hermite. But then Kermac had psionic powers and could read minds and such. Some of the scavengers believed the old worm was the result of a failed genetic experiment to mix human genetics with null and come up with a null that could spy on humans or something like that. That experiment resulted, so the story went, in a horrible abomination. And it was hiding out there, avoiding to be seen as much as possible. Other voices claimed the old worm to be a holy man, and that he had contact to some god. Much older than the Celtist ship story was the rumour of a hidden temple with a sleeping, powerful supernatural entity. This legend also based on real facts. Alva's sun flared and cooked of the vast oceans that once covered this desert. The flare and the duration of it was according to many an artificial, purposely created event. Banhu had no particular opinion on that legend, but he knew the desert before him once was an ocean floor. Countless shells of water creatures attested to that. He doubted the old worm was a god, but that he might be considered some sort of spiritual guide was conceivable. That he looked half man, half worm was nothing too spectacular. He was Dai, and his kind had travelled far and wide, encountering life forms much stranger. Underneath the canopy that covered the cargo bed of the crawler, Vienakvir tried to meditate while Halbfonur monitored the thoughts of the die driver up front. He touched his ceremonial beard for the millionth time, as it was his habit checking if his psionic shield still worked. "It works," Vienakvir said with much annoyance in his voice, partly because he could not find the balance to meditate, and partly because he felt insulted by his partner's constant checking. "I will not probe your mind." "How would you know that my shield is working if you had not tried to probe my mind?" "Because it is of finest Kermak technology, just like my shield, and I know of only 3 cases they have failed." Halbfonur was not so convinced. A little paranoia was never wrong. For all he knew, Vienakvir could have been an agent of the Ministry of Control, one innocent thought wrongly interpreted, and one was likely to find oneself mind-dumped and erased. And all his loyal service to the Ministry of Information would only come to light in his defense after the mind dump and too late for him. Not that loyal service and devotion to one's job ever was considered in a case of severe obstructive and subversive thought engagement. He often wondered how the Sarisi or the recently discovered Lidai, the only other societies he knew were, everyone was a telepath got along without mental shield generators and ability enhancers. The Narth did not really count as society in the common sense. Vienakvir grunted like a primitive sub-Kermak life form as he shifted position in the swinging hammock-like seat. "I sure hope this coward of a die knows where he is going." Halbfonur tried to hide his disgust he felt towards his partner. He does. His mind is clear and open, and he accepts Kermak's superiority and does not even question our reasons to come out here. "It is still better we eliminate him. Just in case." "It would be unwise. Local lord has warned us and you were too cheap to buy the kill-all license." "I am not paying 10,000 polo coin to some totally inconsequent lower life form on a similar inconsequent planet. I will punish him for his insolence when we leave. This world might not be as inconsequent as you make it. There are cell test artifacts out there somewhere, and we are meeting the purple worm. I doubt he chose this world at mere random. The more reason we should set up a base of operations here, take over the local crime lord's control, and search for the cultist artifacts with modern equipment, and tear this dustball apart." Halbfonur now was almost certain his associate was associated with the Emok. They always talked that way. "This planet is close to the Togar. It'd be unwise to provoke a war. I'm certain there are Union spies, not to mention Null and Schiss agents. It might not be wise to make the Null even more hostile towards us than they already are. I doubt there are any Union spies here. I expanded my mind and did not find any shielded minds except a few Sojournit priestesses. I had a good mind to visit them after we are done here. That be polo coins well spent. If it would be that easy to determine if there are no eyes and ears for the cursed Union, don't you think we of the Ministry of Information would rely on doing minesweeps all the time? And the funds made available to us are meant to pay for information gathering, not personal indulgences. You talk like a puppet of the Ministry of Information. We are field agents and have to sample and learn about other cultures. This too is gathering of information. I am an associate of the MOI, and you know that. What makes me wonder if you are indeed of the military. All you need to worry about are my credentials and your orders. Both make me the one in charge." With a jolt, the crawler came to a sudden stop. Halbfonur realised he had not paid any attention to the thoughts of the driver. The driver was gone. At least he could no longer sense the man's thoughts. They both grabbed their weapons, dialed their power amplifiers to high, and with activated personal shields, they went outside. There was a group of dust-covered beings holding a selection of weapons, all heavily shrouded and hooded. One in the centre was taller and wore a purple cloak and hood. "Your Ministry of Information is very good, I have to admit. You accomplished what countless before have failed to do and find my lair." Halbfonur raised that part of skin that once held eyebrows. "We are Kermak. Therefore it should be no surprise that we accomplish where others fail. You associated too much and too long with Larthop. Through him we were able to trace you." "Yes, you are quite correct, but I am not an amateur either. I agreed to a meeting, but I decided to chance the location of our meeting. Instead of the mountain, we can do it right here." especially since you Kermac have a strike team moving in on the mountains as well. Halbforneur had no idea there was supposed to be a strike team. His superior told him to show good faith and fancy the worm's wishes to normalize relationships, so a better cooperation could be achieved. He glanced over to his associate, seeing he was not in the least surprised about this revelation and the presence of a Kermac strike team. Vienakvia made a dismissing hand gesture. That Herkatan strike team will make sure you cannot leave this planet. I am sure you know of their reputation. They are monitoring us as we speak, as I am their ears and eyes. The purple worm laughed. Maybe that is the real reason your species is on the decline. Kermac always rely on other species to do their fighting for them. I have a working relationship with the local lord, the one you consider so primitive. We have that Kermac transport, disguised as Jotunan trader vessel, in focus of our planet defense batteries. One move and we blast it out of the sky. The local lord will then call up on the Null for help as we fear more Kermac warships. Dare to make the call and start a war, Kermac. Vienakvia activated a comm device in his beard. Mock, lead to Herakan team. Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission and return to deployment base. That was a wise decision. The worm raised his arm and the sand all around came to live. Hundreds of heavily armed sand-coloured beings rose from the dust. The shrouded beings were totally undetectable by his psionics. Due to the hoods and shrouds, he could not determine what species they were either. They did not move like humanoids, more like primates. They erected a tent in no time and the worm invited his guests inside. Chairs had been placed and someone brought in a case of Kermalik. On a provided table stood cups. The worm gestured the Kermac to have a seat. He sat down across them. Help yourself to the Kermalik. It is cooled and I assure you, not tampered with in any way. Halbforneur was still furious that he was kept in the dark and took one of the bottles, opened it and did not bother with a cup. He knew it was very primitive and without form, but he was thirstier than he realised. The slightly tardy taste and the moisture of his favourite drink did wonders to his mood and condition. Vienakvia ignored his associate's primitive display of ignored manners and said, "Let us get to the point and leave this inhospitable place so we can enjoy refreshments in more appealing conditions. You are the ones that again asked for a meeting. Here we are." Our last cooperation was marred by betrayal and misfortune. The Narth's human died on Sin 4, and it turned out he was of little consequence after all. Yes, I have the same information. The Narth representative at the assembly maintains a connection to the grandfather of the Nilfeheim boy. The Narth have already begun what we hoped could be prevented. Narth now participate and strengthen the cursed PSI core. The worm had to agree. This involvement of the Narth has cost me much already, and I fear it will cost me even more. Several attempts to assassinate one of these new Narth agents have failed and met with such brutal and swift response even by Union and Terran standards that it becomes quite difficult to even find someone willing to try. Vienakvia was now relaxing a bit, and he too took a bottle but demonstrated quite detailed how it was done properly by filling a cup only a third and take little sips. Kermac intelligence assets face similar challenges. Now let us approach this with open defences. We come to the conclusion that it is very likely you are no mere criminal mastermind, but that the worm is a cover for Null intelligence. The still completely shrouded purple worm laughed. It is a good guess, and honestly I wish it would be so. But Null are neither biologically nor ideological connected to the worm or me in any form. The worm's activities are not activities the Null would support or condone. However, your intel is not completely inaccurate. I have deep connections into their intelligence services and can arrange contacts if you desire. However, I must warn you, Null do not play well with others and are opposed to alliances, especially since that brief Null-Schiss alliance quite some time ago. He raised his hand and one of shrouded children-sized primates places a glass with a golden liquid in it. While gesturing a thank you, the worm said, "To quell any suspicions, I am not Schiss either. Playing well with the Null means I cannot play with the Naksh 2 WW. Kermac and Schiss interests are incompatible, but we would be interested in a meeting with Null intelligence. We don't want an alliance, but we all face a common enemy that is becoming stronger by the moment. and we can already see the day when the Union will move against the rest of us and claim dominion over the entire galaxy. I agree with your assessment, but the galaxy is still a very big place, and there are vast areas unknown to all of us, and the time where the galaxy must be united to face those who made the yawl will be at hand sooner than some believe. This is the reason the galaxy must be under the firm rule of Kermac, for we have means to communicate with the yawl and prevent their dominance. A point only seen by the Kermac, of course, and the rumours that you are capable of doing more than just communicate becoming stronger, especially recently, but for the near future our goals are the same. I shall arrange that meeting. The other disguised free space operations unit turned out to be a Togar claw ship, a truly ancient Tech Level 6 Togar warship that had the stylized form of a lion's paw, at least that is how Shaka described it, and it was 600 meters long. At first we actually went to battle stations, but the Togar female identified herself as Captain Roranak of the Navint X fleet, and on the same special communications equipment we had, and was exclusive to Navint. We met aboard her ship, officially named Keecher 2, but it had a secret Second Union designation, USS Chimera. From the outside, it truly was a crude, primitive surplus cruiser that had several private owners before it became the Keecher 2, the ship of a freelancing independent Togar. On the inside, it was as modern and well-equipped Union ship, and the Togar gave me a little tour and told me about her mission and challenges, while our crews loaded crated Kermac tech, Kermac crew members in stasis, and an Olor rock, also in stasis along with boxes of loot and specimen. I learned that she was doing this now for 7 years and had made herself a solid reputation as a freelancing jack-of-all-trades. She wasn't really known to be a pirate, but her careful, crafted personality was known to do any sort of shady deal. Her main mission was to gather intelligence for Navint in free space. While her ship was well shielded and armed, she was to avoid open conflict when possible. She and her crew were delighted about Richter Burs and having a regular port of call now. She had orders to tow the T-cruiser and bring what we had collected there for further analysis. She also looked forward to a few months R&R. I also was informed that a fleet of Tachyon civilian ships was already on its way. The news that their religious chant slates were true, and that there indeed was a Mother Mountain, had travelled fast and already caused an intense religious revival on Tachyon and Tachyon worlds. Navint, of course, helped to stoke the fire and provided only slightly doctored images, recordings and reports. A civilian Tachyon scholar was credited with the discovery. According to Captain Roranak, who had received a full briefing, the Tachyon would settle the moon and Little Hell, and then officially discover the Clonk and claim the system. Of course, I had also been informed by the Admiral about everything in great detail. It wasn't the most elegant solution according to the Admiral, but the best available. After the Chimera was loaded and we had received some additional supplies, we bid them farewell, and Crabble put in a course that would take us Brahma Port. I had the crew assemble in our pirate's den and said to them, "Now after our little and unplanned detour, we are back on track with our original mission, and we are once again pirates to the world. Any ship that crosses our bow is likely prey, and we are going to hunt other pirates and criminals." I held up a printout and said, "This is a short version of the official report about the attack on the Danny Houston, the civilian passenger liner that was attacked by pirates just before we left the bazaar, and I want to read it to you." I cleared my throat and began to read out loud. On February 5th, 5020, the passenger clipper Danny Houston, on its way from Seven Skies to Fairfield Planet, was attacked and heavily damaged. The shipmaster of the Danny signalled full cooperation with the attackers and asked for mercy for his passengers. He assured the attacker that they were a completely unarmed civilian vessel. The Danny was boarded by those pirates. 70 passengers were taken captive and every crew member was killed. The shipmaster was spaced without suit. 4 female passengers were brutally raped and afterwards killed. The remaining 48 passengers, including children, and the old not worth much on the slave market, were also spaced without suits. Aboard the Danny Houston were Ceresi, Diexon, humans, Clack, purple throat shiss, and 2 shale, on their way home from a group vacation trip, deep in Union space. One of the passengers, a Stellaris, managed to survive in space, clinging to the outside of the stripped wreck, and he was the one responsible for the images you now see behind me. The pirate was identified as Captain Swift of the ship Swift Prophet. It was this pirate captain who did the raping himself. I realise the images are hard to stomach and quite graphic, but I wanted you to see them and get the same angry feeling I got in my stomach watching these, the same feeling I got fighting that scum at Outpost 96. I wanted you to see why we are out here. Now, some of us didn't have a proper vacation or might resent the fact that we can't go to port on regular intervals, but those passengers won't come home at all. So I ask you, are you with me? The entire crew bellowed in one voice, "Yes, we are." I had finished the daily logbook entry and had my feet up and looked outside my viewport into the darkness of space. It was late, and the first watch was about to leave the bridge to be relieved by the officers and crew members of the middle watch. I could hear the fourth bell that signalled the last 30 minutes of first watch that went from 2000 HRs to 0,000 Hrs. I glanced at the roster readout. I always kept open on one of my screens, and it would be the first watch with Sobody being the officer of the deck and having the con. Although he was not an academy graduate or had all that much Union Fleet experience, he was conscripted. He was not inexperienced when it came to make command decisions. He had led an entire civilization for 12,000 years and travelled aboard starships for at least as long. Besides, he turned out to be an asset and reliable, and I made the decision to field promote him to ensign and to put him on the rotation roster for bridge watches. We were still 72 hours away from our next destination, Brahma Port. Space was vast, and to meet another ship outside planetary systems was very rare, even on very busy traffic routes. Our sensors had not detected anything for the last 2 days. We could not use the full range of our active sensors because active sensors could be detected, and no Cartanian would have the sensor range of a modern Union ship. But we had excellent passive sensors and we could use them to the very limit. And still there was no contact. "Ship, give me a bridge visual." Normally I would not spy on my officers and crew, but I wanted to see how Sobody came on and how he handled himself. A field screen established itself before me and Ship said, "I am curious too as how he will do." I still find it amazing to hear a computronic use words like curious and have an intuition knowing why I wanted to watch. I wonder if we should have more sentient computronics. Ship responded, "As much as I am thankful to you, don't think it would be a very good idea. If personalities can choose to be good, and then they also have the choice to do bad, and what damage could a ship AI do if it be malicious?" I agreed and said, thinking it over, it wouldn't be fair to the AIs anyway, as they had no choice but become ship AIs and serve, not much of a choice. While I watched the first watch go through the final motions of their shift, Ship said, "I would have made that decision even if I had other choices. I am very content to be your AI. I still think about a way to treat you more fairly. You are on duty all the time, no free time, no leisure time and all that. I am not human, Captain. I am sentient, but I perceive things differently. I am made to function around the clock. I don't require sleep and I can think and act on many levels simultaneous. Thanks to you making me a crew member, I can dedicate a section of my unused backup resources to spend time on my hobbies when there is not much going on. I am also very intelligent and speak and understand all languages of the Union and many more. And yet I can't find the appropriate words to express how you make me feel having such thoughts about me. We could use the avatar technology or maybe a robot or something so you have some of freedom other beings enjoy. You would allow that? I am recommending it. You are the best captain an AI can have." I smiled at that and said something similar in return, and then watched the Golden and his 9 duty officers come on the bridge. I actually laughed as I saw the little Holdian walking briskly behind the Golden. Ship said, "Those two are almost inseparable. As you can see, the Holdian specialist is the duty engineer of that watch." The transfer went smoothly, and I noticed that the Golden did everything by the book. Even more so than most, and his transfer could have been recorded as educational visual. He sat down on at the con, and was calling in the standard reports of all departments. My supervision was not needed, and since I had changed my own schedule to morning watch in order to be on the bridge when we reached Brahma Port, it would have been a wise decision to go to bed. I was just about to turn off the field screen when Ship said, "Ops just reported a contact on the scanner horizon correction. There are 2 contacts now, and weapon energies are exchanged." My ready room was right behind the bridge, and it took me no time to reach it. Just as I entered, Sobody called me over intra-ship. As always, 2 Marines guarded the bridge access door and announced me. "Captain on the bridge." Sobody vacated the seat, and I said to him while I sat down, "Sorry to cut your first watch short, but I think you did fine, and you are on the permanent watch roster now." He bowed slightly and said, "2 contacts, Captain, and right in our path. Looks like pirate action." I put myself on ship-wide and said, "Ship, sound battle stations, senior officers to the bridge." The light on the bridge changed from bright to red, and it took seconds for my team to reach their stations. Narth, of course, was first as he simply appeared and took his seat behind Ops, and it took him seconds to give me the first analysis. Contact 1 emits energies consistent with a Bulgar-class armed trader, and Contact 2 energy signature is Cartanian and on file. It belongs to a no-pirate ship called the Mighty Nine. Identity of pirate commander unknown, but the ship and associated energy signature are on the Union wanted list for acts of piracy. Ship reported all stations signalled stations manned. I acknowledged and said, "Shaka, get us within 1 light minute. Mao, raise shields and arm weapons." Shay had immediately begun to run more detailed scanner analysis and coordinated with Hans, who accessed Union intel reports. She said, "The Bulgar class is registered to a small Union company that does trading business with several free space civilizations, mostly buying artifacts and selling legal civilian goods. The company is suspected to also deal with the Togar, according to an intel report," Mao reported. "The Mighty Nine is well armed with Cartanian ship-to-ship missiles and faster-than-light directed energy cannons, but nothing bigger than 1 gigajoule per second. The Bulgar has 3 FTLDE turrets, but only 1 in the GJ class. Both ships have standard shields. The Bulgar's aft shields are buckling." Elfie followed right after Mao, saying, "Captain, we are being hailed by the Mighty Nine." Ha Hai pulled his folded helmet out of his collar, and it became rigid as soon as it was completely out, and covered his face to the chin with a yellow-tinted faceplate, and handed me my mask. "I assume we're going to talk first, right?" I laced the mask tight and gave him a scolding look. "We always talk first. Elfie, open the channel as soon as Narth verifies the bridge image matches our ship's disguise." She responded, "You're on, Captain. Bridge image confirmed."
A shaggy-looking creature appeared on our screen. It had an elongated, somehow bean-shaped head, with 4 pointed ears, and a drop-shaped nose that extended over the most of the upper half of the head. It had 4 eyes and a small, rigid mouth. The head and much of the exposed upper torso was covered in finger-long, unkempt-looking, orange-hued fur, Narth informed me telepathically. "This is a vaulting, and they are members of the Galactic Council, but I can sense him pretty easily, and he is as wanted there as he is wanted by the Union." He squealed in a hoarse voice. "Who are you, and what is your business here? Interrupting my business." I said to him, "My business is interrupting yours. So lower your shields and deactivate your weapons, and we will make it fast and quick. We leave with your valuables, and you leave with your life. I assure you, you won't like the alternative." Even though it was the first time I saw a vaulting, I could tell he did not expect that, and he said, "Don't mess with me, female. I am of the Sinister Alliance and have many friends." He couldn't know that this was the wrong thing to say to me, and I responded, "Well, your friends aren't here, but I am." Elfie signalled me that the other ship was hailing us now as well, and I had her put them on simultaneous. The screen split, and a human captain became visible. He wore a corporate uniform in bright reds and blues, and I found it a tad too colourful. He had dark hair and bushy eyebrows that almost united above his wide nose. "I am willing to offer you 25,000 polo coins if you help me escape this gangster who dared to fire upon us. I am a peaceful trader and have little of value aboard."
Narth's mental connection transferred an emotion I had never thought possible with him. It was disgust, as he said inside my head. Eric, he has the most horrid freight one could imagine. I've seen his mental images, and it is awful and most vile. I wondered what Narth had seen and said to the human. I make you the same offer as I made to your vaulting playmate. Surrender, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded, and you might walk away from this. To Mao, I said, open gun ports and incapacitate them. Shaka, show them what a real helmsman can do. I moved my seat in battle mode, and our disguised ship went like a rock shark between them. Our froth casters that were part of our disguise were quite functional, and those null graviton pulse weapons were perhaps not at par with the most advanced Union weapons, but still enormous powerful, and especially damaging to shields. The simulated weapons of our Silver Streak disguise also masked our QMP cannon fire, as it was virtually undetectable. It was a thrill ride I could equate to nothing else. Shaka was more than just good. We would have won the battle even without our hidden weaponry. It was as if Shaka could predict when the other ships were firing and corrected the course with the speed of thought, and evaded both ships' barrage with apparent ease, while he never exceeded speeds that a Cartanian could not obtain. I was fairly certain, however, that no Cartanian ship had such precise helm control systems reacting in nanosecond delay to Shaka's control commands. The stars danced around me in a wild, erratic manner whenever Shaka changed course. Mao, who trained with Shaka and knew his friend's style, adapted his gunnery to the flight pattern, and none of his shots missed. Our ship shuddered ever so slightly as all our turrets pointed to one side, and gave the Mighty Nine a broadside. I heard Mao say, Shaka, I am giving the Bulgar the same medicine. Prepare to compensate for weapon recoil. Shaka responded, I am using that drift into Firely on purpose. No sense of wasting perfectly good kinetic energy. I had to laugh. My friends had fun, enjoyed themselves doing what they did best. Ha ha, I said. Captain, both ships rendered inoperable and their shields are down. It took a second to get my seat out of battle view, and I said, Mao, pound them with tech stop and paralysator rays. Ha and Hans, you take the Mighty Nine. The other, you are with me. We going to visit the Bulgar. Hans, I need 25 Marines and 2 Fenris stat. Ha shook his head as we both rushed to the IST. There is no sense stopping you, or is there? Everything in me urged me to rush on and board that ship, but I made Ha-he my XO, and he had a point. I stopped and sighed. You are right. I will remain aboard. He laughed already at the door. Just kidding, Captain. I wanted to be at the door first. Stopping you to get into the thick of the fray would be cruel. I actually cursed him and said, Share, you got the con. Running behind him, I yelled, What a fine friend I got! I almost caught up with him at the battle dresser at the deployment deck as he said, You don't know how much I respect you for actually heeding my objection, Captain. He launched himself into space, his boot thrusters glowing bright white before he even made it past the force field curtain, and he said via command channel, Whoever calls object secure first wins. What's the wager? If I win, we keep the pool temperature at a cozy 38, and if you win, I prance around in high heel boots for an entire hour. I thought you hate swimming. I'm getting used to it, as it seems you completely lost your fear of space. I didn't lose it. I simply don't find the time lately to feel it. I am getting swimming lessons from Elfie, and I tell you, jumping in a pool that has only 4 degrees water is anything but fun. Only afterwards I was told that the temperature is kept at these freezing temperatures, because my captain took a swim an hour before. You better get an appointment with Kateria then, because walking in these heels isn't as easy as it looks. You forget I have Hans with me, and I am already halfway there. Once again I flew through deep space towards a hostile ship, accompanied by elite Marines and 2 Fenris robots. Ha and I had stopped our banter, as we now concentrated on the job at hand. Right next to me was the other, who looked truly frightening in his modified Gilgamesh suit. The suits had been camouflaged, so they did not look like Union products. Their adaptee camouflage took on the non-reflective black of space. We did not use the suit's cloaking capabilities. The other was the first reaching the Bulgar-class ship. Bulgar was not a species but an old Union company that manufactured civilian spacecraft for about 200 years, but went out of business. Still, there were many Bulgar ships out there, and they had a reputation for being solid and reliable. The ship was about 450 meters long and had the simple shape of a dull cone with a base radius of 180 meters. 6 ISAR pods attached to its aft. The Gilgamesh augmented the titanic strength of the yawl to an almost unimaginable level. It became evident as he didn't use any tools to rip the strong airlock door out of its socket. My suit Computronic reported communication activity from within the Bulgar and reported that there were still functional energy sources and energy shields within the ship. Apparently, our tech stop rays didn't do the trick. Tech stop was very effective against unshielded electronic equipment, but completely ineffective against shields. It was not completely unexpected as many ships, especially of Union origin, had internal shields to protect key components and areas. This of course would also mean the paralysator rays did not incapacitate everyone aboard. I tuned in to the communications and heard screams of panic. Someone in that ship screamed into his audio sensor, "Yawl! We are attacked by the yawl!" I went in, arm cannons ready with 2 Marines at my flank while the rest breached the ship in small teams on different spots as per my orders. It wasn't much of a fight, but I learned why the yawl were such a terrible enemy. The other was a whirlwind of doom, and he marched unstoppable, creating a corridor of destruction. He held 2 TKU mini-cannons, usually fielded by the large Union Army battlewalkers, in his left arm pair and a brand new QGP rifle, of which we had 20 prototypes in our armoury, in his lower right hand. A weird-looking boarding sword of enormous proportions in his upper right cut down brave members of the ship's crew who dared to put up resistance. Force field curtains collapsed as he simply marched into them, the aggressive paradigm shields of his suit interrupting their field cohesion, and every other obstacle he cut, ripped and stomped into twisted metal. I reached the ship's bridge without firing a single shot. One of the Marines at my side turned out to be pure, and while he very rarely talked, he was compelled to express his amazement. Beasts of Tarnak. Can you imagine an army of these? The other Marine, a Patharian giant also with 2 arm pairs, was less impressed. I seen Pathanian platoons in action. There isn't all that much difference, I would imagine, and yet an entire army of us was defeated in the Battle of Gabthut in 4319 by a Union Marines battalion led by Admiral Stoll. I elbowed him in the side as I stepped on the ship's bridge. There isn't much that impresses you Pathanians, now isn't there, Lutahurtu? Oh, there is, Captain, there is. Aforementioned Admiral Stahl, of course, and you should see what happens if our security chief really lets loose. While I wondered what it would look like if Hans fought not holding back, I looked around the bridge of the Bulgar. It was a standard Union layout like it was done half a century ago, with all the duty stations behind a bridge dividing chest-high barrier, and only the helmsman having his station before that barrier, and behind armoured viewports. It was all well maintained from the looks of it. There was even a civilian Galnet terminal. The bridge crew was hiding behind the barrier. I counted 6 humans and 2 Togar. Narth popped out of thin air next to me into existence, of course in his Alvor's Cove dust and sand mantle disguise, and held out his hand. The captain of the ship started floating. Narth explained to me. He was about to destroy his cargo. I could not let this happen, before you all seen what he is shipping to Togar markets. Even though Narth had yet to say what he found out, I got a stomach-turning suspicion as I knew what the Togar liked to buy. Narth nodded. Yes, Captain, your notion is quite correct. Harhai came on and said, Pirate ship secure, we won. I said to Harhai while I approached the ship's master, You won. Strip the ship of valuables, secure anyone alive in Stasius boxes and report back to me. The ship's master came floating towards me and he looked back between Narth and the other, obviously not sure who he had to fear more. He said to me, Are you Black Velvet, the pirate? His helmet peeled away from his face like the skin of a fruit. The tough material of his armour ripped like tissue paper, and Narth answered for me. You are in the presence of Captain Black Velvet, And it is not I you need to fear, and not the yawl, but her. I asked, "What is your cargo?" His eyes shifted and his mouth became a thin line. "Nothing you pirates would be interested in." One of my Marines came onto the bridge. Even through the faceplate of his helmet, I saw his pale white face and an expression of shock. "Captain, the vessel is secure, but you better not go inside the vessel's main cargo hold. It is the most horrible thing I ever seen." "What was the freight that shocked an elite Marine and a Narth?" I said to the other. "Hold him and make sure they don't touch anything. Have Circuit come over and disable any self-destruct mechanisms." To the Marine I said, "Show me." We used the ship's functioning ship elevator, and it took us down to the cargo hold level of this armed freighter, and as we approached the cargo bay access doors, 2 more Marines came out, and both looked as pale and disgusted as the one with me. Moments later, I stepped through the door and stopped in my tracks. The cargo hold was laid out like a freezer meat locker. There were rows of long steel racks from the floor to the ceiling, and on steel hooks packed in transparent plastic, human bodies. Headless, arms and legs tight to the body, like hams in a butcher shop. Large shipping crates with labels like 250 human heads, fresh frozen, 200 human legs fresh, made me a gag. Even a rough estimate made me think there had to be at least 5,000 of these frozen bodies, the Marine said. "There are 4 cargo holds like that, ma'am. One holds live human prisoners in the most horrid conditions." I had to see it for my own eyes. He was right. The conditions on the cargo hold with the life slaves was an impression I was certain would follow me for the rest of my life. They were stacked in metal shelves, wrapped tightly in plastic up to the head with hoses attached to body orifices to siphon body waste and to feed them garish-looking slurry. The groaning and muffled crying of at least 3,000 victims was perhaps even more disturbing. I actually ran. I ran back to the bridge of the ship and grabbed the ship's master by the throat. I tried to find words that could adequately express my feelings to him. I failed and said, "You will pay for this, like no one has ever paid." He tried to shrug and said, "What is it to you? You are a pirate and these are all Union humans. It's just business, very good business too." I didn't even recognize my own voice as I asked, "Your company, is that what you do? Are there more ships like this?" His eyes glared at me. "The Toga are waiting for this ship. It is unwise to make the Toga and my company your enemies, pirate. I have a Galnet terminal, and I called for help and described you and your ship. Help is on its way, so you better make a deal with me." I still held him and said to Narth, using our mental connection, "Tell Shay and 3-4 to come over here and have them copy every bit of information of this ship computronics. Tell Crabble he has the con and you man your sensors and make sure we know when something or someone approaches." Narth responded with, "Aye, Captain," and disappeared. To the shipmaster I said, "I hope they come and I send them all straight to hell." My mind was still seeing the images I had seen in his freight bays, and the knowledge that I could not punish him accordingly filled me with a cold, different rage than I ever felt before. It was not the sudden anger I often cursed and I felt and could quench with plunging myself head over heels into the fray. It was the realization that death was not enough, that the only thing that would satisfy me was to torture him, to make him suffer a long time, and I said to him, "Here is the deal. I'm going to sell your load of human flesh to the Togar myself. I am going to fill them with bio-engineered disease, and when your filthy cat friends will eat, they spread it and die." One of the Toga officers of his bridge crew, who was like the rest of the bridge crew restrained with memory tape and held like a weightless toy in the other's fist, hissed with fear, "You cannot do that. That is genocide. You are evil." "Yes, Cat, you are right, I am. No mercy, no remorse I will descend upon your kind and make you pay. You Togar shall perish to the last, as for my wraith knows no limit." The ship master, I was still holding, struggled and screamed, and it was as if there was a vacuum inside his body. His eyes were sucked inside his skull and his cheeks pulled in around his teeth and jaws. He screamed, and then he gargled with a dying voice. The flames, the dark flames, please don't." His last words died on his bloodless lips, and he looked like a 1,000-year-old freeze-dried mummy hanging from my fist. The other, who was still holding the togar, said, "Captain, that was epic, and like the text of the ancient book I love, your words made me feel fear." I dropped the corpse and said, "You better check the suits of these other officers. They seem to have some kind of suicide device built in." Then I asked him, "What words?" I still try to find something adequate to say to this filth. He held the togar up, and before me and the cat struggled trying to get away from me, even while bound and held by a yawl, and the other said, "You sure impressed him, as you can see." I shrugged and said, "I wish we could really do that, spoil their food, but I doubt the Admiral will let us." I stood in one of our empty freight bays and watched Ha-Hai and teams led by Sobody bring in the spoils of the pirate ship. Sobody came over and said to me, "Captain, can I make a suggestion?" I nodded and said, "Of course." "It would really help our reputation as pirates if our deeds became known. I mean, we should tow the pirate ship to Brahma Port and sell it. The Mighty Nine is a well-known ship, and us bringing it in would be a bold statement, not to mention make a nice profit. Would be a shame to let it drift or blow it up, you know." Elfie called me over intercom and said, "Captain, I got the Admiral as you requested." "Pipe it down here, Elfie." A field screen established itself before me and showed both Cherubim and the Admiral, sharing half of the screen each. Even though Elfie had sent them a detailed report and visuals, I gave them a short oral report. Cherubim said after I was done, "We think we know where Klotsky and Harris Freight and Export gets these humans. They run an advertisement campaign on Galnet and offer good-paying jobs to non-citizens, Galdrifts, criminals and other similar groups, and promise them a new life with good conditions on a corporate colony, with paradise-like conditions that almost sound too good to be true. We have alerted federal police, and they're going to execute a search warrant on that corporate world in short time." The Admiral clenched his fist. "Even though I think your plan has merits, I can't condone it. We can't poison the togar. As much as their practices disgust us, we cannot project our moral and ethical values onto another species. Not a single togar ship has ever attacked a Union ship or a Union target, as they know what will happen then. Every human has been sold to them by others, and this is part of the very mission you are on, to make sure those who trade are caught and dealt with. The togar, so I have learned from the small community of these cats that live as Union citizens, actually prefer pork, and your friend Alex Enro tries his part to diminish their demand on human flesh by delivering pork to the togar, as I think you know, and hopefully there will come the day where Union space touches togar space directly, and then things will change quickly." I had to agree with him, and I did remember Captain Lethra, captain of the American Spirit and Alex Enro's private yacht. It was not so long ago, and yet it felt as if it happened a lifetime ago. The Admiral said, "I just talked to your friend Alex, and since Galveston Shipyards isn't that far away, he will send 3 of his ships. One of them will tow the horror ship back into Union space, and we take it from there. As soon as you see the Enro units on your scanners, I want you to leave that area, as you are a pirate, even in their eyes, of course. They do have strict orders not to engage anything and simply tow that ship back. But they are corporate private units and are not under fleet command. Corporate captains don't like pirates at all." I told him about Sabody's suggestion, and he said, "It is a good idea, and I think he is right. It would make your reputation more solid than the rumours we have spread. Go ahead, tow that ship to Brahma Port and sell it. Put the captured pirates in stasis boxes aboard the Bulgar ship, so we can deal with them as well." I acknowledged his orders, and he smiled at me, saying, "Tell your crew you already made a difference capturing the Mighty Nine and that K&H Corp ship, and that we are quite proud of you all. How is that golden passenger of yours working out?" "Sir, he isn't a passenger, but became very fast a valuable and reliable member of my crew, and I have changed my mind about him completely and would not want to miss him." "Good to hear. Carry on and good luck." The Enro ships had arrived, and we were on our way, seeing them on the outmost horizon of our sensors. We also noticed a group of 4 ships speeding towards the same location. Shay identified them as ships registered to the K&H Corporation, most likely the help called and mentioned by the dead ship master. I was tempted to turn around and shoot them all to pieces, but Harhai did his job well, keeping me in line, and Hans was certain that the K&H ships didn't want to mess with the NRO ships, officially designated as corporate security units, but in reality, almost as big and as powerful as regular Union battleships. I hoped Dawn herself would execute everyone involved in that vile business, and make sure they dangled a while before they died. This time, I actually wished I could be there as her assistant, and would volunteer to push the switch. I didn't like Galdrifts, but I knew from first experience, not all of them had chosen this lifestyle. My little Exa was born into it and had no choice. I was sure there were many more like her, who somehow fell through the social net of our society and to prey upon those with false promises. To lure them into a trap to sell them as meat was worse than slavery. It was almost scary how much my view of the world had changed since I left Nilfeheim. Was I really the same person? On the outside, I had changes so much that I was certain no one on Nilfeheim would recognise me, perhaps with the exception of Elena, who was among the first I shared my secret with. Looking down on my own chest that now sported a set of female breasts, tightly arranged under thin black leather, I remembered the conversation I had about these with my stepsister in the yard of our burg, while we crossed blades. I realised it was the first time in my life. I had a feeling of homesickness. I wondered if it was time for breakfast at the burg. I could almost smell the fresh bread Midril would bake, and I could hear the sharp claws of the Nubir wolves clacking over the stone floor in the high hall for the best places under the big table. It was long night once again on Nilfeheim. Elena and the Olafson warriors were now gathering our herds of fangsnappers and the packs of Nubir wolves to bring them to Essen to be slaughtered or sold. I could hear the voices and the animals' bellows. I could almost smell it all. Yet I knew at the bottom of my heart that Nilfeheim was no longer my home. I could visit, I was certain, but I would never fit in again and never be more than a guest on my own home world. Narth entered my thoughts, not intrusive but like a welcome diversion. Even though the Narth were alien to me, his mind was not. It was as much part of me as my Eric persona and Freya the strange female that shared my mind. In many ways, the female side of me I called Erica was more alien to me than Narth, and especially now that I lived and was perceived as a woman, her desires and motivations seemed that of a different person altogether. It was as if I shared my very being with her, but I wasn't her. Narth's voice inside me said, "Yes, it almost seems as if you have shared Hugarv with a female person. You are the same and yet different when you are her. Yet I know at the very core of all, this you are a Rick, and whatever changes, I am confident you will never stop being Eric first. As the Narth Supreme said, you are Narth, but I think you will be the first among us who has an individual name. One thing is certain, my friend. All this is still beyond the comprehension of a Neo-Viking, and while I have this strange notion that there is yet even more, someone else inside me. Not you, not Freya, but someone else. When I do the meditation exercises you have taught me, I can almost feel it. Something that is deep asleep, but there. However, it also feels more familiar to me than anything. I can't even explain it to you." Harhai interrupted us and said, "Captain, you should go to bed. You are falling asleep on the con. Not that this is a bad thing, but your shift is long over and we are still more than 14 hours out of Brahma, and we can't get any faster as we are towing the Mighty Nine." I straightened myself in the seat and said, "It is a good idea, Harhai, and I will heed your advice, but first I am going to the den, have a bite to eat and have a nice cold swim." He grinned and said, "I won, thus there won't be any cold water in the pool for a whole week." I got up, stretched myself and said, "Teaches me to wager with a die." Union ship time was equal to Standard Union, and because of this the ship was still on night mode. Most beings had a wake and sleep cycle. A steady day-night cycle was thought to be better and healthier for the crews. During day cycle, the corridors were lit with light that simulated the same spectrum as a Jai star. But during the night cycle, the lights had a softer yellow glow, and only every other light element was on. So I didn't expect many to be in our den, but I found Sobody, the Holdian, the Shale, and 2 Marines sitting around a smaller green table and playing a game that involved colourful round coins and little sheets of paper they held like a fan before their faces. Well, in the case of the Holdian, it covered much of his upper torso, and he had to hold that paper fan with both his little hands, while one of the Marines was a Pytharian, and in his hand they looked tiny. The Shale used the mechanical hands of his hoversled as it had no natural hands at all. The human Marine jumping up and said, "Captain on deck," I said. "Not here, Marine. No parade ground attics in our den. Stay as you are." He sat back down. I looked to the ceiling and said, "Ship, can you let the galley know I would like to eat something?" "Yes, Captain. I take care of it myself." While the tiger shark had the most advanced servmatics that could be found in almost every room of the ship, there weren't any in the hangar bays, of course. Like the day and night cycle, and for similar reasons, all fleet ships also had a real galley where food was prepared the traditional way. I had met our chief steward briefly as he boarded the ship on Richter Base, and the ship's galley was under the jurisdiction of the steward department. I also knew we had a chief cook, but I had not met him or her so far. I looked over Soberdy's shoulder and asked, "What kind of game are you playing?" He cursed with a deep smile of satisfaction on his face and said, "Polonium may kill whoever invented this game. It is a Terran card game called poker, and that smart Marine corporal here is showing us how it is played now for the last 9 days. If we would play for real, he would be the richest son of a gun in the Union Marine Corps. Yesterday he even won against Ship and Shea." I made a step back in disbelief. How could anyone win against those two in any kind of game? The Marine now also grinned and said, "Because part of the game is how well you can bluff. Now I can't ever win against Lieutenant Schwartz or Ship again, as they now knows how it is done. But I did manage to do so once, Captain. Maybe I need to try it myself right after I ate." Just as I said it, a crew member I had not seen for sure walked in, followed by a stout-looking Ellie, wearing a white jacket and salt and pepper patterned pants. He was carrying a covered plate. The crew member coming in looked like a female X-101, with the same chrome-coloured skin, and I wondered why I had not noticed her before. Unlike Siruit, she had shoulder-long hair, looking very much like the silvery tinsel we used on Nilfeheim to decorate the Yule log. She wore navy black and had the ensign rank bar on her collar. She greeted me, and I immediately recognised the voice. It was Ship. "What do you think, Captain?" I smiled at her and said, "Very nice, and I am glad you followed up on that. Is it an avatar or a robot?" "It will be both, Captain. Sirit managed to get a direct link to Mother Machine. She approved and is making me a real body that can directly link to my mind. Until we can pick it up, however, it is an avatar representation of Mother Machine's design. Sirit recommended that approach, so my physical representation is above any legal challenges. With Mother Machine involved, no one will be able to challenge your decision to make me a person." "Good thinking, and I do like the hair. It looks very nice," she said. "It is part of the newest X-101 series improvement that has just been born." I then pointed at the covered dish, held by the Ellie. "Is that my dinner?" "Yes, ma'am. I made it myself and thought I'd take the opportunity to meet you in person. I am Petty Officer First Class Nanjo Irit, and I am this ship's chief cook. I noticed your preference for fish dishes, and allowed myself to prepare you Terran French fish soup called bouillabaisse and Norwegian lutefisk with mashed potatoes, mashed peas and bacon. Remembering the gelatinous pulse. Stink maggots and the state dinner on Archilurb, I was not too keen to see what he fabricated. I changed my mind after first whiff of the soup, and after trying a spoon, I was certain this was a close second to Midrill's fin stew. He stood there watching me eat, and I noticed the poker game had stopped, and everyone was watching me, and it was as silent as in the Cave of Forgotten Clans. So I said, "This is food fit for the Acer. I must apologise for thinking sceptical. Mr. Arit, this is the best I ate since I left Nilfeheim. I hope you made enough for seconds, and why is it I am eating alone?" I could not tell how or where they came from, but the table was full in no time, and everyone was trying the fish soup. The cook said to me, "I know our reputation, Captain. Believe me, I do. I was the butt of every joke there is during boot camp and specializing training, but I learned cooking in a town of Earth called Marseille. I have worked as a chef at the Waldorf Astoria in New York and was the head chef on the Silver Swan, a 5-star luxury liner before I decided to serve our union. I had stuffed myself like a starving tyranno during the last short summer month and hoped that my leather suit would hold. I leaned back, smoked one of Shaka's cigarettes as he had joined us as well. Before me a cup of navy blend coffee and a glass of golden whiskey that came out of a case McElligott himself had sent. The horror images of the last days slowly faded into the background of memories. To the golden, I said, "Sobody, what can you tell me about Brahma Port?" He had just finished his third plate and pushed the plate away, dabbed his small mouth with a napkin and said, "The area is known to most as the Thallium Nebula. The Union calls it the Prometheus 5-star nebula, while no one knows why all 5 suns went supernova approximately at the same time and it created a nebula. Not nearly as thick as the Igras Nebula soup, and not as full of radiation as the Ballard Nebula. Those mini-Terrans call their home, but full of roids, I mean asteroids and planetoids, micromatter and solar gases. One side is in Union space and the other extends into free space. Bahama Port is much like my own bizarre hollowed asteroid, but much smaller." Ship called up a map of the area and then a visual of Brahma Port, while the holographic image was slowly turning in the middle of our table. Sobody continued, "The asteroid is about 9 kilometers in diameter, and as you can see looks more like a Terran potato than anything else. The area has always been a particular nasty space in terms of outlaws and pirates, but Brahma and the area around it is controlled by the Bassett Royd Mining Association. The Bassetts are a big family of 19 brothers and 7 sisters with all their extended families. They are as tight as it gets, and you only get in by marrying or being adopted. The other miners associated to that area lease their claims from the Bassett family by sharing parts of their profits. The port is also a well-known pirate hangout, and they can do as they please as long as they leave the miners alone. Attacking a miner is a no-no, and stirs the Bassetts like a nest of Thikar stingers. They do most of their business with the Cartanian and the Togar. The miners on Union side are their sworn enemies, and there are constant battles, as the Union border is less than well defined in this area. Shay, who had joined us just a few moments ago, asked, "The Bassetts are humans or a species?" Sabody shrugged. "I am not sure, I haven't seen one personally, but they maintain a sales stall on my asteroid, and I was told they are humanoid. Rumours I cannot substantiate say they are a mix of human and Kermac. Disliked on both sides, and that is why they settled there. But then this family is in business for almost 1,000 years, and they keep their family secrets well." Ha-Hai sighed. "I know this area actually, well, the galactic north part of it. It was there where my father and the other clans that decided to join the Union crossed into Union space, with Cam Elfnar and 6,500 Dai clans in hot pursuit. It was a dark day for the Dai indeed." Sobody made a sad face and nodded. "I know, noble Ha-Hai. There are many scavengers still scouring the area for Dai artifacts and scrap. I have seen many thousands of tons go through my bazaar alone." Shay asked, "Why haven't the Dai attacked this port?" It was Ha-Hai who answered, "We don't mine, but we need raw materials. Attacking them will supply you once. Buying minerals and metals will allow you to get a steady and reliable source. I am sure these brothers have several clans among their steady customers." Shay made Ha-Hai tell the entire events out of his perspective, and told us that this is when he saw the Devi for the first time. He had forgotten his cigar that was burning in an ashtray before him, and he finished saying, "Only 3 weeks after that I was on my way to the academy." Narth said, "You could have almost met each other back then. Eric and you, that is." Ha-Hai raised one of his sharply angled eyebrows and said, "I thought you weren't in the Navy back then and still on Nilfeheim. Were you already fighting on Union side?" I said. "No, not exactly. I was aboard a civil yacht when we encountered a battleship of the Ima clan, under the command of a Dai named Window." Ha-Hai now raised both eyebrows. "I know of him. He was always known for his exceptional hate towards all Union." I think his clan was destroyed as he was one of the first that entered Union space. How did you survive? I tried to tell the event without many details, but they kept asking, and so I had to tell the whole thing. Ha-Hai put his hand on my shoulder. Windu made one fatal mistake. He asked Eric to surrender. Then he started giggling. You are something else, Captain. I wonder what else happened before you even went to the academy.